The 3 SSS rank commissions were crucial to Starmoon Kingdom's upgrade. If Starmoon Kingdom were upgraded to an empire, as the kingdom's number 1 guild, Zero Wing would rise with it. This developmental method was much easier than contesting with other guilds for territory. There were many other benefits to be had when a kingdom upgraded to an empire as well. One of them was the acquisition of the neutral maps surrounding the kingdom. God's domain's neutral maps occupied more area than all of the empires and kingdoms combined. Every one of these neural maps was a high-level area. Many among them were also high-resource maps. Once players reached level 50, they would gradually migrate to these neutral maps. Maps above level 100 were extremely rare in kingdoms. Empires did not fare much better in this regard. Hence, it was only a matter of time before players turned towards neutral maps to continue their development. Meanwhile, when a kingdom upgraded, it would annex these maps, and the new empire would claim the areas. It would then become much easier to level in these maps due to the NPC cities that would emerge. In the past, every NPC city constructed in a neutral map had a minimum player population of 3 million. Among them, the NPC city in the Shallow Hills, one of the neutral maps the Golden Sands Empire had claimed, had reached a player population of over 10 million during its peak. This gave the epic adventurer guilds, who completed the SSS rank commissions, a massive windfall. This was due to the new city's lands. To purchase those lands, players needed a certain amount of reputation in the former kingdom or noble status in the new NPC city. It had become impossible for non-native guilds to purchase the lands within a short amount of time. Meanwhile, due to the neutral map's high-level environment, the new city's lands had been far more valuable than lands in cities near low-level maps. Shifeng had been planning this since he joined God's domain in this life. Lord Protector, there is a very large variety of commissions available. If you are unsure of which to choose, I can offer a recommendation based on your preference and requirements, the senior administrator suggested after Shifeng's long moment of silence. Thanks for the offer, but I've made my decision. I'll choose the Ancient Orc Empire, Shifeng said as he pointed to the quest name on the list. Although Starmoon Kingdom's past players had known about the 3 SSS rank commission quests, no one had known about the quest's contents aside from the player who accepted them. After carefully reading through the quest's contents, Shifeng concluded that the Ancient Orc Empire was the easiest among the 3. Based on his current abilities, completing the other 2 would be impossible. Revenge of the Fallen required him to kill 5 Fallens that hid within Starmoon Kingdom. The Fallen within Starmoon Kingdom would not be as easy to deal with as Baron Woka. The system wouldn't suppress them. A Fallen at its peak had the strength to destroy an entire city. Moreover, these Fallens hid all over Starmoon Kingdom. Just finding them would be a difficult task. It was no wonder why nobody had completed the commission in the past. Undead Resurrection wasn't easy either. He needed to gather 3 extremely rare items: the Book of Undead, the Bone Staff, and the Ancient Contract. Of these items, Shifeng had only heard of the Book of Undead. However, this item was located in the level 80 neutral map, Slumbering Tomb. It was the gathering place for undead. The Book of the Undead was even guarded by the Tier 4 mythic rank Skeleton King. Shifeng had no hope of obtaining the book, and he had never heard of the other 2 items before. He did not even know where to start looking for them. That only left the Ancient Orc Empire. Once, the powerful Orc Empire had its imperial capital in the level 75 neutral map, Morning Battlefield, which was situated between Starmoon Kingdom and Purple Thorn's Kingdom. However, after countless wars, the imperial capital had become a battlefield. Powerful orcs currently gathered in the ruins, hoping to restore the glory they once enjoyed and conquer the several surrounding kingdoms. These orcs had been a thorn in these kingdoms' sides for a long time now. The Ancient Orc Empire Commission's task was to destroy the alliance between the various orc tribes. In order to destroy this alliance, Shifeng was required to locate the Orc Empire's founding emperor's weapon, the Disintegration Axe, and prevent it from falling into orc hands. If the orcs got their hands on this weapon, they would be able to gather the orcs scattered across God's domain. If they succeeded, God's domain's various kingdoms and empires would be in trouble. Fortunately, the Disintegration Axe had been very famous in the past. Feng knew the weapon's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would have been forced to choose the Undead Resurrection Commission instead. Lord Protector, this commission will require a 6,000 gold deposit. However, as you are an epic adventurer, you are only required to pay half. Are you sure you wish to accept this commission? The senior administrator asked. Feng handed 3,000 gold over without hesitation. As a result, however, he was almost broke. Although Stone Forest Town had earned quite a lot of money while he had been busy, most of that money had been reinvested in the town and guild's development. Part of the money had also been used to purchase diamond wood. There wasn't much left. He also needed to save funds for his future city's development and construct the 4 Towers of Elements. After his rampant slaughter of demonic beasts in the moon god's space, Feng had a total of 989 7 luminaries shards. Although he had wanted to grind a little more, as he obtained more shards, their drop rate decreased. Fortunately, he had enough to synthesize 40 units of 7 luminaries crystals and construct the 4 Towers of Elements. Once the towers had been constructed, his city would be safe from players. However, constructing a high-end building like the 4 Towers of Elements cost an astronomical number of coins. Based on Feng's initial estimates, the other materials alone would cost around 90,000 gold. Once Feng accepted the commission and was about to return to the candlelight trading firm, Blackie contacted him. Has something happened? Feng asked when he saw Blackie's grim expression. Guild leader, we lost again. Blackie replied quietly. What? Even Aqua and Summer were defeated. Feng was slightly stunned. He had sent Aqua Rose and the others to the battle arena. He had a very clear understanding of Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer's strengths. Both were fully geared in top-tier equipment. In addition, not only were they refinement realm experts, but the 2 women had also grasped a portion of the secret spellcasting technique. With their strength, no one throughout Starmoon Kingdom should be their match. Only the superpowers peak experts should be able to offer a challenge. Restoring Zero Wing's reputation should be a piece of cake for them. Well, no. The other side suddenly asked to change the rules of the competition and is now seeking to melee combat. Skills, spells, and tools are not permitted. So only Cola, Shadow Sword, and Flying Shadow were able to fight. However, all 3 were defeated. That evil fire kid still hasn't made a move either, Blackie explained. Currently, the people in the battle arena are starting to badmouth us, saying that Zero Wing doesn't have any capable experts. Many guilds have sent spies to rub salt in our wounds. If we don't stop those guys now, the prestige we've worked so hard to gain will most likely. Guild leader, what I'm trying to say is that we should send in Big Sis Fire. She can definitely defeat those punks. This is interesting. Even Cola and Flying Shadow's techniques were no match for them. Feng's lips curled up, his interest in Evil Fire growing. First, Evil Fire had challenged him, the guild leader of Zero Wing, publicly. He then went to Stone Forest Town a day before the competition to make a name for himself. With this, Feng would have no choice but to accept Evil Fire's challenge. Guild leader, should I ask Big Sis Fire for help? Blackie asked anxiously. Fire Dance had been busy dealing with important guild affairs. Moreover, Feng had already stated that without his permission, nobody was to disturb Fire Dance. However, they had no choice but to involve Fire Dance, the number 2 melee expert in Zero Wing, to teach those challengers a lesson now that trouble was knocking on their door. Unfortunately, involving Feng wasn't an option. If their guild leader fought a bunch of nameless challengers, it would humiliate Zero Wing and its members. After all, Zero Wing was no longer some small, upstart guild. It was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. No, I'll make a trip myself. Feng smiled as he shook his head. Stone Forest Town. When Feng stepped out of the guild residence, the sight before him was foreign. Rows of 1- and 2-story houses had stood before the guild residence previously. Now, various virtual shops occupied both sides of the street. There were also advanced hotels, restaurants, bars, and other establishments. The street was now as busy as White River City's most popular areas. There was no lack of expert players that had exceeded level 40. Some players even roamed the street atop mounts. Aside from adventurer players, quite a few lifestyle players chatted merrily on the street. Many wandering merchant NPCs hawked their wares from temporary stalls along the main street. The NPC traffic was just as shocking as the number of players. The lively scene made Stone Forest Town look like a city rather than a town. Shurfeng was surprised. After just a few days, Stone Forest Town had undergone such a massive transformation. If the town continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it could be promoted to an advanced town. If Shurfeng hadn't already started his city's construction, Stone Forest Town could have served as Zero Wing's main headquarters. As Shurfeng slowly made his way to the battle arena, he eavesdropped on the conversations throughout Stone Forest Town. More experts are gathering in the battle arena each day. Before this, I could have easily ranked among the daily tournament's top 100 and earned the consolation prize. Now, I can't even get within the top 300. That's right. Only our team leader can hold his rank in the top 100 now. However, I heard that Zero Wing plans to extend the consolation prizes to cater to the top 300 soon. The top 100 contestants will get priority in purchasing exotic stamina potions from the Candlelight trading firm. They'll even get a 10% discount, but they will be limited to 3 bottles. Priority in purchasing the exotic stamina potion? That's great. Candlelight only sells a limited number each day, and the various large guilds and second-hand dealers usually claim them. That's right. Fortunately, we have our team leader. We'll be able to buy 3 exotic stamina potions every day. As long as we stockpile, we'll be able to explore those high-level maps. Our income will be amazing. I heard that the Sharp Edge Adventurer team went on an expedition earlier, venturing into the core of the Ghost Ruins and making a fortune. I've also heard that they're already preparing to buy their second private house in Stone Forest Town. All that's left is to wait until Zero Wing sells more. They made that much money? I heard that the private houses auctioned for more than 600 gold. I'm guessing that they'll be far more expensive during the next auction. Of course, they came across a fine gold treasure chest during their expedition and obtained a secret silver-ranked combat boots design from it. They sold it in the auction house for a fortune. The exotic stamina potion is awesome. Practically nobody explores those distant maps. I wish we could get a private house in Stone Forest Town. We'd be able to participate in the Battle Arena's daily tournament every day. We could also purchase special tools from the wandering merchants. That's right. Unfortunately, our leader is still hesitant. He's unsure of whether or not we should equip each team member with a mount first. The players' eyes sparkled as they discussed Stone Forest Town's private houses. No one had thought much of the town's private houses previously. After all, there were transport carriages that traveled to and from other NPC towns, saving them plenty of time. However, these players realized that there was a world of difference between the teams that owned a private house and those that did not. Not only could the teams that owned private houses send their strongest expert to the battle arena, but they could also purchase various items from the wandering merchants when the NPCs restocked. Most importantly, team members could accumulate the double EXP buff. They also had the option of using their private houses as warehouses. It seems people are starting to realize the benefits of private houses. However, this is only the beginning. Shurfeng's confidence in his plans grew as he listened to the public's growing interest in Stone Forest Town's private houses. In reality, private houses offered more than just easy teleportation for their owners. Their companions could also utilize this function. Unfortunately, only a small number of players could teleport at a time. Moreover, the cooldown between each teleport was considerably long. In addition, private houses needed to reach a certain rank before this function would be available. To put it simply, private houses could be upgraded like guild residences' private rooms and shops. In fact, player-constructed private houses were much easier to upgrade. It simply depended on whether or not the house's town had reached the required standard to unlock the group teleportation function. This was also why players preferred to purchase private houses in large guilds' towns and cities. First, it granted them some security. Players wouldn't have to worry about other guilds invading and capturing the town. Second, large guilds' towns tended to develop quickly. This, in turn, meant that the private houses could be upgraded very quickly. Currently, Stone Forest Town was an intermediate town. Owners could already upgrade their private houses. Unfortunately, the town had yet to unlock the group teleportation function. Two conditions needed to be met to unlock this function. The first condition was a player population of over 300,000. For Stone Forest Town, meeting this requirement was a piece of cake. The second condition was the town's security. This condition was a little more complex. The town needed a sufficient number of defensive structures and a certain quality of the NPCs guarding the town. Once these conditions were met, the town would unlock the group teleportation function. Stone Forest Town had already met the requirement for defensive structures. The only problem remaining was the quality of the NPC guards. Although the guild could recruit NPC guards, it couldn't nurture them. Hence, the quality of the NPCs depended on the town's standard and luck. It would take time to meet the requirement. Fortunately, things had changed. Shifeng had intended to use the Heroes chapter in his new city. After reviewing the situation, though, Shifeng decided that this was a good opportunity to develop Stone Forest Town. Before Shifeng had realized it, he had already reached Stone Forest Town's most popular location, the Battle Arena. A large crowd of players was trying to squeeze into the Battle Arena, now the size of Jinhai City's city center sports arena. The scene wasn't any less lively than the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. Meanwhile, in the Battle Arena's fourth-floor tournament hall, players filled the stands as they constantly cheered on the fighters on the stage. Among them, many were level 40 and above experts. At this moment, the fight on the stage reached its conclusion. The victor was a cloaked berserker. However, the spectators hadn't cheered because the match was so exciting. Rather, their cheers were due to another Zero-Wing expert's defeat. Sure enough, Turtledove isn't a match for them. Blackie sighed as he watched the stage. Both Rampant Blade and Yiwumian had fought as well. However, their opponents had been too strong. Neither had lowered their opponent's HP below 50%. Only Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword had reduced their opponent's HP to nearly half. The unknown challengers were ridiculously strong. Ha ha ha! It seems Zero-Wing's experts only amount to this much. They are only slightly stronger than those first-rate guild peak experts we challenged before. Zero-Wing, just send whatever expert you've got. I'll accept the loss if you can get my HP below 50%. A 2-meter-tall, cloaked berserker said, laughing. Damn it! They're looking down on Zero-Wing. Shadow Sword slammed his palms on the guardrail, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. If Big Sis Fire were here, she would beat them to a pulp. Zero-Wing's other members nodded in agreement. Fire Dance was the undisputed number 2 melee expert in Zero-Wing. Only the Vice Guild leader Gentle Snow could put up a fight against her. No one else could even offer a challenge. Suddenly, a familiar figure slowly approached the stage. When Blackie and the others saw this figure, their jaws dropped. Guild leader, Blackie, Aqua Rose, and the other core members of Zero-Wing in the spectator stands blinked in surprise. Guild leader, you're going to fight? Turtledove, who stood by the stage, could not help but ask in surprise as Shifeng walked towards her. Shifeng wasn't wearing his black cloak, his appearance on display for all to see. However, even with an identification skill, players would only see his name, nothing else. MHM. I want to see their true strength for myself. Shifeng nodded. Although Blackie had sent him some of the opponent's battle videos, Flying Shadow and the others hadn't been able to force them to exhibit their true strength. They hadn't used anything unique, so it wasn't easy to relate them to God's Domain's past experts. Guild leader, you need to be careful. When I fought him, I had the feeling that I couldn't exert my full power. It was as if all of my attacks had struck a ball of cotton. The technique he used to finish me off was particularly mysterious. When I watched the battle videos of when he had used the same technique during the previous rounds, I only saw him move. There were no afterimages or anything. But when I had faced him myself, it felt as if he had been everywhere around me. Ghost steps? Hearing Turtledove's experience, the only combat technique that came to Shifeng's mind was ghost steps. Like void steps, ghost steps was an advanced footwork technique. The technique made it difficult for opponents to predict the user's attack trajectory. In the past, very few people in God's domain had used this technique. However, of the players Shifeng could remember, none resembled the man on the stage. Yifeng? It seems that Zero Wing is finally taking us seriously. Evil Fire, who sat in the VIP stands, said, smiling as he watched Shifeng. According to his knowledge, after Black Flame, the next strongest experts were Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Yifeng, and Violet Cloud. Is he strong? The menacing-looking man carrying a blood-red shield on his back and holding a hammer asked curiously. Unwavering, based on Evil's reaction, he must be. It's a pity that it is still Tiger's turn to fight. If that player had just waited a little longer, it would have been my turn. A gorgeous, graceful woman said as she toyed with the pitch-black dagger in her hand. The woman wore the Light of Darkness set equipment, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for assassins. Sighing, she continued, watching from the sidelines is really boring. Flower's right. We shouldn't have agreed to such long intervals. Thanks to that, Tiger's getting all the good fights. The other group members nodded in agreement. They were fully aware of how strong the berserker Mighty Tiger was. He was already level 44. He could easily rank among the top 10 on an Empire's ranking list. Although he didn't wear level 45 dark gold set equipment, he had 2 pieces of growth-type equipment on him and had already upgraded both to the dark gold rank. They were much stronger than ordinary dark gold equipment. Their attributes were also suitable for berserkers. Recently, Mighty Tiger had also his growth-type weapon, Howling Tomahawk, to epic rank, raising his combat power to a whole new level. Even their team leader had said that, with Mighty Tiger standards, he could already challenge the top 200 experts on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, that was without using ghost steps. But what about Star Moon Kingdom? Aside from Black Flame, who ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list, the kingdom didn't have a single player in the top 200. If anything, only Fire Dance, who had risen to the 215th position in the latest update, was worth their attention. As long as Tiger defeats Yifeng, we just need to defeat Fire Dance or Gentle Snow. After that, I doubt that Black Flame will be able to just stand by. He'll be forced to accept your challenge tomorrow, Evil. Unwavering Hand said as he shifted his gaze to Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing Corps members. Evil, make sure to give it your all. The leader has a very favorable view of you. You will be representing our adventure team in its debut fight. You can't lose. Big Brother Unwavering, I thought you were aware of my abilities. Just sit back and enjoy the fight tomorrow, Evil Fire said, smiling. He paid no attention whatsoever to Black Flame's title of Sword King. He only had one goal, to rank among the top 10 on the God's Domain experts list. Meanwhile, an uproar shook the spectator stands. Crap! Isn't that Yifeng, Zero Wing's honorary elder? After losing so many matches, it seems Zero Wing had finally decided to get serious. That berserker's winning streak will come to an end. That's not certain. The previous Zero Wing experts were defeated so easily. Although the rumors about Yifeng's feats are impressive, that doesn't mean he can defeat that berserker. That's right. None of Zero Wing's experts could reduce the berserker's HP to below 50%. This is also a melee battle. They can't use any skills, spells, or tools. This shows how high the berserker's combat standards are. Even if he is going up against Yifeng, I'm willing to bet that he has more than a 60% chance of winning. If anything, I don't think anyone but Black Flame and Fire Dance can put up a fight. I guess that's true. Although the rumors about Yifeng say that he is very powerful, his battle records are old. Now that everyone's been playing God's Domain for so long, their combat standards have improved significantly. I don't think that Yifeng can win that easily. The audience discussed the upcoming fight heatedly. Meanwhile, members of the various large guilds were eager to watch the fight. They hoped to watch Zero Wing humiliate itself. Meanwhile, on the stage, Mighty Tiger glared at Shifeng. He asked, "What? You want to be my opponent?" "That's right," Shifeng answered calmly, nodding. "The previous fights were over before I could even warm up. They were boring. Hopefully, you don't disappoint me as well." Mighty Tiger laughed as he glanced at Flying Shadow and the others, who sat in the spectator stands. He had gained some insight about Shifeng from Evil Fire. Rumored to be as strong as Fire Dance, who was ranked 215th on the God's Domain experts list, he should serve as a decent opponent. Flying Shadow and his companions gritted their teeth when they heard Mighty Tiger's comment. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Despite having the advantage in terms of basic attributes, they had been defeated. This proved that Mighty Tiger's combat techniques were superior to theirs. "How do you want to set the rules of the match?" Shifeng asked calmly, unperturbed by Mighty Tiger's provocation. "Same as before. No spells, skills, or tools are allowed. We'll compete using only our techniques." Mighty Tiger set the duel's rules and sent Shifeng a duel request. "If you're not used to melee battles, I can only use 70% of my HP against you. You'll win if you take me down to 30%. Hearing Mighty Tiger's terms, the spectators gasped. They hadn't expected Mighty Tiger to be so bold. However, Mighty Tiger earned his arrogance. After all, none of Zero Wing's experts had reduced his HP to below 50%. "That's fine. Let's begin," Shifeng said nonchalantly. Once both sides had agreed to the duel, a timer appeared above the stage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. "Let's see how strong you really are." As the duel began, Mighty Tiger retrieved the two axes from his back and dashed towards Shifeng like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Shifeng could feel the berserker's icy killing intent lock onto him. It was clear that the berserker wasn't like the players who only fought in games. When Mighty Tiger was 10 yards away from Shifeng, his footwork changed. Sure enough, he's using ghost steps, Shifeng thought when he saw Mighty Tiger's body suddenly split into two identical clones, both moving in different directions. Very quickly, the two clones split into 4 and so on. It was as if Mighty Tiger had used a skill to create doppelgangers or illusions. To players who could not use skills or spells, this was an extreme disadvantage. Tiger is taking this too seriously. He's using ghost steps right off the bat. Yifeng won't even have a chance to display his skills. Unwavering Hand said, shaking his head. From the audience's viewpoint, it seemed as if Mighty Tiger had approached Shifeng head-on before turning abruptly and circling to his opponent's side. When Shifeng and Mighty Tiger collided, a blue light flashed on the stage. As Mighty Tiger turned to launch a follow-up attack, his vision started to grow dark. He then noticed a flower of blood bloom across his chest. Before he had realized what had happened, he collapsed to the ground behind Shifeng. What just happened? Everyone was confused as they stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse, none of them knowing what had just happened. Following which, the victor's name appeared above the stage. Yifeng. Tiger lost? What just happened? How did Tiger die so quickly? Was Tiger even attacked? He used ghost steps. How could he get hit in a melee battle? Can someone explain to me what just happened? Falling Flower stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse in astonishment from the VIP stands. She was practically shouting as she questioned the companions who sat beside her. From start to end, her eyes hadn't left the stage. She had been focused on the combatants. However, when Mighty Tiger had circled to Shifeng's back and was about to land a blow, he died instead. Just what had Shifeng done during that brief moment? Meanwhile, the players in the spectator stands were even more confused. Mighty Tiger had already been so fast that they couldn't keep up with him. Now, the battle had ended before they could understand what had happened. An act? Is Zero Wing trying to hype up the competition? No, that's not right. Even if this is an act, the system recognized it as an official duel. It won't declare a victor until one of their HPs hits 0. But how could anyone eliminate over 30,000 of a berserker's HP in an instant? The match confused every spectator, so much so that they had forgotten to cheer. The tournament hall was utterly silent as everyone stared at the stage. What did the guild leader do? Blackie had to ask. With his eyesight, he had barely been able to keep up with Mighty Tiger's movements. He hadn't seen anything when Shifeng had attacked. Is this a Tier 2 class? Aqua Rose was stunned as she looked at Shifeng. Big Sis Aqua, do you know what happened? Flying Shadow asked eagerly. No, I just reacted. When that berserker circled the guild leader, I saw a flash of blue light. The guild leader must have attacked him. It seems that the berserker failed to react in time. After watching the recording in slow motion, I saw guild leader use a standard slash. His attack speed wasn't on par with his instant strike. This speed isn't due to high attack speed. He just used his reaction speed. The guild leader's reaction speed has already surpassed the level that our eyes can keep up with. Aqua Rose explained after giving the matter some thought. The guild leader really is a monster. Realization dawned on Flying Shadow when he heard Aqua Rose's explanation. He had thought that after training arduously for so long, he had shortened the distance between Shifeng and himself. However, the gap had continued to widen. Meanwhile, after the duel, Mighty Tiger resurrected below the stage. When he looked up at Shifeng, fear, respect, and confusion filled his gaze. Rather than bewilderment, he was surprised that Shifeng had seen through his ghost steps. His team leader had told him that even the top 100 experts on the God's Domain experts list wouldn't be able to see through his ghost steps, much less Shifeng, who had never seen the technique before. However, Mighty Tiger couldn't believe that was true. Shifeng must have seen ghost steps many times. Ghost steps was a special technique that combined footwork, killing intent targeting, and aura concealment to create the illusion that enemies surrounded the opponent, while in reality, only one of those enemies was real. It was a combat technique that specialized in dealing with experts. Experts had very sharp senses, and they would often react instinctively. It was an amazing technique. Against an ordinary player, however, the technique's effects would be minimal. Aside from being a peak expert, Shifeng was a Tier 2 swordmaster. His physique far exceeded Mighty Tiger's. When dealing with abnormal speed, Shifeng only needed to focus, and Mighty Tiger's movements would play in slow motion in his mind. Yet, Mighty Tiger had dared to come within 5 yards of him. The berserker had been asking for a swift ending. In the end, Shifeng had triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, which allowed him to kill Mighty Tiger instantly. Who else wants to fight? That boring battle wasn't even a good warm-up, Shifeng quipped, smiling as he glanced at Evil Fire's group. You? Mighty Tiger nearly choked when he heard Shifeng's comment. Unwavering Hand and the others also wore grim expressions, hesitation lingering in their eyes. Shifeng's performance had thoroughly stunned them. Sure enough, the rumors about Yifeng weren't credible in the least. How was this supposed to be an expert on fire dance's level? Yifeng was practically on the same level as Black Flame. He might even be superior to the guild leader. Zero Wing has truly earned its fame. No wonder it became Star Moon Kingdom's mythical guild. Evil Fire's fighting spirit soared as he watched Shifeng. Evil, you need to think this through. If you fight Yifeng, you'll most likely have to expose your trump cards. You'll have a tough time when you head to the Black Dragon Empire to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unwavering Hand warned his companion. I understand. Don't worry. In any case, I have a match with Black Flame tomorrow. It'll be a fair contest if he knows about my abilities. Evil Fire smiled nonchalantly. He then approached the stage with long strides. Evil Fire wore a suit of black scale armor. He also carried a dark purple greatsword that was as tall as he was. Blue runes decorated the sword's blade. The surrounding mana flowed towards the greatsword automatically, causing arcs of blue electricity to dance around the blade and crackle from time to time. Overall, Evil Fire looked like a demonic beast, his aura pulling an involuntary shiver from the audience. With each step Evil Fire took, his aura grew slightly more intense. The audience felt a heavy pressure weigh down on them. Moreover, he had removed the concealment on his weapon and equipment's glow effect, as well as his level. Level 45. How is this possible? Even the number 1 player on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list is only level 44 right now. Strong. So strong. No wonder why these people dared to challenge Zero Wing. Zero Wing is in trouble. Why does it feel like I should be running for my life when I look at him? Crap. He has 3 pieces of epic equipment on him. The glow effect on his greatsword looks unique as well. What rank is that weapon? The audience gasped when Evil Fire removed the concealment. Evil Fire's items hadn't only stunned the independent players watching. Blackie and the others from Zero Wing were astonished as well. Evil Fire's equipment could already rival that of Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. Shi Feng, however, didn't pay any mind to his opponent's equipment. Rather, the Berserker's dark purple greatsword attracted his attention. Why does he have the Storm Warblade? Shi Feng could not help his growing confusion. The Storm Warblade was one of God's domain's 36 famed swords. Moreover, it was a higher rank than the sacred sword, Killing Ray. The two-handed weapon ranked 14th among the 36 famed swords. This greatsword had been very famous in the past. The weapon was the reason that the sword god, Celestial Pole, had become so famous. The weapon had made its debut when Celestial Pole had been a Tier 3 player. Celestial Pole had only switched to a different weapon after reaching Tier 6. The fact that Celestial Pole had used the Storm Warblade until Tier 6 showed that the greatsword's attributes were frighteningly high. Yet now, a player whom Shi Feng had never heard of wielded the Storm Warblade. It was baffling. "Do you want a melee battle as well?" Shi Feng asked as Evil Fire stepped onto the stage. "No. You are quite strong. Strong enough to face me in an official duel," Evil Fire said, shaking his head. Proudly, he continued, "I don't want you to hold back. Otherwise, the battle will end too quickly." Although Shi Feng had already displayed overwhelming power, it didn't affect Evil Fire. Evil Fire was still confident that it wasn't possible for him to lose. "Sure." Shi Feng then sent Evil Fire a duel request, following which the timer above the stage began to count down. Above the stage, the duel's timer counted down, second after second. Tension gripped the audience in the spectator stands. Their focus was glued to the stage. It was the first time a match of such high standards had occurred in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Not even the major tournament, which was held once every 15 days, could hold a candle to this upcoming match. After all, Shi Feng, who had killed today's undefeated champion instantly, stood on one side. On the other side stood Evil Fire. Although Evil Fire had yet to fight, his weapon, equipment, and frightening aura were enough proof of his strength. There was also the fact that Evil Fire's group treated him like a leader. All these factors suggested that Evil Fire was far stronger than Mighty Tigers. However, while nobody knew what kind of outcome to expect, they knew that they would miss the clash between these two players if they didn't pay close attention. When the timer reached 0, Evil Fire unsheathed the Storm Warblade from across his back and shouted. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. The intensity of his aura increased considerably. Right now, he seemed like a ferocious, prehistoric beast. Evil Fire had just used his Berserk skill, Lightning Beast's Rampage. It was a super-rare Berserk skill that increased its user's strength, attack speed, movement speed, and HP by 100% for 90 seconds. "Let us begin." Evil Fire's gaze sharpened as his near-tangible killing intent enveloped Shi Feng. It seemed as if Shi Feng was the only person in Evil Fire's world. In his mind, the audience members below the stage and crowding the building didn't even exist. Why is his killing intent so powerful? The approaching Berserker surprised Shi Feng. His mind constantly warned him of an imminent threat, and he couldn't help but focus on his opponent. With his current strength, he could even go toe-to-toe against a Grand Lord. Only Tier 4 mythic monsters might be able to give him a challenge, yet Evil Fire achieved the same by activating a Berserk skill. For a moment, Shi Feng even felt as if Evil Fire had surpassed a Tier 4 mythic monster. It was unbelievable. Even the audience struggled to breathe, their expressions becoming indescribably grim. So strong. His aura alone is so powerful. Zero Wings in danger. Many expert players looked at Evil Fire with fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Evil Fire left an afterimage behind him as he used charge against Shi Feng, his speed increasing tremendously as he approached his opponent like a violent gale. When Evil Fire was only 10 yards away from Shi Feng, he adjusted his footwork. Like Mighty Tiger, Evil Fire turned and circled around Shi Feng. He used the same strategy as Mighty Tiger. Only, this time, not even the experts in the audience could keep up with Evil Fire's speed. Mighty Tiger, who had returned to the VIP stands, could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng must be stunned. I'm not the only one who knows how to use ghost steps. And evil is way better than I am. Even our team leader had to be careful against evil. He could only mesmerize his enemies with his ghost steps. However, Evil Fire's ghost steps could force his opponents to focus on him and nothing else, causing his enemies to make all sorts of mistakes. It did not even matter if his opponent's attributes were higher than his. After all, one's attributes were only useful if they hit their target. If they couldn't land a hit, all the strength in the world would be useless. Furthermore, Evil Fire had activated his Berserk skill. His strength and speed were both superior to Shurfeng's. The duel would end the moment Shurfeng made the slightest error. When Evil Fire was within 8 yards of Shurfeng's side, his footwork changed once more. Unlike Mighty Tiger, Evil Fire didn't circle to Shurfeng's back. Instead, he charged at Shurfeng's side, swinging his greatsword and sending a purple arc towards the swordsman's neck. Beheaded. Suddenly, Killing Ray appeared in the Storm Warblade's attack trajectory. So fast. Evil Fire was stunned to see the sacred sword. He had not even noticed Shurfeng swing his blade. Although Shurfeng's reaction speed surprised him, he didn't falter. On the contrary, Evil responded with a sneer. While Evil Fire found it surprising that Shurfeng had seen through his ghost steps and executed a proper defense, Shurfeng hadn't activated his Berserk skill when the match had begun. Even if Shurfeng activated a Berserk skill now, he would still have an absolute advantage in terms of strength over the swordsman. Even if Shurfeng blocked the attack, the impact would knock back the swordsman. He could then continue his fierce assault and force Shurfeng to use his life-saving skills. Once Shurfeng expended the skill, he could easily kill the swordsman. Dang! However, the instant the two famed swords collided, Evil Fire's expression changed. How? Did he use a Berserk skill? Evil Fire was surprised to feel the sensation in his arms. As his great sword struck Killing Ray, it felt as if he had hit an indestructible wall. Rather than forcing the sacred sword back, the impact, his hands tingled, nearly numb. His HP had also fallen by over 100 points. In contrast, Shurfeng remained unharmed, still standing in his original position. However, before Evil Fire could understand what had happened, Shurfeng's abyssal blade was already moving towards Evil Fire's ribs. Scram! When Evil Fire noticed the abyssal blade's approach, he knew that he couldn't block the attack. Despite his awkward posture, he forcefully executed Whirlwind Slash, using the AoE skill to block the attack. He had already upgraded his Whirlwind Slash to Tier 1, level 10, and it was only a level away from Tier 2. The strength he could exhibit while using the skill was 50% higher than his normal attacks. This time, Shurfeng was forced to take a step back as he received the attack. Seeing this, Evil Fire immediately pulled away from Shurfeng. He had been forced to move awkwardly when he had executed Whirlwind Slash. Although he had managed to deflect Shurfeng's blade, he was not in a good position to launch another attack. He needed to readjust his stance before doing so. 10 yards separated Shurfeng and Evil Fire once more, both fighters observing each other quietly. Although both sides had already clashed twice, the encounter had only lasted a brief moment. The clash had occurred so quickly that both fighters were 10 yards away from each other before the audience could react. The tournament hall fell silent. Impossible! He saw through Evil's ghost steps and blocked the attack. Is he even human? Mighty Tiger's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he looked at Shurfeng. Previously, after activating his Berserk skill, Evil Fire had relied on this same attack strategy to kill a superpowers peak expert, yet Shurfeng had deflected the move effortlessly. The swordsman had even forced Evil Fire to use Whirlwind Slash. Excitement filled Evil Fire's gaze as he watched Shurfeng. He felt as if he had just found a worthy rival. You really can't trust rumors. I never expected Zero Wing to have such an impressive expert. Since you blocked my previous move, you must rank within the top 100 on the God's Domain's expert list. Evil Fire could not help but praise his enemy. However, I told you that this duel would end very quickly if you hold back. This is my last warning. This will be the first time I try this next move. I had planned to save it for Black Flame, but I've decided to test it out on you first. Saying so, silver divine runes began to surface on Evil Fire's arms and forehead, giving the berserker a sacred feeling. Evil Fire's aura also grew stronger. Divine Warrior? Shifeng was shocked to see the silver divine runes on Evil Fire's forehead. In God's domain, aside from the 10 great saint legacies which he had only learned about in this life, there were the 16 great peak legacies. These were the strongest among peak legacies. One of them was the Divine Warrior. As Evil Fire used ghost steps once more clones appeared around Shifeng. To the audience, Evil Fire had just left long-lasting afterimages behind him. Before anyone had realized it, Evil Fire arrived a short distance away from Shifeng's side. It seemed as if 2 Evil Fires graced the stage. Die! Evil Fire tightened his grip on the Storm Warblade as he swung it at Shifeng. The great sword created a powerful gale as it sliced through the air. It seemed as if the great sword had split the air as it descended on Shifeng. So fast. Although Evil Fire's ghost steps hadn't confused Shifeng, Evil Fire moved so fast that he could only catch a glimpse of the berserker's afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Evil Fire had reached his side. While under the effects of twofold berserk, Evil Fire's strength was on par with a great lord. Moreover, he had surpassed an ordinary great lord. As the purple glow descended on him, Shifeng intercepted it with Abyssal Blade. Although Shifeng's attack speed could not outstrip Evil Fire's, his Tier 2 physique gave him godlike reaction speed. Before Evil Fire had begun to swing his greatsword, Shifeng had already started swinging the Abyssal Blade. Parry. When the Storm Warblade collided with the Abyssal Blade, a loud boom shook the tournament hall, the resulting impact scattering the dust on the stage. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the dust cloud and slammed into the ground over 10 yards away. This figure was none other than Shifeng. The Abyssal Blade in Shifeng's hand still vibrated from the impact. Sure enough, he has the strength of a strength-based great lord of the same level, Shifeng thought when he felt his hand numbed. No wonder why he is so confident against me. Meanwhile, the audience members in the spectator stands were stupefied. Is he a monster? What kind of strength is this? Was his strength just as high as Yifeng's? Due to Evil Fire's attack, the air above the stage seemed as if it had split in half. It looked like a cracked mirror. What? He can use twofold berserk as well? Blackie's jaw dropped. Just who are these people? As far as they knew, twofold berserk was Shifeng's trademark move. By activating twofold berserk, he could gain the strength to fight opponents of a higher tier for a short time. Against players without twofold berserk, he had an overwhelming advantage. Throughout Zero Wing, no one, aside from Shifeng and Gentle Snow, could block Evil Fire's attacks. Even Fire Dance was no exception. Blackie found it truly hard to imagine that a group of independent players would not only possess so many skilled fighters, but also have someone in possession of a peak legacy. Not even most first-rate guilds had players with peak legacies. The majority of those guilds' legacies were limited to basic and advanced rank. Yifeng is doomed. Evil's Divine Warrior hidden class is a peak legacy famed for its destructive power. Not only does its legacy berserk skill increase strength, agility, and endurance by 120%, but it also boosts the user's reaction speed and movement speed by 100%. It's one of the strongest berserk skills available. Even if Yifeng has the attributes of a great lord of the same level, this is still a one-sided fight. Falling Flower's words were tinged with admiration as she watched Evil Fire. After their team leader had obtained the Divine Warrior legacy item, everyone in the team had attempted to obtain the legacy. Unfortunately, only Evil Fire had succeeded in the end. As long as players with peak legacies had a little talent, they would qualify to reach the peak of God's domain. Whether or not the player in question succeeded would depend on luck and effort. Once the dust settled on the stage, Evil Fire charged at Shifeng again. However, he didn't use ghost steps this time. Instead, his dash was straightforward, without techniques. He also completely disregarded his defenses. As he reached his opponent, Evil Fire used Cross Slash, which could even injure a Tier 3 Great Lord, against Shifeng. Against one of the publicly acknowledged strongest peak legacies in God's domain, Shifeng couldn't be careless. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Suddenly, golden scales covered Shifeng's body. Dragon's authority. Suddenly, Shifeng exuded an aura that froze the space above the stage, creating an eerie silence. The change forced Evil Fire to slow slightly. However, he quickly reacted by activating a control removal skill. Although he couldn't dispel Dragon's authority suppression, holding it off for 2 or 3 seconds would be enough. With only 8 yards separating the fighters, Evil Fire adjusted his attack method abruptly, changing his Storm Warblade's trajectory. In the next moment, 4 purple arcs flew at Shifeng. All 4 arches moved at the same pace and targeted Shifeng's blind spots. This is for extreme slashes. Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw this move. The extreme slash was Miracle Dragon's trademark move, unavailable to outsiders. Although Evil Fire used the same technique as Miracle Dragon, who could easily execute 6 extreme slashes, executing 4 extreme slashes was impressive. Sword's Orbit. Dang, dang, dang. Shifeng blocked all 4 slashes perfectly before they were within 5 yards. Stunned, Evil Fire stopped his advance. How is this possible? How is his strength higher than mine? Evil Fire stared at Shifeng in shock. Not only had his slashes failed to damage Shifeng, but he had also lost over 800 HP. Although he had more than 150,000 HP in total, the fact that he had lost in a direct confrontation was unbelievable. However, Shifeng did not intend to give Evil Fire any time to think as the Abyssal Blade Sword towards the Berserker's neck. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 9 shadow weapons appeared around Evil Fire, surrounding him. Each shadow could exert 120% of Shifeng's strength. The attack was already close to that of a Grand Lord. As Evil Fire realized the precariousness of his situation, his gaze turned serious, and he shouted. Suddenly, countless wind blades formed around Evil Fire's body. The wind blades then flew out in all directions, shattering Shifeng's shadows. The swordsman was forced to stop his assault as he used Defensive Blade to protect himself. Even so, Defensive Blade's block count was insufficient to stop all of the wind blades. Once the block counts were exhausted, each wind blade dealt around -3,100 damage. In total, Shifeng had been struck 11 times, his HP decreasing by over 34,000. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had lost 1/10 of his HP. Is this the Storm Warblade's Storm Assault? What a terrifying weapon. Without Heavenly Dragon's Power's defense and HP boost, I would have been forced to activate Absolute Defense. Evil Fire, who was enveloped in flowing, purple-hued air, had surprised Shifeng once again. The Storm Warblade had 2 major skills. The first was Storm Assault. When activated, the skill created hundreds of wind blades that the user could control to attack any targets within 30 yards. Each wind blade possessed 110% of the player's strength. However, they could only cause 50% of the player's damage. The skill had a duration of 5 seconds and a cooldown of 15 minutes. However, the current Storm Warblade before Shifeng was incomplete. Evil Fire couldn't control hundreds of wind blades yet, though controlling dozens of wind blades wasn't a problem. The second major skill was called Storm Domain, and it was the cause of the purple whirlwind enveloping Evil Fire. When activated, the skill allowed the user to suppress any target within a 50-yard radius using powerful wind. Moreover, the closer the target was to the storm's epicenter, the stronger the suppression would become. Due to these 2 active skills, players who wielded the Storm Warblade were extremely powerful in melee combat. I had never thought that I'd be forced to use my final trump card before my match with Black Flame. Admiration filled Evil Fire's gaze as he looked at Shifeng. He hadn't only dared to challenge the top 10 experts on the God's Domain expert list just because of his twofold berserk. Another important reason, the Storm Warblade in his hands. Fortunately, since I've used that trump card, this battle is over. Saying so, Evil Fire dashed towards Shifeng and executed 4 extreme slashes yet again. At the same time, over 50 wind blades flew at Shifeng from all directions. However, when Evil Fire was still 12 yards away from Shifeng, the latter vanished and reappeared before Evil Fire. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. Sword's Orbit. Even with Storm Domain suppression, Feng created a beautiful galaxy around him and bombarded evil fire with one star after another. Not only had Feng shattered evil fire's 4 extreme slashes, but the resplendent stars also pierced evil fire's body, each star devouring over 90,000 HP. Before evil fire could react, his vision darkened and his body collapsed to the ground. The screen above the stage revealed the victor's name, Feng. As the system announced the duel's victor, silence fell over the tournament hall, followed by the gasps. What's going on? Hadn't the Berserker, evil fire, had the advantage? Are those two monsters? They are so fast. I didn't even have time to react. Is this a fight between peak experts? The sudden reversal and end of the duel befuddled the ordinary players present. However, some of the experts who had watched the match had a rough understanding of what had happened. Although it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with Feng and evil fire's fight, they could watch the recording in slow motion, gaining a clear view of what had occurred. Evil fire's attributes can definitely rival that of a Tier 3 Great Lord. If we fought, he'd most likely annihilate our 100-man team, yet he couldn't block Yifeng's attacks. Just how strong is Yifeng? Is Zero Wing a guild of monsters? Unlike ordinary players, expert players could judge a player's strength accurately. Hence, they were aware of how powerful evil fire was. The Berserker was definitely a peak expert, an existence they looked up to and sought to become. Yet, Yifeng so easily defeated such an expert. The spectating experts even began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their judgment of evil fire's strength. Meanwhile, among those present, no one was more excited about the outcome than Zero Wing's members. Zero Wing's members looked at Feng with reverence. The guild's many consecutive losses had frustrated them. However, they hadn't been able to do anything about it. After all, the fighters they had dispatched were guild experts. If not even the guild experts were a match for Evil Fire's group, then what hope did the elite and normal members have? However, as soon as Feng had ascended to the stage, he had turned the situation around. First, he had killed Mighty Tiger, today's reigning champion, in a single move. Then, he destroyed a monster like Evil Fire in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing's members were both stunned and exhilarated. Meanwhile, the other guild's members, who had badmouthed Zero Wing, had fallen mute. Just who is this guy? Even our team leader has to dodge Evil's attacks when he uses twofold Berserk and the Storm Warblade skills. Yet that guy faced him head-on. Is he even a player? He can't be an NPC in disguise, right? Falling Flower stared at Feng with wide eyes. No matter how many times she looked at the swordsman, she could not believe the match's outcome. She had experienced Evil's storm domain personally. Even 10 yards away from Evil Fire, the tremendous pressure had suppressed her. If she moved any closer, she'd be lucky if she could use 50% of her attack speed and reaction speed. It seems Zero Wing is not as simple as we had thought. We'll need to adjust our plans, Unwavering Hand said somberly as he glanced at Feng. But first, we need to notify the team leader. The other group members nodded, wearing morose expressions. They had planned to challenge the number 1 guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to increase their adventurer team's fame. Yet before they had even challenged Zero Wing to an official match, Feng had shut them down. As soon as Evil Fire resurrected below the stage, he ran up to Feng, who was descending the stairs. Do you have some business to discuss? Feng asked, smiling. If Evil Fire had fought him before he had completed his Tier 2 promotion, he would have likely been forced to use twofold Berserk and many of his trump cards. After all, despite looking like an unrefined savage, Evil Fire was a bona fide flowing water realm expert. Zero Wing didn't have a single expert, aside from himself, that had a chance of defeating the Berserker. Reaching the flowing water realm by the age of 20 was a miraculous feat. He would definitely be considered a genius in any superpower. If given enough time, Evil Fire could reach the apex of God's domain. I'd just like to say a few things. I lost this match. I won't challenge Black Flame until I can defeat you. It won't be long before I issue another challenge. I will win, and then I'll challenge Black Flame to an honorable duel. Confidence shone in Evil Fire's eyes as he spoke with Feng. While he had suffered a miserable loss, he had gained just as much. He had only recently obtained the Storm Warblade. He hadn't had a lot of time to get used to the weapon. Most importantly, he was close to completing the 4th phase of an epic quest. After he visited the secret land and obtained the skill that could counter Shifeng's godlike speed, he could definitely put up a good fight against the swordsman. Challenge me? Shifeng could not help but laugh. Allow me to refuse. I don't have that much time on my hands. What? Are you afraid? Evil Fire ridiculed the swordsman. You don't have to provoke me. I really don't have that much time, Shifeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. If every person were like you and challenged me once every 2 or 3 days after their defeat, I might as well stop playing this game. If you really want to challenge me, I'll make you a deal. Defeat either Flying Shadow or Shadow Sword. If you succeed, I'll accept your challenge. How about it? Are you kidding me? Although they are skilled, they can't even beat Mighty Tiger, who's just at the refinement realm. How could they possibly defeat me? Evil Fire growled angrily. I don't mean right now. 7 days. In 7 days, you can challenge either one of them. As long as you defeat one, I'll accept your challenge, Shifeng said, laughing. If you don't feel up to it, you can always give up. It'd be easier for me. 7 days. Evil Fire gave Shifeng a cold look. You think they can grow strong enough to defeat me in just 7 days? What a joke. Since you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Shifeng offered as he turned to the distant Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. If you defeat either of them in 7 days, you'll win. If not, I will. If you win, you can tell me to do one thing. If I win, you'll have to do something for me. What do you think? If I win, I'll make you leave Zero Wing. Are you willing to do that? Evil Fire said, scoffing. Of course. Shifeng nodded seriously. Fine. You better not regret this. Evil Fire glanced at Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. Although he did not know what kind of tricks Shifeng was trying to play, those two wouldn't be able to defeat him in God's domain even if they had another 10 years to train. As Evil Fire left, Aqua Rose walked over to Shifeng. Guild leader, have you lost your mind? Aqua Rose said, clearly angry. In her eyes, Shifeng was simply too irresponsible. He had actually agreed to such a bet. What if he lost? You are fully aware of how strong Evil Fire is. Snow is likely the only one, aside from you, with the strength to fight that man. Even Fire would be forced to run and dodge if he used twofold Berserk. Although Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword have improved very quickly, they are still a long way from reaching the refinement realm. How can they possibly defeat Evil Fire in 7 days? Relax. God created the world in 7 days. I should be able to do this much, Shifeng said, chuckling at Aqua Rose's wrath. Evil Fire was a bona fide genius. Although he had not heard about the Berserker in the past, with Evil Fire's status as an independent player, it would be a huge waste not to poach such a talent. If he wanted to recruit a prideful expert like Evil Fire, this was the quickest and most effective method. It might have been impossible to train Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword to defeat Evil Fire in just 7 days before, but the situation had changed. Seeing Shifeng's confident smile, Aqua Rose could not help but sigh and give up her attempt to persuade him. All she could do now was assign as many resources as possible to Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, helping them improve as much as possible. Once the duel had ended and everyone prepared to leave the tournament hall, Shifeng walked onto the stage once more. Immediately, he attracted everyone's attention. What? Is there going to be another match? The money I spent to watch today's fights were worth every coin. Everyone grew excited when they saw Shifeng on the stage. Although the majority of these players couldn't keep up with battles between experts of Shifeng's level, such fights were an eye-opener. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to watch the competition today. On behalf of Zero Wing, I have 2 announcements. Starting tomorrow, Zero Wing's candlelight trading firm will sell a limited number of Stone Forest Town's private houses each day. Zero Wing has also activated the private house upgrade system. From now on, owners can upgrade their houses. The players in the venue gasped and cheered like raving lunatics. Many of those present contacted their companions to convey the shocking news. The news spread like the plague, causing a commotion throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Shortly after Shurfeng had made his announcement, a commotion erupted on the Star Moon Kingdom's forums. What? Zero Wing is selling private houses again. Even when I offered 1,000 gold, no one was willing to sell their houses. Now that Zero Wing has finally decided to sell more, I have to get one. Stone Forest Town will most likely become even more popular. I've heard that the adventurer teams with private houses have improved considerably since the purchase. These teams have almost cleared out the rare tools sold in Stone Forest Town. Wonderful! Our adventurer wasn't able to attend the previous auction. This time, we'll get our own private house. Players are going to fight over Stone Forest Town's houses. I hadn't expected Zero Wing to activate the private house upgrade system. It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing did it. I've looked it up. Currently, Stone Forest Town's private houses are only 1 star. After one upgrade, each house can register another 10 players. These 10 players can then teleport to and from the house, although it does have a 1-day cooldown. The house's owner can teleport without a cooldown. This won't do. I need to go borrow some money right away. Initially, everyone was overjoyed to hear that Zero Wing had decided to sell more of Stone Forest Town's houses. However, after gaining a clearer understanding of the private house upgrade system, many adventurer teams began to look at the houses as potential gold mines. After the upgrade system activated, these private houses seemed tailor-made for the various adventurer teams. Now, by owning one of these private houses, an adventurer team could explore further and return an entire team to Stone Forest Town at a moment's notice, enjoying the town's various benefits. Stone Forest Town wasn't the least bit inferior to Red Iron Town, which Heaven's Burial developed with everything it had. Ever since Heaven's Burial had gained access to Evernight City, it had established Evernight City's teleportation array in a high-resource map not far from Red Iron Town. Now that a guild had gained access to Evernight City, it was much easier for players to venture to the city. Players only needed to complete some corresponding quests to gain access themselves. Later, they could travel between Red Iron Town and Evernight City easily. Players would be able to reach high-level and high-resource maps relatively quickly. The only downside was that, unless one was a member of Heaven's Burial or owned a private house in Red Iron Town, they could only teleport from Evernight City to Red Iron Town, not the other way around. Even so, Red Iron Town grew steadily. Wandering merchants had already begun to visit the town. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's private houses were much cheaper than Stone Forest Town's. This tempted many independent experts and adventurer teams to invest. As long as they bought a house in Red Iron Town, their development would be reliant on Heaven's Burial. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial would undoubtedly construct teleportation arrays connected to Evernight City in other towns in the future. Using Evernight City as a waypoint, players could then freely teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's guild towns. This would be very convenient. Many players considered purchasing a house in Red Iron Town. However, after Zero Wing's announcement, the various adventurer teams in Star Moon Kingdom changed their minds. After all, Stone Forest Town was now far stronger than Red Iron Town. For a time, even adventuring teams in Star Moon Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires were tempted as they secretly collected funds. Only 2 players occupied a secluded bar in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. One was a man and the other was a woman. The man had a dignified appearance, and although he seemed young and well-groomed, there was a look in his eyes that spoke of a variety of life experiences. He was clearly older than he looked. As for the woman, to put it simply, she was an absolute beauty. She had long, flowing hair that fell to her thin waist, and her every action could easily mesmerize both men and women. 2 glasses of purplish-red wine had been placed before these players. Despite being untouched, mana constantly gathered around the purplish-red liquid. The liquid also gave off a faint red glow, giving it an attractive appearance. Its aroma could make anyone salivate, tempting them to drink it. If Shurfeng were present, he'd be shocked to see this wine. The wine within the 2 glasses was none other than one of the Apocalypse Empire's 5 great wines, Tears of Purgatory. Not just anyone could obtain this beverage. It would only be awarded to those who obtained the key to the Purgatory barrier and cleared it. Although Tears of Purgatory wasn't as effective as Soul Water, it wasn't far off either. In the past, wine-collecting players had even been willing to pay 1,000 gold to purchase a single bottle. However, Sherfong would be more surprised to see the woman at the bar, the Midnight Tea Party's vice commander, Endless Scars. Old Ghost Heartless, why did you come looking for me so suddenly? Endless Scars asked the man looking to be in his 30s across from her. Smiling faintly, she continued, or are you here to tell me that your apprentice has lost? Little girl, why do you insist on calling me Old Ghost? Am I really that old? Heartless Sword rolled his eyes. Well, I'm right, aren't I? Zero Wing isn't as simple as you assume. Endless Scars paid no attention to Heartless Sword's grumbling. Since your apprentice, Evil Fire, has lost, according to our agreement, I am allowed to invite Black Flame to join our operation. Yes? This doesn't count. Yifeng defeated Evil Fire, not Black Flame, Heartless Sword said, shaking his head. Old Ghost, do you really think that your apprentice can defeat Black Flame, Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert? Endless Scars said, chuckling. Or do you think that one defeat isn't enough? Heartless Sword turned pale when he heard Endless Scars' comment. He had seen the battle video himself. The gap between the fighters' strength was incredibly massive. Even if Black Flame weren't as strong as Yifeng, they couldn't be that different. Forget it. I give up. I won't continue to argue with you. I'll agree to your request. Heartless Sword helplessly gave in to Endless Scars' demand. However, I'm not the only one involved. You'll have to get the others' approval as well. Although I doubt that they'll agree. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you agree, I can easily convince the others to fall in line. Endless Scars said, smiling. She then finished her Tears of Purgatory before leaving the bar. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Star Moon City, an uproar shook the guild. Damnable Zero Wing. They dare to ruin my good fortune. Singular Burial cursed as he read the latest statistics report on Red Iron Town. He could have made a fortune by selling Red Iron Town's private houses. He could then use the money to support the guild's development. Now, however, Zero Wing had ruined his plans. Initially, he had over 400 interested buyers. Now, less than half remained. Guild leader, should we lower the price a little? Daybreak Fog suggested. Currently, they sold the town's houses for between 300 and 400 gold. If they dropped the price to between 200 and 300 gold, they should attract more buyers. After all, Stone Forest Town's private houses had already climbed to 1,000 gold. No need. I had intended to let Zero Wing survive for a bit longer, but I've changed my mind. Notify Abandoned Wave immediately. We are going to teach Zero Wing who truly owns Star Moon Kingdom. The round table meeting room fell silent after hearing Singular Burial's command. Guild leader, although Abandoned Wave has created more monsters in the Frozen Scar, they're not fully grown yet. They will need at least 2 or 3 more days before they reach maturity. If we declare war on Zero Wing now, everyone attempted to persuade Singular Burial to be patient and wait a little longer. What's there to worry about? You've witnessed these evil beasts' strength for yourselves. Even before reaching maturity, they're terrifying creatures. The only reason that we're helping Abandoned Wave create evil beasts is to prevent every guild in Star Moon Kingdom from working together against us. We'll just use the evil beasts to raid Stone Forest Town. It'll be a piece of cake. We won't even need to dispatch our forces to the raid. Abandoned Wave can take care of it easily without our help. At most, the other guilds will suspect that we're related to Abandoned Wave and his beasts. Without concrete proof, they won't work together to challenge us. When Abandoned Wave captures Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's members and the independent players in the town will become sacrifices for the army. Abandoned Wave can then nurture even more evil beasts. Even if the various guilds discover our relationship, it will be too late to do anything about it. All right, see to the necessary preparations right away. Everyone grew excited as they listened to Singular Burial's reasoning. If Heaven's Burial secured Stone Forest Town, the 2 towns would provide a stable source of coins and magic crystals for the guild. With the help of the monster army, It would only be a matter of time before they took control of Starmoon Kingdom. At that point, only God's domain's various superpowers would pose any threat. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons exploded into action. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, Shifeng discreetly returned to Zero Wing's residence after the competition in the battle arena. In the guild hall's basement, Shifeng carefully took the hero's chapter from his bag. He placed it on the magic array in the center of the hall and began to chant an incantation. As the hero's chapter sat within the array, the hall's mana surged towards it. Suddenly, balls of light appeared in the center of the array. These balls of light began to gather and form a humanoid shape as if they were constructing a body. Once the shape was complete, the hero's chapter transformed into divine runes that entered the body. Hopefully, the hero isn't too weak. Shifeng silently prayed as he watched the body gradually take shape inside the magic array. The heroes summoned with the hero's chapter shared the same starting point. However, their growth potential varied like personal guards. Only heroes typically had very high growth potential. Even the weakest among them could reach level 180 tier 5, while some could climb as high as level 200 tier 5. Even in the past, Shifeng had never heard of a hero reaching tier 6 god rank. However, it was rumored that if one gathered a sufficient number of heroes' chapters, they could summon a tier 6 hero to defend their town or city. Unfortunately, nobody had succeeded, so Shifeng did not know if the rumor were true. Time passed quickly. After the balls of light vanished, a robust man in black robes and wielding a blood-red greatsword appeared before Shifeng. Seems my luck is still quite good. At least I didn't summon the weakest kind of hero. Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after he checked the hero's attribute panel. There was a 60% chance to summon the most common hero when using the hero's chapter. Such hero's growth was limited to level 180 tier 4. There was a 30% chance to summon a hero with good potential. The combat power of such heroes could reach the peak of tier 4. They could also reach level 200. Only 10% of the heroes summoned could reach tier 5. The hero standing before Shifeng was among the 30% with good potential. It also had the Barbarian hidden class. The Barbarian was an advanced class. The strength was even higher than Berserkers. Amongst the many advanced classes, its strength ranked among the top 3. Gilbert, Hero, Great Lord, Barbarian, level 63, HP 40, 000, 000/40, 000, 000, growth potential, 84. In God's domain, heroes were not actually considered human, although they had human parents but had received the gods' blessings, which increased their life ratings. Hence, they were far more powerful than ordinary human NPCs. They could even rival archaic species of the same tier. Every large guild that had obtained a hero's chapter in the past hadn't hesitated to summon one to protect their guild cities. After summoning Gilbert, Shifeng designated him as the commander of Stone Forest Town's army, giving him control of the 2,000 NPC guards the town employed. Aside from their personal strength, heroes were powerful managers. One hero was more than enough to manage every NPC guard in an advanced town, not to mention an intermediate town like Stone Forest Town. With this, players wouldn't have to be responsible for the town's security. Shortly after summoning Gilbert, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. Stone Forest Town, which is under your management, has achieved C-rank security. Activating private space upgrade system. Once a private space has been upgraded, players can enjoy even more benefits. System. Stone Forest Town is the first town to achieve C-rank security in Starmoon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow the Adventurers Association to enter and garrison the town? There is also such a reward? Shifeng was ecstatic. Players couldn't construct the Adventurers Association, Lifestyle Association, War God's Temple, Library, or the bank. Similarly, there were no designs for these establishments. Only after a player town reached a certain rank would these establishments occupy the town. Practically every player in the game visited the Adventurers Association, for example. Normally, the Adventurers and Lifestyle Associations would only occupy a town after it upgraded to advanced rank and B-rank security. As for the war god's temple, library, and bank, they would only occupy small cities or above with B-rank security. These 5 establishments had an even greater function in player towns and cities than in NPC cities. Take the Adventurers Association, for example. As long as the establishment occupied a player town, players would be able to accept commission quests unique to the kingdom and commission and rare quests unique to the town. As the town flourished, more quests would become available. The chance of high-ranking commissions appearing would also increase. Some players had even received SSS-rank commissions in a particular player city in the past. However, that player city hadn't been just any city. It had been the secret pavilion's main city. If Stone Forest Town could attract the Adventurers Association now, it would become far more popular with players. Independent players would no longer have to return to NPC cities to turn in their quests. They could simply do so in Stone Forest Town. Following which, Shurfeng agreed to allow the Adventurers Association to occupy Stone Forest Town. He only needed to choose a location for the building. As for the construction fees, the system covered it fully. He didn't have to pay a single coin. Without hesitation, Shurfeng placed the Adventurers Association near both the Candlelight Trading Firm and the private housing area. The players that had purchased private houses in Stone Forest Town also received a corresponding system notification. Suddenly, a 3-story building rose in Stone Forest Town's crowded central district. The building took shape as players watched. What is Zero Wing constructing this time? That can't be it. If it were a player-constructed building, it wouldn't complete so fast. The system must be generating this. Could it be a shop for wandering merchants? That might be the case. Based on my research, once a town reaches a certain point in its development, it'll gain a mysterious shop. I hear that it offers plenty of valuable items. Isn't that just another benefit for the players who own houses in Stone Forest Town? How are we supposed to compete with them now? Normally, I have to waste hours traveling to and from Stone Forest Town when I go out to grind. Anyone that owns a house can simply teleport back. After discussing the possibilities for about 10 minutes, the players stared at the finished building. A signboard hung near its door, advertising 2 words: Adventurers Association. The construction of the Adventurers Association, which had 3 floors and took up the area of a large football field, stunned players in the Central District. The Adventurers Association? Why would the Adventurers Association be here? I'm not seeing things, right? Everyone shuddered when they saw the Adventurers Association. None of them were able to believe what their eyes were seeing was true. The Adventurers Association was becoming more important to God's Domain's players. The association's daily quests were many players' main source of income. This was the main reason that players couldn't venture too far from NPC towns and cities. Now that an Adventurers Association occupied Stone Forest Town, many of these players could break free from this restriction. They could now level up and earn money far more conveniently. Thinking up to this point, many players curiously entered Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. Crap! It's real! As the crowd entered the first-floor hall, they discovered that the hall's furnishings were exactly the same as the Adventurers Association in NPC towns and cities. Many NPCs were busy, publishing new quests on the quest board. The only difference was the number of quests available. There were far more quests available here than in other towns and cities' Adventurers Associations. Quick, look! There are daily town quests and several high-ranking quests. A player that had immediately checked the quest area exclaimed. These words attracted a lot of attention, and many players headed towards the quest boards for a closer look. This is awesome! The daily town quests rewards are even better than daily quests in NPC towns and cities. Moreover, the quest locations are all near Stone Forest Town. We can easily complete these quests in 2 hours, even faster if we had mounts. Everyone's eyes shone as they read the daily town quests. Normally, the daily quests in NPC towns and cities required more than 3 hours to complete. Of course, the main reason for this was the long distance between quest objectives. Completing the quest itself only took half an hour or so. Most players would pick up local quests while completing their dailies to increase their leveling efficiency. Only after they completed the local quests would they return to hand in their daily quests. News about Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association spread through the town quickly. As a result, many players who had intended to return to their respective NPC cities to turn in their daily quests surged towards Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association instead. Star Moon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Players with houses in Stone Forest Town are going to have an even easier time. With the Adventurers Association located beside the residential district, they can pick up and turn in quests easily. Hopefully, when the private houses go up for sale tomorrow, the price won't be too high. Our team has only managed to gather 1,000 gold after much difficulty. That can't be certain. The private houses in Stone Forest Town were already quite valuable thanks to the town's high mana density. Even while resting in a private house, players can accumulate the double EXP buff faster than in one-star guild residents' private rooms. Now, not only can Stone Forest Town's private houses be upgraded, but there is also the Adventurers Association nearby. Don't forget about Stone Forest Town's current development speed either. With the Adventurers Association, it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town. At that point, the town's private houses may cost as much as those in major NPC cities. Indeed, if we fail to get a house now, by the time Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town, purchasing one will be even harder. Due to the Adventurers Association, many adventurer teams that originally held a wait-and-see stance promptly sold off all their unnecessary rare materials, weapons, and equipment to collect money. Some teams even purchased coins in bulk with credits, deeply afraid that they wouldn't have enough money to buy Stone Forest Town's private houses when they became available. At the same time, many of the hesitant adventurer teams in the neighboring kingdoms began to take action, swarming towards Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town had massive advantages over other player towns. It could definitely be considered the #1 town in Star Moon Kingdom and the several neighboring countries. If they could enjoy the benefits Stone Forest Town had to offer, migrating across counties would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, back in Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town, Shurfeng charged Gilbert to manage the town's NPC guards after summoning him. He then used a return scroll and returned to White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm. Every intermediate and above alchemist in the Candlelight Trading Firm had gathered in the top floor's special alchemy room. In any of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds, even the guild's upper echelons would treat these alchemists like VIPs. Meanwhile, 150 such players had gathered. Among them, more than half of the advanced alchemists in the kingdom were present. These alchemists had already waited for over 20 minutes, but they didn't show the slightest sign of anger or resentment. In fact, they brimmed with excitement and joy. Ha ha ha! This is wonderful. The guild had always called upon the forgers and engineers. Now, it's finally the alchemist's turn. I wonder why Big Sis Melancholic has called us here? Does the trading firm plan to select alchemists for Titan City? That's possible. The last group that entered Titan City should return soon. This gathering might be to select the candidates for the next batch. Based on what I've heard from those that entered the holy city of Titan, it is a holy land for experience. You can gain tons of knowledge in Titan City. There are even tutorial videos and instructions from masters and grandmasters. One round trip can almost guarantee a promotion from intermediate rank to advanced rank. The insight that advanced lifestyle players gain in the holy city can also help one reach master rank. It's that amazing? Of course. Just look at the last candlelight auction. The super guilds and super first-rate guilds went crazy just to get a single slot. I wonder how many slots have been allocated for alchemists. As the various alchemists conversed, the room's door abruptly opened. A man and a woman then walked into the room. Immediately, everyone in the alchemy room snapped to attention, anxiety and reverence filling their gaze as they looked at the man who had just entered. What's going on? Guild leader Black Flame is here in person? Is Candlelight searching for alchemists to cultivate? Everyone was astonished to see the cloaked man. Despite this man's lack of aura, these players couldn't help but shudder in his presence. When the alchemists realized that Blake Flame had made a personal trip to meet them, anticipation gripped their hearts. Not only was the man before them Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert, but he was also the kingdom's #1 forger. Although it had been a long time since he had displayed his forging skills, his abilities were obvious based on the level 50 fine gold set equipment that had sold during the previous auction. In the candlelight trading firm, even Cream Coco and a handful of other advanced forgers who were approaching their master rank promotion could only forge level 50 secret silver set equipment. The other advanced forgers couldn't even produce level 50 mysterious iron set equipment. Moreover, the man before them was the guild leader of the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. With even a sliver of his resources, these advanced lifestyle players would be set for life. If the trading firm nurtured them, they'd have an even higher chance of becoming master alchemists in the future. Not to mention, the candlelight trading firm had already set a standard. I've asked Melancholic to gather you here today for 2 reasons. The first is that I will be changing the benefits alchemists are offered. I also want to help several talented alchemists become master alchemists. Although Shifeng hadn't been very loud, every one of his words caused these players' hearts to pound. When these alchemists had heard that Shifeng wanted to help them become master alchemists, they felt as if they had heard the word of God. If any of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds, and even those in the several neighboring kingdoms, had said this, they would assume it was a joke. But it was a different story if these words came from Shifeng's mouth. Every player in the room grew restless upon hearing Shifeng's announcement. Countless alchemy players in God's domain dreamed of becoming master alchemists. Even super guilds would try desperately to poach a master alchemist. Nowadays, more players flooded to God's domain. A portion of those players, who found themselves unsuited for combat, began to develop their lifestyle classes instead. In addition, as quite some time had passed since God's domain launch, the game already had a considerable number of advanced alchemists. As a result, advanced alchemists weren't as valuable as they had been. In fact, their value would continue to decrease as time passed. Even super guilds, which had always been a hub for talented players, had never viewed advanced alchemists as important. Meanwhile, based on their knowledge, although more advanced alchemists emerged in God's domain each day, even now, there wasn't a single player who had become a master alchemist. If they could reach master rank, they would enjoy instant fame and glory. From then on, they wouldn't have to worry about money. They could even find an opportunity to climb to the peak of life, becoming an upper echelon in a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Any of the upper echelons would receive a salary that could even rival a major company's upper management. In fact, as Zero Wing continued to develop, their salaries would increase. After all, God's domain was becoming more popular throughout the world. The virtual gaming industry was already quite large, and now that countless corporations were investing in God's domain, it could grow to become one of the top few global industries. Just the thought of becoming an upper echelon in Zero Wing excited these alchemist players. I'll talk about the new benefits first. Shifeng smiled when he saw the excited expressions. This new benefit should motivate you to work harder and improve faster. Hence, only Candlelight's top 10 alchemists will enjoy these benefits. First off, the 4th to 10th ranking alchemists will have access to secret silver alchemy tools provided by the guild. Saying so, Shifeng retrieved pile after pile of alchemy tools. He had obtained these tools from the Moon God's alchemy and research rooms. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained an equal number of each tool. As a result, while the 4th place would receive a complete set of secret silver alchemy tools, lower ranks would receive incomplete sets. Even so, the 10th ranked alchemist would receive 3 secret silver tools. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these secret silver alchemy tools, they gasped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Guild leader, did you rob several large guild warehouses? Melancholic smile could not help her shock when she saw the large pile on the table. Even bronze alchemy tools were rare on the market, each selling for more than 50 silver. Moreover, these tools would be purchased immediately. Mysterious iron alchemy tools were even rarer. On average, alchemy tools of such rank sold for more than 3 gold. As for secret silver rank, they sold for more than 10 gold. However, it was practically impossible for one to find any secret silver alchemy tools on the market. They normally only appeared in auctions, and oftentimes, they would sell for 25 gold or more. Even the candlelight trading firm had fewer than 10 secret silver alchemy tools. The guild had only obtained them after completing various large-scale quests, or from fine gold rank and above treasure chests. Yet Shifeng had over 40 tools. As the alchemists still reeled from the sight before them, Shifeng revealed the Ocean's Glow set, a set of dazzling, fine gold alchemy tools that gave off a faint blue light. Relax. This fine gold rank Ocean's Glow set is only for the third-ranked alchemist, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the alchemist's drool. These players were speechless. Third place would get an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools? As expected of our guild leader. You are so awesome. If the other trading firms knew about this, they would faint. I doubt that even super guilds have an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. Excitement overwhelmed these lifestyle players. If they could get their hands on the Ocean's Glow set, it would increase their chances of becoming master alchemists considerably, yet this was only the benefit for the third-ranked alchemist. In God's domain, players needed to invent new items of a certain quality to become master lifestyle players. Unfortunately, inventing a master rank potion had a much lower success rate than simply crafting one. It was extremely important to have a good set of alchemy tools if one wished to become a master alchemist. A set of fine gold alchemy tools was more than enough to change their fate. As everyone dreamed of using the Ocean's Glow set and reaching life's peak, Shifeng revealed another pile of alchemy tools. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Those are dark gold rank. No, they aren't just dark gold alchemy tools. Look, those two sets share the same motif. Those tools are clearly a set. Some of the players with sharp eyesight quickly noticed these alchemy tools' specialty, and they nearly cried out in shock. If everyone had been surprised by the candlelight trading firm's foundations before, they were now devastated. They had never even heard of a single dark gold alchemy tool in Starmoon Kingdom before. If one had to estimate such a tool's value, it wouldn't even be worth several pieces of top-tier, dark gold equipment. No one would even be willing to trade such a set for several pieces of epic equipment. A set of fine gold alchemy tools could already help an advanced alchemist reach master rank. A set of dark gold alchemy tools, however, could increase an alchemist's chances by at least 10%. A few epic weapons and pieces of equipment could never rival the value of such a set. If word of these two sets of dark gold alchemy tools got out, alchemy enthusiasts would swarm the candlelight trading firm. After all, alchemy tools were alchemists' weapons. A quality weapon could increase a person's strength significantly, not to mention a top-tier weapon. Second place will get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools. As for Candlelight's chief alchemist, they will get to use the green jade set. These are the new benefits every alchemist in the trading firm will be offered, Shifeng explained. As for the second reason I wanted to talk to you today, it is to provide help to a few talented alchemists reach master rank. However, before I do so, I will need you to sign a core members agreement. I'm sure you're aware of the standard agreement, so I won't go into detail. If you want the opportunity to gain the guild's full support, you can register with Melancholic. Once you sign the agreement, you will be tested. Whether or not you're accepted depends on you. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, dozens of alchemists crowded around Melancholic's smile to register for the test without hesitation. As these alchemists fought over the core member contracts, a woman, who had listened from a corner, approached Shifeng. The woman was a classical beauty and gave off a serious vibe. She also wore the golden, five-leaf-shaped Advanced Alchemist's insignia. This classical beauty was none other than Silent Wonder. Melancholic Smile had already told Shifeng that Silent Wonder standards could rank among the top 3 in Candlelight. Not only was she fast, but her success rate was also quite high. The girl had a very high chance of becoming a master alchemist in the future. If not for Silent Wonder's insistence on retaining her freedom and retaining her official member status, Shifeng would have sent her to Titan City with the last batch of lifestyle players. Guild leader Black Flame, can I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked. Of course. Shifeng nodded. Are official members eligible for the top 10 spots as well? When Silent Wonder posed this question, anxiety was clear in her eyes. She had already realized how extraordinary Candlelight's foundations were. However, She had never imagined that they were quite this frightening. Even super guilds trading firms couldn't compete with Candlelight. Both the dark gold tools and the fine gold set tempted her. With access to one of those sets, she was confident that becoming a master alchemist was only a matter of time. However, not even a super guild would share such treasures with an official member, much less Zero Wing. But she had to ask. If she really had no hope, she was prepared to trade one of the treasures she had obtained from a secret land. Hearing Silent Wonder's question, many of the other alchemists shifted their gazes towards Shifeng, concern flashing in their eyes. The Candlelight trading firm constantly expanded, increasing the number of lifestyle players it recruited. Among them, many advanced rank and talented alchemists preferred freedom over restriction. Now, however, the Candlelight trading firm had suddenly offered benefits that could even tempt master alchemists, much less advanced alchemists like themselves. Official members are also Candlelight members, so of course they are included, Shifeng said, smiling. He was fully aware of everyone's concerns. However, the alchemy tools he had revealed were only the tip of the iceberg. They were only meant to lure more alchemists to join Candlelight. Previously, he hadn't had the capital to do so, but things had changed. Meanwhile, to foster more talented alchemists, he could not limit the competition to the trading firm's senior and core members. Hearing this, Silent Wonder released a deep sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so generous. As expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm, Candlelight is incredible. Other trading firms simply can't compare. It seems that my decision to join Candlelight was the right one after all. The competition between alchemists will become more intense. Many of the other advanced alchemists grew excited. At the same time, though, they felt a significant amount of pressure. If news of how even official members qualified to compete for the top 10 spots went public, even alchemy fanatics who valued their freedom would join the Candlelight trading firm. After all, they would only be required to complete the firm's daily tasks as official members. They were not required to do anything else. When they wanted to leave, they only had to pay a small severance fee. The number of alchemists rushing to join the Candlelight trading firm would be staggering. I heard that your alchemy standards are quite good. Are you sure that you're not interested in taking part in the core member selection? Shifeng asked Silent Wonder quietly. Thank you for your kind intentions, Guild Leader, but I am quite satisfied with my current situation. Silent Wonder understood what Shifeng had meant. However, she rejected the offer without hesitation. Now that she had the opportunity to compete fairly, she was confident of obtaining one of the top 3 positions. Even if the other advanced alchemists had the trading firm's full support, this outcome wouldn't change. Once she had the help of those alchemy tools, she could become a master alchemist. Hearing Silent Wonder's response, Shifeng said nothing more. He was very familiar with the woman's personality. Practically every upper echelon in the various large guilds in the past had known about God's Domain's top great grandmaster alchemists. Despite super guilds relentlessly sending invitations, offering tempting promises, Silent Wonder had given the same reply. Guild Leader, why don't we make some changes to the new benefits? When Melancholic Smile saw Silent Wonder and several other advanced alchemists' lack of interest in becoming core members, she had a suggestion. Let's only offer the Green Jade set as a benefit for core members. This way, we should be able to convince more advanced alchemists to truly join Candlelight. Although giving every one of Candlelight's alchemists a chance to compete for a set of dark gold alchemy tools was effective in attracting capable alchemists to join the firm, it wasn't an incentive to become a core member. Melancholic Smile's suggestion was a wise one. If they tweaked the new benefits now, it would encourage the previously hesitant alchemists to sign the core member contract. After all, even a master alchemist would be hard-pressed to refuse access to a set of dark gold alchemy tools. Relax. Do you think the benefits I've set will be easy for official members to obtain? Shifeng responded, chuckling. If they can get their hands on the set, it'll be my loss. They can't obtain them? Melancholic Smile was confused. Since Shifeng had already promised that official members could participate in the competition, that meant that everyone would be competing fairly using their alchemy abilities. Currently, Silent Wonder and several other alchemy fanatics, who had not signed up to become core members, were considerably skilled. Melancholic was certain that Silent Wonder, in particular, would rank among the top 3. If Silent Wonder worked harder and got lucky, it would not be impossible for her to obtain first place. So, how could she possibly not gain access to the new benefits? However, Shifeng did not bother to explain. While talent was important, resources couldn't be overlooked. Although players valued their resources, they did not truly understand just how important external resources were to their development. Following which, Shifeng held the alchemists that had signed the agreement back while the rest returned to their work. A total of 96 alchemists had chosen to stay behind. Among the 54 alchemists that left, the ratio of advanced alchemists was considerably high. Fortunately, more advanced alchemists has signed the agreement than Shifeng had expected. Since everyone present has decided to fight for the opportunity to become a master, let's start the test. Shifeng then took a thick book from his bag and placed it on the table. Immediately, everyone felt the mana in the room flow towards the book. What is that? These players were surprised as they looked at the tome on the table. They had all seen powerful items before. However, this was the first time they had seen a book cause such a phenomenon. This test is slightly unique. I'm not going to test your alchemy success rates. Rather, I'm going to test your learning capabilities, Shifeng said, smiling as he gestured to the book on the table. Learning capabilities? Everyone was confused. Even Melancholic's smile could not figure out Shifeng's intentions. Was he trying to test everyone's memory? I believe you've all learned many basic alchemy techniques from Candlelight's database, so you should have a clearer understanding of those techniques than I do. Shifeng then held up a slightly tattered book and displayed its attribute panel. This book holds the record for a somewhat unique alchemy technique. You can call it a secret alchemy technique. This secret alchemy technique is several times more effective than the basic techniques you've already learned. If you can learn this technique within a fixed time, you'll pass the test. Anyone who passes the test will qualify to read this moon god's secret record. Saying so, Shifeng revealed the moon god's secret record. The moon god's secret record? Isn't that one of the legendary alchemy scriptures? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the ancient tome in Shifeng's hand. None of them could believe their eyes. These players were all alchemists that frequently read various materials about alchemy in God's domain. They were all familiar with the items known as the 5 great alchemy scriptures. However, these items were nothing but dreams and legends to these players. They had assumed that they would never get to read one. How could they not be shocked when Shifeng took out the moon god's secret record? The moon god's secret record could help one reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Even Grandmaster alchemists dreamed of obtaining such a treasure. Only now did everyone understand why they had been required to sign the contract before taking the test. If news of such a treasure leaked, it would shake the very foundations of the alchemy world. Meanwhile, Melancholic's smile, who stood to his side, was utterly speechless. Only now did she understand why Shifeng had been generous enough to let every alchemist in Candlelight compete for those alchemy tools. Compared to the secret alchemy techniques and Moon God's secret record, those tools were worthless. Now that you've seen the Moon God's secret record, whether or not you qualify to read it will depend on you. Everyone's eyes shone as they stared at the Moon God's secret record, having completely forgotten about the secret alchemy technique. Following which, under Melancholic Smile's management, everyone lined up to learn the secret alchemy technique. Learning a secret alchemy technique was different from reading other books. As long as players clicked to learn the technique, the system would automatically download a copy of the module while providing explanations and image tutorials. However, players could only go through the learning module once. Once they have done so, the system would automatically delete it. If players wished to go through the module again, they would need to click to learn the secret alchemy technique once more. It was a considerably convenient learning method. You have 3 days and only 12 chances to read the secret alchemy technique. Whoever learns the technique in that time will pass. You may then borrow the Moon God's secret record from Melancholic Smile. As everyone stood in line to learn the secret alchemy technique, Shifeng explained the test's rules. 3 days. The alchemists gasped when they heard their time limit. Guild leader. Isn't this test a little too difficult? Melancholic smile blurted out in surprise. They had collected all sorts of basic techniques from the holy city of Titan, and currently, these techniques were available to all of the Candlelight trading firm's official members. However, Candlelight's alchemists, on average, needed 1 or 2 days to learn each of these basic alchemy techniques, while some needed 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, the secret alchemy technique was far more difficult than those basic techniques. If the basic alchemy techniques were considered individual musical notes, then the secret alchemy technique would be considered a complex movement. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to play such a movement skillfully. Yet, Shifeng had only given these alchemists 3 days to learn the secret alchemy technique. Even if they spent all 3 days online, many would likely fail. I know that this is considerably difficult, but if you can't even accomplish this, why should the guild invest in you? Moreover, this test venue will be the basic meditation room. I believe you are all very familiar with that room. You will be allowed to use it for the next 3 days, so work hard. Saying so, Shifeng left the alchemist's test to Melancholic Smile, while he took an advanced horse carriage to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. This time, he had only revealed one basic secret alchemy technique. Any alchemist with some skill could master it in time. It was only a matter of how fast they could accomplish the task. As God's domain had developed in the past, various secret lifestyle techniques had been discovered. As a result, players had encountered far more opportunities to learn these techniques. The discovery of these techniques also changed the way lifestyle players were judged, as rank and number of learned recipes grew less important. Rather, lifestyle players were judged by the number of secret lifestyle techniques they had grasped. Even a slightly capable lifestyle player had learned at least 2 or 3 basic secret techniques. As far as Shifeng could remember, the dividing line had been a 3-day learning period. Any player that could learn a basic secret technique in 3 days had been considered talented. Their chances of reaching the master rank had also been considerably higher than others. Hence, he had set the test's time limit to 3 days. White River City's streets bustled with activity. Due to the activation of the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to the Eclipse Gate, more players rushed to White River City to level up. As Shifeng glanced out of the carriage window, he saw plenty of players riding various mounts. Although the majority of these players rode common mounts, which NPC merchants sold, it was still an enviable sight for ordinary players. After all, NPC merchants sold common mounts for 40 gold each. It was not a price ordinary players could afford. In the case of independent players, only experts could afford a mount at this stage of the game. It seems I'll have to hurry things up a little. A sense of urgency welled within Shifeng as he watched players atop their mounts. Mounts were a powerful leveling tool for players. God's domain's maps were simply too massive. As players reached higher levels, they would have to travel farther to grind monsters and level. As a result, travel would take up most of their time in the game. Even a common mount could save players at least half of their travel time. Naturally, this allowed players to increase their leveling speed. Although he had already become an epic adventurer and had accepted an SSS rank commission, he was still a long way from upgrading Starmoon Kingdom to an empire. Moreover, the initial 3 SSS rank commissions were the Adventurers Association's gift to every country. Encountering another SSS rank commission would depend on one's luck. He had to complete as many commissions as possible right now. If other epic adventurers in Starmoon Kingdom claimed the other SSS rank commissions, it would be a massive loss for him. The first thing he needed to do was complete the Ancient Orc Empire commission. He could also use this opportunity to help the main force members to level up. When Shifeng reached the guild residence, he was greeted by a long line of players queued up outside the entrance. Taking a quick glance, he noticed quite a few level 40 and above expert players. There were even some relatively strong adventurer teams in the mix. Not long ago, Shifeng wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing happening. Any of the various large guilds would target capable adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom for recruitment. However, these adventurer teams had their pride and usually refused to join a guild. These adventurer teams might not have abundant resources like guilds, but by raiding large-scale team dungeons and completing various rare quests, These adventurer teams could get their hands on valuable weapons and equipment that even made large guilds' normal members jealous. Since Shifeng had announced the sales of Stone Forest Town's private houses, more than 1,000 players had joined the guild. This significant increase had surprised even Shifeng. To other large guilds, this number might not be substantial. In Zero Wing's case, however, it was astounding. Zero Wing was famous for having the highest recruitment standard in Starmoon Kingdom. Anyone that joined the guild had either great potential or was stronger than other large guilds' elite members. Hence, an increase of 1,000 members in Zero Wing was the equivalent of a large guild suddenly gaining over 1,000 elite members. At this rate, Zero Wing would have an extra 10,000 elite members by the end of the day. Even for first-rate guilds, this was unthinkable. After all, a first-rate guild normally only had 100,000 plus elite members. By gaining 10,000 elite members in a single day, Zero Wing would catch up to a first-rate guild's elite member count within 2 weeks. Of course, this situation wouldn't continue for so many days, but Zero Wing shouldn't have a problem gaining an extra 30,000 elite members in a short amount of time. At that time, Zero Wing would finally have enough elite members to truly rival a first-rate guild. With so many elite members, not only could Shifeng alleviate the pressure on the branch guild in Lake Heart City, but he would also have enough manpower to defend his new city. He wouldn't need to reallocate manpower from Stone Forest Town. As Shifeng was about to enter the guild's warehouse to clear out his bag and prepare the necessary items for his trip to the morning battlefield, he received 2 system notifications. System: congratulations! You have finished taming the 5-star mount, Thunder Wolf. Please visit the stable. System: congratulations! Master Tamer Owen, who is under your employment, has been promoted to Grandmaster Tamer. The 2 system notifications momentarily stunned Shifeng. The taming's done already? Shifeng was confused. A 5-star mount was not easy to tame. Even Owen had estimated that he would require 25 days to complete the task. However, the mount had been tamed much sooner than expected. Now that the Thunder Wolf had been tamed, Zero Wing could finally activate the guild mount system. Guild members could start purchasing the Thunder Wolf from the guild stable. Unlike the mounts NPCs sold, guild members only needed to pay 25 gold for a guild mount. With the price difference of 15 gold, not only could guild members obtain their mount sooner, but the Thunder Wolf's movement speed also rivaled that of bronze mounts. Zero Wing's development speed would even surpass first-rate guilds with abundant funding. The most surprising news, however, was Owen's promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. Although the Tamer class was not a particularly popular one, even Starmoon Kingdom's king would have to treat a Grandmaster Tamer with respect. Grandmaster Tamers would also become targets for countless guilds seeking their employment. Unlike Master Tamers, Grandmaster Tamers could strengthen the wild beasts they tamed, and they required far less time to complete the task. At the same time, they could help players upgrade their guild mounts much more easily. If a Master Tamer had a 15% chance of upgrading a guild's common mounts to bronze rank, a Grandmaster Tamer's success rate was at least 30%. Immediately, Shifeng hurried to the guild stable. The guild stable hadn't changed. As Shifeng hadn't activated the guild mount system yet, guild members had no reason to approach the stable. There were only a dozen or so NPCs managing the place. The only difference was that right now, Owen stood guard before a large cage, inside of which obediently lay the Thunder Wolf. However, the Thunder Wolf was much smaller than when Shifeng had captured it. But this wasn't unexpected. After all, the Thunder Wolf had been a lord, while the current Thunder Wolf was a common monster. Now, it was only a means of transportation. Lord Count, I have tamed the Thunder Wolf as you requested. The process also gave me a lot of experience and insight, so I wish to return and examine what I've learned. I hope that Lord Count will allow this. Owen was extremely excited. He was clearly ecstatic over his promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. He wanted to return to his workshop immediately and take note of his experiences and insight. Of course, Grandmaster Owen, if you need any help in the future, just say the word, Shifeng said, nodding. The request didn't particularly surprise him. Owen's promotion to Grandmaster rank had surprised him, though. It had never happened in his previous life. Fortunately, Shifeng had established a contract with Owen early on. Hence, the NPC would not leave Zero Wing due to his promotion. Only Owen's monthly compensation had changed drastically. Initially, Owen's monthly salary had only been 200 gold. Now it had increased to 3,000 gold. Moreover, unlike a master tamer, a grandmaster tamer wouldn't regularly visit a guild stable to check on the mount it had teamed. Instead, Shifeng was required to pay Owen a visit if he wanted the NPC to do something for him. Fortunately, players could easily take care of small matters, such as upgrading a guild mount, via the stable's front counter. Owen wasn't required to visit. The NPC tamers managing the stable would follow Owen's procedures during the upgrade process. Hearing Shifeng's reply, Owen immediately turned and left, leaving Shifeng and the caged Thunder Wolf to their own devices. After Owen left, Shifeng clicked on the cage, and line after line of data appeared before him. Shifeng then chose to set the Thunder Wolf as the guild's mount. In God's domain, not any tamed mount could become a guild mount. A guild could only possess a limited number of mounts. This limit would increase as the guild rose in rank and upgraded its stable. Currently, Zero Wing could only own one type of guild mount. Even if it tamed others, it could only select one while the remaining would be kept in reserve. After Shifeng set the guild mount, the system announced another notification. System, do you wish to open the stable to the Thunder Wolf mount? Shifeng accepted without hesitation. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. The sooner he allowed the Thunder Wolf into the stable, the more of an advantage Zero Wing would have. Once Shifeng opened the stable to the Thunder Wolf, NPC tamers began to appear outside of the stable, each NPC leading one lively Thunder Wolf after another. These Thunder Wolves' appearances differed slightly in the color of their fur, eyes, and such. Overall, though, they were all majestic. As these Thunder Wolves appeared, they attracted the attention of nearby players. What's going on? Why are there monsters going into the stable? Are those our guild mounts? These players couldn't help their growing curiosity as they watched the majestic Thunder Wolves enter the stable, and they started to discuss their various guesses. After all, it had been quite some time since Zero Wing stable had been built. However, no one had seen any activity in the stable. Naturally, these players would wonder now that so many Thunder Wolves occupied the building. Immediately, curious guild members entered the stable to find out what was happening. As soon as they heard the NPC's answer, they were shocked. Those are guild mounts. Crap! This guild mount is awesome. Its base movement speed is 120%. It's much stronger than the common mounts in the city. It can practically rival a bronze mount's speed. Ha ha ha! Our guild mount looks so cool. If the players from other guilds find out about this, they will die from envy. My patience has finally paid off. I've long since saved up 25 gold. I'm going to get that purplish-black Thunder Wolf. Its color scheme will match my weapons and equipment perfectly. Scram! I've got my eye on that one. For a time, the stable exploded with activity. The guild members that had already saved 25 gold to purchase a mount, afraid someone would snatch the Thunder Wolf they had set their sights on. News of the Thunder Wolf immediately spread throughout Zero Wing. This information also reached Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Zero Wing's guild mount makes its first appearance. Pictures and videos available. Crap! That mount looks so cool. It only costs 25 gold. 2. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing. Zero Wing is so amazing. I just looked it up in the library. It turns out that the Thunder Wolf is an extremely rare, high-ranking wild beast in God's domain. How did Zero Wing get its hands on this mount? The forums were in an uproar over Zero Wing's new mount. Expert players who had already purchased a common mount envied and admired Zero Wing members. Some of the adventurer teams and independent experts that had hesitated to join Zero Wing changed their minds immediately, determined to join the guild. Not only was the Thunder Wolf cheap, but it also had superior attributes and an impressive appearance. Moreover, the mount could be upgraded. Before anyone knew it, the line of players outside of Zero Wing had doubled. More players joined the line by the minute. The guild recruiters were stupefied. However, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City, when Singular Burial received the news, he felt an indescribable pressure weigh down on him. Zero Wing, Singular Burial fumed. If not for his collaboration with Abandoned Wave, Heaven's Burial wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. What a pity. Even if you release your guild mounts now, it is too late to change anything. Relay my commands. Instruct Ghost Shadow to lead the Ghost Shadow Legion to White River City. As soon as Abandoned Wave's people take action, have them destroy Zero Wing's stable. Inside the guild leader's office, Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burial's several other upper echelons were stunned by Singular Burial's command. They hadn't expected Zero Wing's guild mounts to inspire such a firm decision. In God's domain, the guild structures inside NPC cities could be destroyed. If one wished to rebuild a structure, they would require a new design to do so. However, these structures were generally protected by defensive magic arrays. They weren't easy to destroy. Normally, a guild structure's defensive magic array could absorb up to 15 million damage. As for a crucial structure like the stable, the guild would employ a far more powerful magic array to protect it. Inside a 2-star guild residence, the strongest magic array one could establish to protect its stable could absorb up to 30 million damage, while the weakest magic array in a 3-star guild residence could absorb up to 40 million damage. Taking into account the stable's own durability and defense, it would take a considerable amount of time to destroy the building. In addition, White River City was a major NPC city. An attack at night might have a chance of success, but now, they had been ordered to attack the stable during the day. The NPC guards patrolling the city were incredibly diligent. Even the slightest disturbance would attract a large number of these NPC guards. White River City was also Zero Wing's main headquarters. There were now fewer than 3,000 or 4,000 members stationed in Zero Wing's residence at a time. The guild had also hired tons of NPC guards to defend the residence. If they attacked, these players and NPCs would respond immediately. Unless they invested several times the number of players Zero Wing had, it would be impossible to destroy the stable under such tight security. The Ghost Shadow Legion only had 2,000 members. Although these players were all elites or experts, there were plenty of elites and experts defending Zero Wing's residence. Guild leader, although Zero Wing's guild mount poses a threat, we're talking about an assault in White River City. Even if we dispatch the entire Ghost Shadow Legion, it won't even be enough to get through Zero Wing's main entrance. Daybreak Fog persuaded. I suggest that we follow the original plan and take things one step at a time. First, we'll secure Stone Forest Town. Then we'll kill the Frost King. Even with their guild mounts, we can whittle Zero Wing down. Such a forceful assault isn't necessary. The other upper echelons expressed their agreement. Zero Wing had a massive advantage over the other large guilds, which did not possess guild mounts. As time passed, this gap between Zero Wing and its competitors would only widen. It was wise to deal with this situation as quickly as possible. However, Heaven's Burial was an exception. With the Evil Beast army, Heaven's Burial could flatten any guild town it wanted. To a large guild like Zero Wing, losing a town meant losing an important income source. It would impact the guild's development. If Zero Wing lost its guild town, how could it possibly compete with Heaven's Burial? I understand your concern. Singular Burial could not help but laugh. Sending the Ghost Shadow Legion into action isn't profitable. But aren't you jealous of Zero Wing's stable? Of course, we are guild leader, but so what? Constructing a stable requires a design, yet we haven't even found a lead to the stable design. We might not have had the opportunity to build a stable in the past, but now we do. Saying so, Singular Burial revealed a thick, ancient tome and displayed it before everyone. Book of Replication. Consumable. Saves a copy of a building for 10 days. When used, creates an exact replica of the building. Cannot be used if copied building exists. After Daybreak Fog and the others read the introduction text, they wore shocked and ecstatic expressions. With this book of replication, they could copy and destroy Zero Wing's stable, obtaining one for Heaven's Burial. When Abandoned Wave attacks, Zero Wing's members will flock to Stone Forest Town's defense. As a result, the guild's main headquarters will be left unguarded. That's our opportunity, Singular Burial said, smiling. Don't we have 8 gnome cannons? Give them all to the Ghost Shadow Legion. With 8 gnome cannons, the magic array protecting Zero Wing stable can only last a few volleys at most, regardless of how powerful it is. Hearing this, the upper echelon's eyes shone with excitement. It wasn't possible for the Ghost Shadow Legion to destroy the stable by itself. However, employing the gnome cannons against Zero Wing's defenses wouldn't be a problem. Although they would undoubtedly lose all 8 cannons and many members of the Ghost Shadow Legion, the losses would be worth stealing Zero Wing's stable. However, as a preventive measure, lead the 3rd Legion to White River City, Fog. You can hand the 8 gnome cannons over to Ghost Shadow while you're at it. Destroy Zero Wing's stable once Ghost Shadow copies it. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to hold its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild after losing both Stone Forest Town and its stable. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Daybreak Fog turned and left the office. Zero Wing might have many experts, but after today, it would be Heaven's Burial's era in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, many adventurer teams and guild players lay siege to the Bloodring Bandit group at the border between the Stoneclaw Mountains and the Limestone Hills. The Bloodring Bandit group was one of the dark forces residing in this area. The group consisted of level 45 and above half-orcs. Among them, powerful chieftains and lords ambushed passing players and NPCs. Occasionally, even great lords patrolled the area. However, due to the Bloodring Bandit group's frequent robberies against NPC merchant fleets, NPC merchants had placed a high bounty on their heads, including the fact that the Bloodring Bandits had a chance of dropping the Bloodring set, a level 45 fine gold set equipment, and the recipe for the Mad Demon Potion. Many players had joined the crusade against the Bandit group. Level 45 fine gold set equipment might not be considered top-tier equipment to first-rate guilds, but independent players dreamed of such equipment. Moreover, level 45 fine gold set equipment generally only dropped in large-scale hard-mode team dungeons. Raiding the Bloodring Bandit group was much easier than raiding a large-scale dungeon. Moreover, the Mad Demon Potion was a powerful concoction that, when consumed, allowed players to enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 30% for 20 seconds. It also only had a 1-hour cooldown. Hence, the recipe was highly sought after by the various large guilds. If the Mad Demon Potion recipe dropped, it could even sell for enough to make powerful adventurer teams and guild teams jealous. Because of these reasons, the various adventurer teams and guilds around Star Moon City had targeted the Bloodring Bandit group. However, even now, not a single guild or adventurer team had defeated One-Eyed Clyde, the Bloodring Bandit group's commander, a level 49 Grand Lord. But one of Zero Wing's 50-man teams had arrived. Leader, One-Eyed Clyde's resting place is ahead. Good. This time, we have the magic array we purchased from the guild to suppress Clyde. If we coordinate our AoE skills and spells properly, we'll kill him. If the recipe drops, we'll all be riding Thunderwolves tomorrow, a level 41 ranger said. Hearing this, everyone grew excited. Following which, under this level 41 ranger's command, the team of 50 slowly approached One-Eyed Clyde's stone house. Just before the team reached the house, however, numerous figures exited the building. Why are other monsters here? The team was surprised to see the one-horned humanoid monsters emerge from the house. However, the ranger team leader, who had extremely sharp eyesight, paled when he saw these monsters. Inside the dimly lit stone house lay a 3-meter-tall armored corpse. This corpse belonged to none other than One-Eyed Clyde. Fresh blood still flowed from his body. However, the ranger couldn't detect any other players within his eagle eye's range. The ranger also detected traces of green blood on these humanoid monsters. It was half-orc blood. Seeing this, the ranger thought back to the frightening monsters he had encountered during Stone Forest Town's last siege. Crap! Everyone, retreat! The sudden command to retreat confused the members of Zero Wing. Only 8 one-horned humanoid monsters stood before them. Although their levels were a little high, all above level 50, even the strongest among them was only a lord. They also had less HP than monsters of the same rank and level. Taking these monsters on wouldn't be impossible for this team from Zero Wing. Even so, everyone listened to their team leader and immediately retreated. Do you actually think you can escape? A cloaked figure suddenly emerged from the stone house. This cloaked man's entire body had been wrapped in bandages. Sneering, the man said, "Just stay here and sacrifice yourselves." Although the cloaked man hadn't been particularly loud, everyone had heard him clearly, and they shuddered involuntarily. The team's rangers were more shocked than their companions. They had kept eagle eyes active, which allowed them to perceive all players and monsters within a certain range. Yet they had failed to detect the one-horned monsters and the cloaked man even as he stood before them. Before the team could put some distance between themselves and these new enemies, the humanoid monsters smiled sinisterly as they dashed forward. They were so fast that they left afterimages in their wake. With just a few steps, the evil beasts had crossed 30 yards and caught up with the retreating Zero Wing members. So fast. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Realizing that they couldn't outrun these evil beasts, 3 level 40 shield warriors and 1 level 41 guardian knight turned to stop the monster's approach. Voice of anger. Justice roar. With their AoE taunt skills activate, the 8 evil beasts couldn't attack other players for a short time. Foolish, the cloaked man sneered. In the next moment, the evil beast's claws emitted a faint, gray fog. The evil beasts then launched a barrage of attacks against the shield warriors and guardian knight. The instant the evil beast's claws collided with the 4 MT's shields, the sharp claws passed through them as if they didn't exist and slashed the MT's helmets. These MTs instantly lost over 13,000 HP, a large fraction of their totals after a single attack. Before the healers in the rear could react, these MTs took several more hits. In the blink of an eye, 4 MTs, each with nearly 40,000 HP, died. Their companions were stunned. However, several calm elementalists and rangers had reacted quickly and responded with attacks of their own. Immediately, dozens of arrows and spells flew towards the 8 evil beasts. However, like agile assassins, the evil beasts dodged most of the attacks and blocked the rest. As a result, they survived the volley, remaining unharmed. Most surprisingly, the distance between these monsters and the team had shortened. Suddenly, a level 54, Lord-ranked evil beast jumped into the crowd of players. It brandished its claws at the nearby healers, the gray fog extending and transforming into sharp blades. A gray arch, extending to 15 yards, tore through Zero Wing's rear line. With a single attack, the cloth armor classes with low defense, aside from a few elementalists that had responded quickly and used blink to escape, died instantly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the team of 50 had died. The level 54 Lord's strength made the surviving Zero Wing members tremble. Run! Scatter and run! The ranger serving as the team's leader shouted in the team chat. Hearing this, these players gritted their teeth as they split up and ran. With this, the 8 evil beasts wouldn't be able to catch them. However, the evil beasts were incredibly fast. Despite splitting up, most of the team died. Only a few assassins and players with instantaneous movement magic scrolls escaped death. Brother Wave, are you just going to let them get away? Flame Blood, wearing a black cloak and wielding a blackwood staff, approached from the nearby forest. Glancing at the fleeing Zero Wing members, he could not help but ask, "If you let them get away, they will warn Zero Wing. Capturing Stone Forest Town will become more troublesome." "That's exactly what I want," Abandoned Wave, who was covered in bandages, said, sneering. "I want Zero Wing to amass its combat power in Stone Forest Town. Only then will Stone Forest Town be worth destroying." "Right. How are the preparations going?" "The evil beast army has gathered. They are standing by not far from here," Flame Blood said, smiling. "Is it really necessary to dispatch all of them? We're talking about 500,000 evil beasts, and that's not including the evil demon army under your control. With this army, we can annihilate 2 or 3 stone forest towns simultaneously." Not many evil beasts had taken part in the prior battle for Stone Forest Town. However, this time was different. Not only were more evil beasts participating in the siege this time, but each one was also stronger than before. Even the weakest evil beast was a level 60 elite. Their army had nearly 40,000 level 60-plus chieftains, 3,000-plus lords, 200-plus great lords, and 40-plus grand lords. However, this wasn't the most important factor. To ensure Zero Wing's destruction and avoid any mishaps, they had even dispatched 5 level 70 mythic-ranked evil beasts. In the face of such a force, Stone Forest Town's defenses were a joke. They also had the evil demon army, which abandoned Wave and spent his time carefully nurturing. Although the army was not particularly large, with only 6,000 or so evil demons, the threat it posed could likely rival that of the 500,000 evil beast army. Good. We'll make our way to Stone Forest Town and show Zero Wing's people what despair tastes like, Abandoned Wave said, laughing. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Zero Wing was the reason his plan to take control of Starmoon Kingdom had failed. This time, however, he wouldn't give Zero Wing a chance. As long as he annihilated Stone Forest Town and proved his strength to the corporation, he could reclaim his position in the Blackwater Corporation. Elsewhere, the sudden appearance of the evil beast army had attracted the attention of Starmoon Kingdom's various powers. After all, the numbers and strength of this evil beast army were not to be taken lightly. The army could easily trample any guild town. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the devastation. This was especially true for the guilds based in Starmoon City. Although they had been aware of quite a few evil beasts operating near the city and had suffered many losses as a result, they had never imagined that the threat would be so great. What? You're saying these evil beasts are marching towards Stone Forest Town? This is interesting. Against so many monsters, even Zero Wing could fall. Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping us now. If Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town, their guild mounts will mean nothing. After the various powers investigated the evil beast army's movements, they celebrated. Now the threat of Zero Wing would vanish. Meanwhile, the players in Stone Forest Town were panicking. Why are these monsters heading here? Damn it! What should we do? Our adventurer team just spent a ton of gold to buy a house. Are we going to lose it just like that? Thank goodness! Zero Wing won't start selling houses until tomorrow. If we had rushed it, buying a house would have been worthless. What a pity. Such a good town is going to be destroyed, just like that. I wonder if Zero Wing can protect the town against so many monsters? I highly doubt it. You should have seen the monster army. Any player that it comes across will die. One of my assassin friends tried to record the monster army's march. In the end, however, the monsters discovered and killed him. They are ridiculously strong. Moreover, any player they kill can't log into God's domain for some time. My assassin friend is dying with regret. The town's players discussed the situation heatedly. Many had already prepared to flee. There were also some that considered staying behind, and others who wanted to watch the upcoming battle. After all, monsters didn't often siege a town. The atmosphere in Zero Wing's residence in White River City was tense. The guild's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room to discuss the current situation, trying to figure out how to deal with the evil beast army. There were simply too many monsters this time. Although Stone Forest Town had far more powerful static defenses than before, protecting the town against such a massive army would still be difficult. However, they were hesitant to mobilize the guild's members, as any player those evil beasts killed would be barred from logging into God's domain for a short time. Meanwhile, the evil beast army moved ever closer to Stone Forest Town. If they weren't prepared, Stone Forest Town would be doomed. Yet, their guild leader had instructed them to stay here. One could just imagine how anxious they were. Suddenly, the doors to the solemn meeting room swung open, and Shifeng slowly entered. Noticing Shifeng's entrance, the players in the meeting room began to calm down. Shifeng was followed by a man and a woman. This situation confused everyone present. Most of the people in the room were unfamiliar with the man behind Shifeng. They could tell he was a lifestyle player of high standards based on his attire. As for the woman, they knew her well, as she was none other than the candlelight trading firm's manager. Melancholic smile. Thus far, Shifeng hadn't invited Candlelight's people to take part in any of Zero Wing's meetings. Hence, everyone was surprised to see these representatives. However, with the situation as it was, they weren't in the mood to welcome these two to Zero Wing's upper echelon meeting. Instead, they focused on Shifeng, who sat in the guild leader's seat. Guild leader, the situation in Stone Forest Town is quite dire. Based on our investigation, we are likely facing more than 500,000 monsters, many of which are chieftains and lords. Even if we dispatch all of our guild's forces, the likelihood of fending off these monsters is slim. I suggest that we offer a reward to the town's adventurer teams and independent players and request their help. This way, we can make up for the numbers we lack. Our chances of winning will also increase considerably. Aqua Rosa's suggestion earned the approval of many of her comrades. Stone Forest Town's player population far exceeded 500,000. Moreover, the average standard of the players in the town was considerably high. If Zero Wing offered an appropriate reward and offered players a small discount on the town's houses in exchange for their help, they would likely tempt many players into action. With so many players in addition to Stone Forest Town's defenses, they may be able to protect the town. At most, they would have to pay a huge price to do so. It was likely that the guild's development would stagnate for a considerable amount of time. However, paying such a price was better than losing Stone Forest Town entirely. After all, Zero Wing had invested too much into the town to lose it now. Suddenly, Gentle Snow spoke up. Guild leader, we've discovered some hidden ruins in the Black Dragon Empire and obtained over 600 intermediate thunder bombs. Although they are not as powerful as the mana pulse bombs, they can rival tier 3 spells. They have an effective radius of 20 yards and can paralyze the targets they hit for a short time. They can also amplify the effects of the defense turrets. Aside from these thunder bombs, we have also obtained 2 advanced gnome cannons that are roughly equal to the defense turret's firepower. Originally, I had planned to use these items to capture a town, but defending Stone Forest Town must be our priority. The other upper echelons were astonished to hear Gentle Snow's report. Tools of war were extremely useful and highly sought after by the various large guilds. However, they were also extremely rare, and very few guilds actually got their hands on them. They had never imagined that Gentle Snow would secure so many of these items. They had assumed that Gentle Snow had been struggling in Lakeheart City. After all, there were plenty of first- and second-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. It was even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. Without the home ground advantage, stabilizing a branch guild in the Empire would be miraculous. However, it seemed that they had severely underestimated Gentle Snow. Shifeng was similarly surprised. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to be capable of capturing a town in the Black Dragon Empire so soon. Moreover, based on her expression, it would seem that she was very confident in succeeding. Guild leader, give us the command. We can't stand to just sit still. We're all determined to stop these monsters from stepping foot into Stone Forest Town. Even were slaughtered. Many of the other upper echelons voiced their desire to join the fight. At this point, requests to take part in the upcoming war flooded the guild chat. Even the guild's normal members, who were not required to take part, wanted to defend the town, with some already forming their own teams. Zero Wing had defeated many guilds to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. How could it abandon Stone Forest Town and accept defeat at the hands of a mere monster army? I understand your sentiments. Shifeng could not help but laugh when he heard everyone's opinions. However, Zero Wing has not fallen so far that we need to resort to such methods. I've only called you here to tell you to continue your duties. The 40,000 elite and expert members stationed in Stone Forest Town are enough to defeat the monster army. But, before everyone could argue, however, Shifeng stood and continued. Let me introduce you. This is Melancholic Smile. I believe you are familiar with her by now. This gentleman here is Candlelight's chief engineer, Burning Abyss. He has had a hand on many of our precious engineering tools. Both will participate in our guild meetings from here on out. Whenever I'm not around, Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm will be able to work together. Shifeng's announcement confused his commanders. They couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. The monster army was quickly approaching Stone Forest Town. Yet Shifeng's goal for this meeting was to tell them to continue their tasks and introduce Candlelight's managers. First, Melancholic, tell everyone about your recent results, Shifeng said as he implied that the others stay silent. He then let Melancholic Smile take charge of the meeting. After Candlelight obtained the miniature ballista design, We invested a lot of time into manufacturing miniature ballistas each day. Thus far, we have manufactured 73 miniature ballistas. We have also successfully researched the exploding arrow. The arrows rival Tier 2 spells, and any engineer can craft them. Moreover, both the arrow's production success rate and speed are considerably high. Thus far, we have produced 200,000 exploding arrows. We've secretly moved these arrows to Candlelight's warehouse in Stone Forest Town. They can be retrieved and used at any time. In addition, if Candlelight's 200-plus engineers, who have learned the exploding arrows design, produce them quickly, they can craft 4,000 arrows per hour. As everyone listened to Melancholic Smile's brief report, they were stunned into silence. Even Aqua Rose, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of Zero Wing, was dazed when she heard this. It was obvious that she struggled to process the information. 73 miniature ballistas, 200,000 exploding arrows that could rival Tier 2 spells. These players began to doubt that their guild was actually Zero Wing. Not even super guilds had this kind of weaponry. Apocalypse Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in the Imperial capital. Over 100 players had gathered in the residence's top-floor lounge. Every one of these people was a level 43 or above expert. They were the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's core upper echelons. Among these people, there were some that even pavilion masters like Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't command and had to treat with respect. Normally, these people were scattered across the various branch guilds. Today, however, the great pavilion master had summoned them here. Although many of these players were pleased to be here, Phoenix Rain, who sat in a corner, wore a serious frown. Why would so many monsters attack Stone Forest Town? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she read the latest report her subordinates had sent. Stone Forest Town had only begun to develop properly after many challenges. Even leisure players had begun to move into the town, while real-world companies' virtual stores had begun to rake in profit. If Stone Forest Town were destroyed now, all of Zero Wing's effort would go to waste. Nine Dragons Emperor, who had also heard the news, strode over to Phoenix Rain with a smug look. Laughing, he said, "What a pity! All of your investment in Zero Wing was for nothing. I'm sure the guild elders will also be very interested to hear about this. The outcome has yet to be decided. Don't celebrate so soon." Phoenix Rain snapped. Ignoring Nine Dragons Emperor, she turned and left to contact Shurfeng. The Great Pavilion Master had ordered her to complete a particular quest, so she couldn't mobilize too many players to assist Zero Wing. However, she could lend Zero Wing 7 or 8 gnome cannons and a large stock of special ammunition. After Phoenix Rain left, Nine Dragons Emperor returned to quietly sipping wine from his glass. Martial Dragon, the burly man exuding chilling aura from behind Nine Dragons Emperor, asked quietly, "Pavilion Master, should I use this opportunity to send some people to destroy Zero Wing's residence in Lakeheart City? The quest is about to start. There's no need to waste the manpower. In any case, it is only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbles." Nine Dragons Emperor replied, smiling faintly as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. With so many monsters assaulting Stone Forest Town, he wasn't even certain that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full force could protect the town, much less Zero Wing's. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to help Phoenix Rain. Meanwhile, standing in another corner in the lounge, Phoenix Rain waited a while before contacting Shurfeng. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Shurfeng asked. He could not help but poke fun at Phoenix Rain when he saw the woman's anxious expression. Due to Phoenix Rain's sudden call, he had been forced to end the meeting early and find a reception room to remove his black flame disguise. Only then did he accept the call. "Do you really have to ask?" Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes. "Getting straight to the point," she retorted. "Who doesn't know about Stone Forest Town's situation right now? Although I can't supply any manpower, I can lend you a few war weapons." War weapons? Shurfeng hadn't expected Phoenix Rain to be so generous. All of the large guilds treated war weapons like priceless treasure. They wouldn't even think of using these items if they could avoid it, much less lending them to someone else. They only put these items to use during crucial moments. Let's forget about the weapons. How many magic crystals do you have on hand? You don't need the weapons? Phoenix Rain was slightly surprised. She couldn't understand what Shifeng was thinking. War weapons could be a saving grace during a monster siege. Yet based on Shifeng's reaction, it was obvious that he wasn't interested. I've already spent most of the magic crystals that I borrowed from Zero Wing. Right now, I only have around 50,000 or so left. If you need them, I can have Blue send them over right away. But that's all I have. 50,000? After pondering for a brief moment, Shifeng said, "That should be barely enough. Thank you for the help, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Regarding the 300,000 magic crystals that you've borrowed, we'll write off the interest." Phoenix Rain had wanted to respond, but as soon as Shifeng finished speaking, he disconnected the call. Blue Phoenix walked over and asked, "Big Sis Rain, how did it go? Should I send some people to retrieve the gnome cannons from the guild warehouse?" "No. Just take 50,000 magic crystals to Stone Forest Town," Phoenix Rain said, waving her hand. "No?" Blue Phoenix was surprised. "We're talking about tools of war. They can definitely help defend the town. Is Zero Wing really so confident of protecting Stone Forest Town against so many monsters?" "I doubt that Zero Wing would fool around with Stone Forest Town," Phoenix Rain said, uncertain. "Hopefully Zero Wing can defend it. As a preventive measure, take the gnome cannons and special ammunition with you." Zero Wing was going up against more than 500,000 monsters, and even the weakest among those monsters was a level 60 elite. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't be able to guarantee the town's safety. She found it truly hard to believe that all Zero Wing needed was a few magic crystals. "Understood." Blue Phoenix nodded before leaving the lounge. A horde of evil beasts had surrounded Stone Forest Town. Looking at these monsters, the Zero Wing members stationed atop the town's ramparts felt their knees grow weak. The players that had come to watch the battle were just as shocked. There was a great discrepancy between the information they had received and what lay before them. While the reports had stated that the weakest monsters within the monster army were level 60 elites was true, these level 60 elites did not make up the majority of the army. They weren't even a quarter of the enemy's forces. Rather, most of the monsters in the army were level 60+ special elites. Even from afar, one could easily find one level 60+ chieftain out of every 10 monsters. Such a beast could serve as a party dungeon's final boss. As for the number of Tier 2 lords in the army, that was even more frightening. The enemy also had hill-sized great and grand lords. It's over. Stone Forest Town is beyond salvation now. Even from here, I can count more than 200 great lords. The great lords are nothing. They can be defeated. You should be worried about the level 65+ grand lords and mythic monsters. I'm pretty sure those monsters can obliterate Stone Forest Town without help. How does such a powerful monster army exist? Even if every player in the town joins the fight, we can't stop these monsters. Upon seeing the enemy's forces, some players who had intended to stay to watch the war dismissed the notion. With such a massive gap in strength, this was no longer a war. It would simply be a one-sided slaughter. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't even get the opportunity to flee once the battle began. Ha ha ha! Abandoned Wave's army is truly impressive. Even if Zero Wing sends in every member, its struggle will be futile. Singular Burial was elated as he watched the live stream a subordinate had sent from inside Stone Forest Town. With such power, they could proceed to take control of the Star Alliance's towns once they finished with Stone Forest Town. After that, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have any competition in Star Moon Kingdom. Guild Leader, I just received news that Zero Wing isn't taking any action against the monster army. The elite members that were already in the town are the only ones stationed there. There are only 40,000 players. The subordinate recording the live stream reported. He then shifted the camera angle towards Stone Forest Town's interior. Zero Wing's members crowded Atom Stone Forest Town's ramparts. However, there weren't many. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't even have nearly 100,000 players. They're giving up? Singular Burial roared with laughter when he saw this. What a pity. I had hoped to use this opportunity to deal a blow to Zero Wing. As expected, Black Flame's decision is a bold one. It's no wonder how he developed Zero Wing to its current glory. If it were up to him, he would defend his town with everything he had. However, from a logical viewpoint, giving up the town was the best decision. Otherwise, the guild would suffer additional losses while reaching the same outcome. Meanwhile, Stone Forest players realized that Zero Wing intended to give up on the town. No one dared to linger as they used their return scrolls to flee. How boring! So Zero Wing doesn't even have the courage to put up a fight. Abandoned Wave clicked his tongue when he saw the lack of reaction in Stone Forest Town. He had really wanted to watch Zero Wing's final struggle. Since that's the case, let's end this. Following which, Abandoned Wave swung his hand forward. Immediately, the evil beast army surrounding Stone Forest Town began their assault as they surged towards the town. Seeing the evil beast army approach, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew nervous. With just 40,000 elite players, just how were they supposed to face an army of 500,000 monsters? However, just as the evil beast army was 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town's walls, one miniature ballista after another appeared on the ramparts, 3 players controlling each weapon. Atop the magic tower, Shifeng smiled as he looked at Stone Forest Town's defenses, following which he commanded, "Let's kick their asses." A sea of evil beasts surrounded Stone Forest Town. The monster army stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's members, hiding in Stone Forest Town, secretly live-streamed the siege. This allowed the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom to watch the battle in real time. There are so many monsters. This is the first time I've seen so many in one place. Can Zero Wing really face these monsters with so few people? By the looks of it, Zero Wing should be giving up on Stone Forest Town. After all, these monsters are simply too strong. Guild towns have no way to fend off such a horde at this stage of the game. The players who bought houses in the town and applied for membership to the battle arena are out of luck. Zero Wing is just going to sacrifice such a large town? They're not even going to try to defend it? If that's the case, who would be dumb enough to invest in their towns in the future? You have a point. In any case, I won't be buying a house in Zero Wing's towns in the future. The guild is too unreliable. The spectacular sight of the monster army shocked the players watching the livestream. At the same, they voiced their discontent about Zero Wing's decision to give up on Stone Forest Town. Despite being Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing wasn't even brave enough to face the monster army. The players who had wanted to join Zero Wing began to hesitate. Some Zero Wing members even began to withdraw from the guild. Did you think you can reduce your losses just by giving up Stone Forest Town? Singular Burial sneered as he read the recent forum posts. I want to see just how long you all can endure. Zero Wing's determination had put a wrench in his plans. However, if he uploaded the livestream of the siege battle to the forums, he could force Zero Wing into making a decision. Either Zero Wing chose to conserve its strength and give up Stone Forest Town, or it would try to defend the town with all its might at the cost of reducing the guild's overall strength. While the former option was a good choice, it would also damage the guild's carefully built reputation. Most likely, the results would halt the guild's development for some time. If Zero Wing wanted to continue developing, its only choice was to protect Stone Forest Town with everything it had. He did not hope that Zero Wing would mobilize all of its members to protect the town. It would be enough if the guild moved a portion of its members in White River City. At that time, Zero Wing would lose both Stone Forest Town and its stable. If that happened, Heaven's Burial would take Zero Wing's place as the #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom. Just as the players discussed the livestream on the forums, the evil beast army began its assault. The earth trembled as the monsters swarmed towards Stone Forest Town. The players watching were stunned. They finally understood what Zerg tactics truly were. With so many monsters, even Stone Forest Town's defense turrets and magic towers were utterly inadequate defenses. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had given up Stone Forest Town. The guild might have expected this outcome. Huh? What are Zero Wing's members bringing out? Aren't those miniature ballistas? It seems that the guild did prepare. So what if they are prepared? The defense turrets and magic towers can't even slow down the monster army. What could a few miniature ballistas do? When the monster army was less than 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town, some of the spectators noticed quite a few miniature ballistas emerge atop the ramparts, and they couldn't help but laugh. Although the miniature ballistas were easy to move, their power was subpar at best. Moreover, their AoE wasn't as large as the defense turrets. The miniature ballistas might be useful against players, but against so many high HP monsters, they were simply a joke. However, before these people could finish their words, something else occurred on the ramparts that stunned the watching players. There were nearly 20 miniature ballistas on each wall. With all 4 walls, Zero Wing had almost 80 miniature ballistas protecting Stone Forest Town. How is this possible? Those are miniature ballistas we're talking about. The large number of miniature ballistas stupefied the spectators. The various large guilds watching the livestream were particularly shocked. Ordinary players might not understand how precious war weapons like the miniature ballistas were, but the major powers understood their importance well. Although the miniature ballista could not rival the gnome cannon's firepower, it wasn't easy to obtain. Not even super guilds could collect nearly 80 miniature ballistas, yet Zero Wing had. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Zero Wing's members began to load the ballistas with 2-meter-long arrows. Crimson runes danced across these arrows' shafts. It was obvious that these weren't arrows you could purchase from NPC merchants. Following which, explosions filled the air around Stone Forest Town. In the next moment, flaming arrows flew from the town's ramparts, raining down on the approaching evil beast army. Boom! 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 Rings of fire erupted among the monster troops as the arrows struck, each covering a 15-yard radius. The miniature ballista's attacks were no less devastating than the defense turrets. The explosions forced back the evil beasts on the front line as they received heavy injuries. The elite-ranked evil beasts had lost over 1/3 of their HPs. After the first volley of arrows, the defense turrets and magic towers launched their attacks as well. When the magic towers attacked, the 7-colored beams they fired struck the heart of the monster army. The attack, which could rival Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, instantly killed all of the monsters below Lord rank. As 3 7-colored beams cut through the evil beast army, over 8,000 evil beasts died instantly, tearing large holes in the enemy formation. Due to the miniature ballista's short cooldown, another volley of exploding arrows rained down on the evil beasts as soon as the defense turrets and magic towers finished their attacks. Before the army had even reached 2,500 yards of Stone Forest Town, over 30,000 evil beasts had died. Stone Forest Town's frightening defenses stupefied the spectating players. This is insane. These are Stone Forest Town's defenses. Zero Wing is amazing. They have so many miniature ballistas. If not for these monsters' numbers and strength, the guild might annihilate the monsters before they even reach the walls. How is this possible? Why does Zero Wing have so many miniature ballistas? Singular Burial balled his fists as he glared at the livestream. However, although he was very surprised and confused, he quickly recovered as he sneered and said, "Although I didn't expect such a trump card. So what? This army isn't like the last one you faced." While the miniature ballistas had claimed many of the evil beasts below Lord rank, this war would be as good as over once the monsters reached the ballistas. Interesting. And here I thought you had given up. Let's see how you deal with this. Abandoned Wave, who stood at the very rear of the evil beast army like a coward, sneered. He then waved his hand, and immediately, another large wave charged forward. This time, however, there were far fewer evil beasts in the charge. However, these were higher quality monsters, with the majority being chieftain rank and above. Even the Grand Lords had joined in the charge. These monsters were too large to have taken part in the initial charge, but now that less of their companions occupied the field, the Grand Lords could easily dodge the attacks from the town's static defenses. As these chieftain rank and above evil beasts inched closer to Stone Forest Town, before anyone had realized it, 2 mana pulse cannons had appeared above one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers, larger than the basic mana pulse cannon. These 2 weapons were none other than the intermediate mana pulse cannon's Sherfong, had obtained from the fallen Ark. Target the densest areas of the monster army. Fire! The instant the intermediate mana pulse cannons activated, two pitch-black, magic arrays formed above the magic tower as they absorbed the surrounding mana. The intense mana fluctuation immediately attracted attention. What's that? What an intense feeling. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Players in town were shocked by the pressure they felt from the magic tower. This was especially true for magical class players, who were far more sensitive towards elemental mana. Currently, the magic arrays above the tower felt like black holes as they devoured a massive amount of mana. Is this another attack from the magic tower? Abandoned Wave was not particularly surprised to see this. In response, he gestured with a hand. Immediately, the evil beast army charging forward began to spread out. He had long since familiarized himself with the magic tower's attacks. After all, these defensive structures were the reason he had suffered in the previous war. However, he had full control of the evil beast army this time. Although the magic tower's AoE was vast, if the monsters spread out, the magic towers wouldn't be as much of a threat. As the players on the ramparts watched, they shook their heads and sighed. These monsters' reaction time is too fast. Although the magic tower's attacks are powerful, they won't be very effective with how spread out the monsters are. As the players discussed their thoughts, the two intermediate mana pulse cannons finished their channeling time. In the next moment, the cannons fired two black beams, reaching the center of the evil beast army in the blink of an eye. As the beams struck the ground, two pillars of black light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. This phenomenon was nothing like the magic tower's prior attacks. As the black pillars rose, they expanded. Radius of 100 yards, 200 yards, 300 yards. The pillars of light devoured more evil beasts as it spread. The pillars only stopped after achieving a 500-yard radius. Any monster below chieftain rank was turned into ash instantly. Although the chieftain-ranked evil beasts survived initial contact with the pillars, the attacks eventually claimed their lives as well. Only Lord-ranked evil beasts and above survived the attacks. What were those attacks? They even killed chieftains in one move. This is insane. So, this is Zero Wing's foundation? Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the Armageddon before them. Shocked by the Black Pillar's destructive power, even the evil beast army had halted its advance. Just what did Zero Wing do? How did the AoE grow so large? Abandoned Wave stared at the pillars of black light, which had yet to fade, with wide eyes. Despite having spread out, the two attacks had killed over 15,000 evil beasts. Among them, over 2,000 chieftains had died, while the lords had less than half of their HP remaining. Although the higher-rank evil beasts hadn't lost a significant amount of HP, they were severely injured, reducing their combat power drastically. Such frightening, destructive power was simply unheard of. Such attacks could deal a devastating blow to his evil beast army. If he allowed several more of those attacks to land, the consequences would be unimaginable. Singular Burial wasn't the only one shocked. Every major power witnessing this was astonished. With such frightening war weapons, who would dare attack Stone Forest Town in the future? Fortunately, the town's current enemy was a monster army. No amount of players would be enough to capture Stone Forest Town. This won't do. I won't be able to sustain the losses if this continues. Abandoned Wave had lost his complacent attitude. Immediately, he took a dark gray crystal ball from his bag and started chanting, "Go! Destroy the magic towers!" In the next moment, the 5 level 70, mythic-ranked evil earth dragon's crimson eyes began to glow. With large strides, they approached Stone Forest Town rapidly. Although the evil beast army was relatively easy to create, chieftain-ranked evil beasts and above were difficult to produce. Not only did their creation depend on luck, but he also needed to sacrifice monsters of a sufficiently high rank and level. Moreover, he only had a chance of created mythic-ranked evil beasts by killing high-ranked evil beasts. It was utterly impossible to nurture a common evil beast to mythic rank. He wouldn't have minded losing these high-rank evil beasts in a normal slugfest, but it was a different story if Zero Wing simply slaughtered them. The moment the evil earth dragons moved, Stone Forest Town's players felt death loom over them. At this stage of the game, one mythic monster was more than enough to destroy a guild town, much less 5. Although Zero Wing had protected the town against mythic monsters before, it had only faced 3 during that battle. They had also only been level 65. Even so, those 3 mythic monsters had ravaged the guild. It had come very close to losing Stone Forest Town. Evil Earth Dragon, Dark Creature, Mythic, level 70, HP 210, 000, 000/210, 000, 000. Currently, the evil Earth Dragons weren't suppressed as they had been during the previous war. Not only were their attributes terrifyingly high, but they also had a higher intellect and were easily capable of evading the miniature ballista's attacks. Moreover, the evil Earth Dragons could shake off the exploding arrows as if they were nothing. Their battle recovery alone was enough to dishearten even the strongest player. Although Stone Forest Town launched a constant stream of attacks, these attacks only eliminated the evil beasts below Great Lord rank. To Great Lords and above, the magic towers and basic mana pulse cannons were a minor concern. And the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a long 3-minute cooldown. 3 minutes might not be long in a player-fought war, but it was more than enough time for Great Lords and above to end this battle. In the end, before the intermediate mana pulse cannons cooldown ended, the 200-plus Great Lords, 40-plus Grand Lords, and 5 evil Earth Dragons stood before Stone Forest Town's walls. Although Stone Forest Town had already upgraded to intermediate rank and was protected by very tall walls, these walls weren't half as tall as the evil Earth Dragons. Before the mythic monsters, Stone Forest Town's ramparts were easily crossed hurdles. It seems Zero Wing is truly finished. There are so many powerful monsters. This is insane. Even a 500-man elite team is unlikely to stop a level 65 Great Lord. If those 200-plus Great Lords work together, Zero Wing's 40,000 members won't even serve as a warm-up. When the spectators had watched Zero Wing reveal so many powerful war weapons, they had held onto some hope of success. However, they realized how futile Zero Wing's attempts were as the evil beast stood before the town's walls. Ha ha ha! Go, my servants! Sacrifice every life form in the town for the almighty evil god. Abandoned Wave commanded, laughing. He had been worried about the intermediate mana pulse cannons, but now that the monster stood before the ramparts, the war was as good as over. Roar! Deafening roars filled the air as the Great Lord-ranked evil beasts leaped toward Stone Forest Town's ramparts. I've been waiting for this. You will be excellent test subjects. Standing atop the magic tower, Sherfong casually retrieved the movement type, defensive magic array he had obtained from the fallen Arkansas. He then inserted 5,000 magic crystals into the array and cranked it up to maximum. Immediately, a crystal-like barrier expanded and enveloped Stone Forest Town. Boom! 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 Suddenly, these evil beasts slammed into an invisible, steel-like wall 10 yards from the ramparts, unable to proceed farther. What's this? A magic barrier? Zero Wing's members, who had prepared for an arduous battle, were confused when they saw the evil beast army stop. Not even the 5 evil Earth Dragons were able to move an inch closer to the town. The barrier managed to block mythic monsters? Impossible! What kind of barrier is this? How much strength has Zero Wing kept hidden? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the beasts halted. Every large guild in Starmoon Kingdom had a few trump cards. They obviously had something as important as a defensive magic array. However, it was unheard of for a player-owned magic array to stop a mythic monster attack. The combined attacks of all 5 evil Earth Dragons' claws barely shook the crystal-like barrier. There wasn't a single crack on the barrier. The array's strength rivaled those used in NPC cities. In God's domain, even the most ordinary NPC city had a magic array that could stop Tier 4 monsters. Every major NPC city like White River City had a defensive magic array that could even hold off Tier 5 monsters. This was also the reason that, aside from special circumstances, monster sieges against the NPC cities were almost certain to fail. Monsters could only successfully siege NPC towns. Why wouldn't they be surprised to see that Stone Forest Town had an array that could rival an NPC city's. The Zero Wing members breathed a sigh of relief when the magic barrier appeared. If they faced these evil beasts head-on, they would die instantly. All members, prioritize killing Great Lord rank monsters and below. Aqua Rose barked out commands through the guild chat. When she read the description of the movement-type defensive magic array, she thought it could only block the Great Lord's attacks. She had never thought that it could hold off a tier 4 mythic monster. Due to the presence of the defensive magic array, Zero Wings members started to regain their confidence. They began to bombard the evil beasts before them. Level 40 players might not normally pose a threat to level 65 Great Lords, but the 3 magic towers boosted their basic attributes by 30%. God's Domain's recent system upgrades also continuously weakened the effects of level suppression. Zero Wings members still managed to deal several hundred damage to the level 65 plus Great Lords even with a gap of over 20 levels. Those with equipment with the ignore levels attribute dealt minus 1000 damage on average. Several hundred damage might not be much to the Great Lords, which had over 60 million HP. The accumulated damage of hundreds or even thousands of players attacking at once was frightening. The Great Lords were taking hundreds of thousands of damage every second, greatly exceeding their battle recovery. It was definitely possible to kill all the evil beasts attacking Stone Forest Town, given enough time. There were also the miniature ballistas and Tier 2 NPC guards pitching in from the sides. All these factors combined reduced the Great Lord-ranked evil beasts' HPs at a rate visible to the naked eye. Evil beasts below Great Lord rank were even easier to deal with. They could be finished off with a brief burst of concentrated fire. Damn it! How did Zero Wing get such a powerful defensive magic array? Abandoned Wave gnashed his teeth as he looked at the scene. The magic barrier remained completely intact even after numerous attacks from so many evil beasts. At this rate, the evil beasts he nurtured were simply EXP for Zero Wing. He reluctantly manipulated the dark gray crystal ball in his hands once again. You might be able to block normal Tier 4 attacks, but what about Tier 4 destructive spells? The 5 evil earth dragons abruptly stopped attacking the magic barrier as the crystal ball glowed. Then they widened their mouths. The mana around the evil earth dragons started rampaging as it gathered in front of their mouths. 5 black beams shot out of the evil earth dragon's mouths shortly later. Tier 4 spell, Evil Energy Roar. The black's beams shook the barrier violently. The other evil beasts attacking the barrier backed away from the powerful impact momentarily. It blocked the attacks? Abandoned Wave was shocked by what he saw. The Evil Energy Roar rivaled the intermediate mana pulse cannon's might. Its AoE was much small, though. HM? No, there are cracks on the barrier. Once the Evil Energy Roars ended, Abandoned Wave could clearly spot numerous cracks on Stone Forest Town's barrier. But the cracks were being repaired quickly enough to see with the naked eye. As expected of a Tier 4 spell, its might is truly frightening. Sure Feng took a look at the movement-type defensive magic array beside him. The 5 evil energy roars had depleted its energy by more than half. That was only one wave of attacks. All defensive magic arrays needed to be supplied energy. The more damage the magic array absorbed, the more energy it consumed. The magic array's endurance limit was the other important factor affecting the energy depletion rate. The movement-type defensive magic array he had obtained from the Fallen Ark had a Tier 3 endurance limit. As long as an attack's standard exceeded Tier 3, the energy depleted from such an attack would increase exponentially. Each of the evil Earth Dragon's normal attacks had already depleted the magic array's energy by a frightening rate of 1%. This 1% was enough to hold off the combined attacks of the 200-plus Great Lords for a considerable amount of time. After the evil energy roars, the magic array's energy had decreased by nearly 70%. Restoring the magic array's energy cost 5,000 magic crystals each time. Currently, he only had around 60,000 crystals on hand, and that was including the 50,000 crystals Phoenix Rain had returned. In addition, firing the intermediate mana pulse cannons cost 2,000 magic crystals per shot, while the basic mana pulse cannons cost 1,000 crystals per shot. He could only restore the magic array's energy a limited number of times. Sure enough, it isn't invincible. I want to see just how long you last. Seeing the cracks on the magic barrier, a sinister smile appeared on Abandoned Wave's face. He then controlled the Grand Lords to assault the magic barrier with their most powerful skills. Although he did not have a good understanding of Stone Forest Town's magic barrier, he could guess the barrier's limit based on the cracks. Normally, a barrier would only show signs of damage when an attack exceeded its limit. When that happened, the defensive magic array would lose a significant amount of energy. Once the magic barrier's energy had been depleted, his evil beast army would storm Stone Forest Town and slaughter the players in it. As Abandoned Wave controlled his Grand Lords, they rampaged, hurling one high-tiered skill after another at the barrier before them. The magic array lost energy with each hit. For a moment, it even began to show signs of shattering. Seeing this, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew increasingly nervous. Once the magic barrier broke, their lives would be on the line. Sure enough, using such a method to fight mythic monsters is a little far-fetched. Sure Feng sighed when he saw the magic array's energy levels fall below 10%. He then contacted Blackie and asked, "Blackie, how are the preparations on your side?" "We're ready. We're just waiting for your command," Blackie said, grinning. "Although it is a little wasteful to use them here, it's about time we show our enemy that they aren't the only ones with Tier 4 forces." Sure Feng then commanded, "Summon the divine beasts. It's about time we refresh their memory." Following Sure Feng's command, 3 massive, golden magic arrays appeared above Zero Wing's residence, each array enveloping nearly half of the town. Immediately, 3 golden dragons that were over 100 meters tall emerged from these magic arrays. The divine dragons hovered in the sky as they flapped their massive wings. They released deafening roars that echoed throughout Stone Forest Town and its surrounding area as they overlooked all lifeforms like kings. As the 3 divine dragons appeared, silence descended on the battlefield. Any who bathed in the divine dragon's aura, including both Stone Forest Town's players and the evil beasts attacking the magic barrier, looked up at the creatures as if they were staring at kings. Impossible! This definitely can't be real. 3 golden dragons? How much power has Zero Wing hidden? Zero Wing is too strong. It seems that the dragon summonings during the previous war hadn't just been due to luck after all. Sure enough, Zero Wing isn't Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild for nothing. Which guild in Starmoon Kingdom could possibly be a match for Zero Wing's foundations? Damn it! Why did I leave Stone Forest Town so quickly? I threw away the chance to watch such an interesting battle. Although the players who watched the livestream couldn't experience the battlefield's atmosphere personally, they were still shocked to see 3 divine dragons hovering over Stone Forest Town. To current players, Tier 4 mythic monsters were invincible. Not many had been optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of protecting Stone Forest Town. However, now that Zero Wing had summoned 3 of its own mythic monsters, it had a fighting chance. How is this possible? Singular Burial was momentarily stunned when he saw the 3 divine dragons. He couldn't believe his eyes. He, too, had been present during the last war. During that battle, he had assumed that Zero Wing had obtained a summoning scroll for the divine dragon by chance, only allowing the guild to summon it once. As a precaution, he and Abandoned Wave had prepared for the possibility that Zero Wing could summon another divine dragon. Yet, Zero Wing had just summoned 3 of them. Before everyone could react, the 3 divine dragons flapped their wings, creating a strong gale. They then vanished, transforming into streaks of golden light as they reappeared above Stone Forest Town's ramparts. Spreading their massive jaws, each of the divine dragons created a golden magic array. Divine Dragon's Breath. Immediately, 3 golden tornadoes swept across the evil beast army. As these tornadoes encountered 3 of the evil earth dragons, they threw the creatures hundreds of yards away. Any evil beast below Lord rank died instantly. This is so awesome. This attack must have killed at least 1,000 evil beasts. Blackie, who controlled one of the divine dragons, was astonished when he saw the destruction the golden tornado left in its wake. As the tornadoes danced across the battlefield, only death followed. This phenomenon continued for 500 yards. After watching Alluring Summer control the divine dragon during the last siege, he understood that the mythic monster was very powerful, but he only realized just how powerful the divine dragon was after controlling one for himself. Seeing 5 level 65 great lords charging towards him, Blackie sent a tail swipe at them. Pong! The attack sent the 5 great lords flying over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above each of their heads. Blackie's divine dragon then lashed out with its claws, turning over a dozen elite evil beasts into dust. The divine dragon's power was simply devastating. Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud controlled the other 2 divine dragons. Arriving before 2 evil earth dragons, the divine dragons swiped their massive claws. Reacting quickly, the evil earth dragons responded in kind. Boom! The instant the claws collided, the impact pushed the nearby elite evil beasts back. As for the 2 evil earth dragons, they were forced to take 2 steps backward. It was clear that the divine dragons surpassed them in terms of strength. Immediately, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud attacked their respective opponents' abdomens with tail swipes. The collision threw the evil earth dragons over 40 yards away. Although Blackie, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud couldn't control the divine dragons as they did their own bodies, their combat techniques and experience far surpassed the evil earth dragons. In a one-on-one fight, they could easily suppress their opponents. The divine dragon's overwhelming display of power stirred a bloodlust in Stone Forest Town's players. Every one of the mythic monster's actions could destroy the surrounding terrain. Monsters below Lord rank couldn't even approach to the divine dragons. Although the divine dragon's combat standards were not high, they caused a much larger common than a player-fought battle. If not for the defensive barrier protecting them, no one doubted that the resulting shockwaves would be more than enough to destroy the town. By summoning the 3 divine dragons, Zero Wing had turned the tide of war. Is this our guild's power? This is too amazing. All hail Boss Blackie. Victory will be ours. Every Zero Wing member was ecstatic. They had never realized how powerful their guild was. Seeing this, the players that had chosen to withdraw from the guild turned pale. Use this opportunity to kill the great lord monsters and above. Don't let any of them get away, Sherfong commanded. Although the divine dragons were very powerful, each one cost 88 magic array scrolls to summon. The materials required to create the divine beast's descent magic array scrolls were also extremely precious. Each scroll cost over 10 gold to produce. However, the production cost was secondary. To produce the divine beast's descent magic array scrolls, one needed a special material called mana essence. It only dropped from 50-man or more team dungeons. It was a precious item to every large guild, and creating a set of divine beast's descent magic array scrolls required 88 mana essences. Even though Zero Wing now had a lot of members, it had barely collected enough mana essence for 3 sets. Zero Wing had invested everything in this war. Hence, it was of utmost importance that they recuperate some of their losses through these evil beasts' deaths. Unfortunately, evil beasts did not drop weapons or equipment. They only provided some EXP and materials. The most valuable loot, the evil energy crystal, only dropped from chieftain rank and above monsters. Compared to the cost of the 3 sets of divine beasts' descent magic array scrolls, these items were barely worth anything. The only consolation was the soul orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from great lords and above. He could absorb the souls from any of the great lords his guild team killed. With so many great lord-ranked monsters in a single location, this was a rare opportunity. 3 divine dragons? Abandoned Wave's mouth twitched as he watched the divine dragons slaughter his evil beasts. It had taken a log of effort to obtain each of his great lord-ranked evil beasts, yet Zero Wing's members were farming them for EXP. Good. Very good. I want to see just how many you can kill. Once your magic barrier shatters, Stone Forest Town will meet its doom. Abandoned Wave steeled his heart. Now that he had revealed so many evil beasts to the public, the various large guilds would undoubtedly prepare countermeasures against the creatures. If he failed to destroy Stone Forest Town this time, it would be very difficult to nurture another large army. Although Zero Wing's prowess exceeded his expectations, the town's weakness was obvious. As long as he shattered the town's defensive barrier, the evil beast army would storm the town. Abandoned Wave commanded his monsters to attack the town's defensive barrier. He even instructed his 5 evil earth dragons to ignore their divine cousins, intending to trade the dragon's HP for the magic barrier's energy, following which the magic barrier's energy drained. At the same time, Shurfeng replenished that energy. At the rate at which he poured magic crystals into the array, he didn't dare use the intermediate mana pulse cannons again. The intense slugfest stupefied every spectator. While the evil beasts assaulted Stone Forest Town's barrier and ignored their enemies' attacks, the latter threw everything it had at the evil beasts. Under Zero Wing's fierce assault, the army continued to lose monsters. The initial 500,000 decreased to 400,000, and then to 200,000. Even 2 of the 5 evil earth dragons had died. When the evil beast army had less than 100,000 monsters remaining, Stone Forest Town's magic barrier shattered under 3 remaining evil earth dragons' evil energy roars. It's shattered. Abandoned Wave released a sigh of relief when he saw the magic barrier disappear. Stone Forest Town's defenses had truly exceeded his expectations. To destroy the defensive magic array, he had lost over 400,000 evil beasts. Had he expected such losses, he would have waited to attack. At the very least, he would have only moved after readying 6 or 7 evil earth dragons. Finally, success. Singular Burial, who watched the Stone Forest Town battle from Heaven's Burial's main headquarters, wiped sweat from his forehead as he watched the magic barrier shatter. Had the barrier lasted a few more minutes, the operation may have failed. Although the evil beast army had attacked the barrier madly, their numbers had continued to decrease as the fight drug on. Even the 3 remaining evil earth dragons had less than 1/3 of their HPs remaining. Had the evil earth dragons all died before the barrier broke, the threat of the evil beast army would have decreased drastically. Such a sturdy defensive magic array was simply unheard of. Fortunately, the evil beasts attacking the array had high HP and strength. If it were up to players to take the barrier down, the army would pay a horrific price to deplete the magic array's energy. After seeing this magic array, Singular Burial's desire for Stone Forest Town grew. A guild town's key element was its security. It would only attract interested investors if it had powerful defenses. No one-time use magic array scroll could conjure such a powerful defensive magic array. The source was likely a defensive structure or tool. Based on the images he had received from his subordinates in Stone Forest Town, it was obvious that this defensive magic array had originated from the massive machine atop one of the magic towers. Letting a guild like Zero Wing hold on to such a tool is too much of a waste. Singular Burial turned to Broken Flow, the level 43 berserker in dark purple armor beside him, and said, "Teleport to Stone Forest Town's private house with your men. I don't care what it takes. Steal that tool. If necessary, I'll permit you to expose the dark contract." Zero Wing was Heaven's Burial's greatest competitor in Star Moon Kingdom. Naturally, Heaven's Burial had planted plenty of spies in the guild. They had even purchased 2 private houses in Stone Forest Town as a preventive measure. This was the perfect moment to put those houses to good use. With the magic barrier shattered, Zero Wing would try to hold back the evil beast invasion. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial could use the opportunity to strike. The evil beasts might be a threat to other players, but Heaven's Burial had special tools that prevented evil beasts and evil demons from actively attacking them. "I can use the dark contract?" Excitement flashed in Broken Flow's eyes. He glanced at the movement-type defensive magic array atop the magic tower and said, "Guild leader, destroying that magic tower shouldn't be a problem, right? If it's necessary, then fine, but only as a last resort." Singular Burial nodded. "Understood. Guild leader, wait for my good news." Broken Flow chuckled before leaving the guild leader's office. Meanwhile, every Zero Wing player on the ramparts wore a solemn expression. In the end, they had failed to kill all the evil beasts before the magic array had run out of energy. Although there were less than 100,000 evil beasts remaining, the leftover monsters were mainly the stronger ones. Weaker monsters such as the elite evil beasts had long since been wiped out. The weakest remaining were special elite rank, while over 70 Great Lords and nearly half of the Grand Lords remained. There were plenty of High Lords left as well. Magic Array teams. Prepare to trap those Grand Lords. Ranged classes. Support the NPC guards and prioritize killing the Great Lords. All MTs. Distract the evil beasts below the Great Lord rank. Do not let any evil beasts enter the town or destroy the miniature ballistas. Aqua Rose commanded. Zero Wing had invested tons of coins to raise Stone Forest Town to its current state. If they let the evil beasts invade and destroy it, the consequences would be unimaginable. If these monsters captured the guild residents, in particular Zero Wing would lose Stone Forest Town. Following Aqua Rose's commands, Zero Wing's members burst into action. The numerous Magic Array teams promptly activated the 9-star Polar Domain Magic Array scrolls they had been given, trapping the Grand Lords that rushed into the town. At the same time, the level 75, Tier 2 NPC guards charged towards the Great Lords. Meanwhile, due to the Magic Towers buff, Zero Wing's level 40-plus MTs were more than capable of blocking the evil beasts below the Great Lord rank. Although the battle was intense, it was not beyond salvation. Moreover, Zero Wing had the strongest combatants with its 3 divine dragons. These creatures suppressed the evil earth dragons, preventing them from truly entering the town. Despite having no financial support, Zero Wing sure has hidden a lot of tricks up its sleeves. But it's too late. Despite watching both sides sustain casualties and Zero Wing having the upper hand, Abandoned Wave was very calm. He raised the dark gray orb in his hand and began to chant an incantation. In his opinion, this war had been over the moment the magic barrier had shattered. As Abandoned Wave chanted, a massive, pitch-black, twofold magic array appeared above him. When Abandoned Wave finished his chant, evil demons began to descend from the sky. In total, more than 3,000 evil demons had appeared. The weakest among these evil demons was a level 50 special elite, with the stronger being level 61 Great Lords. A total of 19 Great Lords had joined the battle. These evil demons were the result of his merciless hunt of guild and independent teams. Although there were very few demons, they radiated an intensely terrifying aura. These evil demons' aura resembled that of high-tiered NPCs. Wisdom and intelligence were evident in their blood-red eyes. Why are there so many Great Lords? Flame Blood, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, could not help his surprise when the 19 Great Lord-ranked evil demons dropped to the ground. Although Flame Blood had guessed that Abandoned Wave had not revealed all the evil demons he had nurtured, he hadn't expected the man to hide so many. Based on his estimates, the man should be lucky to have nurtured 7 or 8 Great Lords after killing the various guild elites and experts. After all, it was far more difficult to upgrade an evil demon than it was to upgrade an evil beast. Correspondingly, an evil demon was much stronger than an evil beast of the same rank. Against players, in particular, evil demons had an overwhelming advantage. A chieftain-ranked evil demon would have no problem slaughtering even an expert player with an active berserk skill. There was no need to mention the lords and great lords. They were practically living nightmares. My servants. It is time to devour some souls. Abandoned Wave sneered as he pointed to the distant Stone Forest town. Your target is the town before you. Gorge to your heart's content. He hadn't dared risk his evil demons while the magic barrier had been in place. Each one was just too precious. They could only be created from the corpses of powerful players. Nurturing them was even more difficult. In addition, they had much lower HP than their evil beast counterparts. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons would likely die if they received an attack from the intermediate mana pulse cannons. However, the situation had changed. Without the magic barrier, the evil demons could easily hide in the player crowd and infiltrate the town. Due to their small stature and high reaction speed, Zero Wing would not casually target them with its AoE war weapons. Without this issue, slaughtering the Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town would be a piece of cake. Following Abandoned Wave's command, the highly intelligent evil demons left afterimages as they dashed towards Stone Forest Town. As the large group of evil demons descended, they attracted the attention of Stone Forest Town's players. Why are there still monsters? There doesn't seem to be a lot of time. Stopping them shouldn't be a problem. Why do these monsters feel even more dangerous than the evil beasts? When the Zero Wing members, who were busy fending off the evil beast army, noticed another group of monsters approaching the town, they promptly turned to look at the new arrivals. Although fear gripped their hearts for a moment, they relaxed and returned their attention to the evil beasts before them when they realized how small the approaching group was. However, Aqua Rose's expression darkened when she noticed the approaching evil demons. Hurriedly, she commanded, "Miniature ballistas, prioritize the approaching monsters. Do not let them get close to the town." They had seen evil demons during the previous siege war as well. Although there had been very few, their combat power had been incredibly frightening. They had also been far more intelligent than ordinary monsters. There were more of these monsters this time. If these evil demons infiltrated Stone Forest Town, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the players controlling the miniature ballistas did not understand, they followed Aqua Rose's command. Fortunately, these evil demons were within range. Immediately, dozens of arrows flew towards the approaching evil demons. Boom! 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 A series of explosions shook the battlefield. What? The players controlling the miniature ballistas were stupefied by the results of their assault. The evil demons had dodged the dozens of exploding arrows they had fired. Although they were firing at near maximum range, not even elite players could dodge the arrows at that distance. In addition, the exploding arrows were AoE attacks. The Zero Wing members manning the miniature ballistas weren't the only ones stunned. Many of Stone Forest Town's players were also astonished. A meaningless struggle. Abandoned Wave wasn't surprised in the last. Even the special elite evil demons had a higher reaction speed than elite players. Furthermore, these demons' attributes were much higher than players of the same level. Dodging the small AoE attacks was a piece of cake for these monsters. The evil demons would only be at risk against large AoE attacks like those from the Magic Tower. Moreover, these evil demons possessed considerably high intellect. After learning about the town's defensive and offensive capabilities, they spread out as they advanced. Even if the Magic Towers attacked, the damage would be minimal. They're sending so many evil demons at is. The evil god's temple sure is determined. Shurfeng was also astonished when he saw the evil demons surge towards Stone Forest Town. Although he did not know much about the evil god's temple, he knew that these evil demons weren't easy to create. Every evil demon required blood and sweat from evil god players. Whoever was attacking Stone Forest Town must be very determined to send over 3,000 evil demons against the town. Guild leader, those evil demons are extraordinarily strong. If they enter the town, the situation will take a turn for the worst. Should we have Snow send 20,000 elites from headquarters? Aqua Rose suggested anxiously as she watched the evil demons grow closer to the town. Have everyone retreat to the town, and let as many of those evil beasts and evil demons enter, Shurfeng instructed. Let them enter the town? Aqua Rose's jaws dropped. She had no idea of what Shurfeng was thinking. Guild leader, if we let these monsters in, they'll destroy the town. Moreover, the Magic Towers will also have trouble targeting them. We'll be at a massive disadvantage. We can't hold them back, so it doesn't matter. We'll see who is truly at a disadvantage, Shurfeng said, chuckling. Just get it done. Let me deal with the rest. If the enemy had attacked before the Adventurers Association had occupied Stone Forest Town, Shurfeng would have even mobilized the entire guild to keep these monsters out. However, the situation was different now. In God's domain, a monster army besieging a town wasn't like that carried out by players. When players sieged a town or city, neutral NPCs would not participate in the war. However, it was a different story against monsters. After all, neutral, human NPCs and monsters were enemies. A neutral organization like the Adventurers Association wouldn't occupy a large plot of land in a player town for free. When monsters attacked the town, the Adventurers Association would lend a hand to defend it. Shurfeng hadn't resorted to this option simply because he wanted to keep it secret. Moreover, the town's popularity would decrease significantly if the Adventurers Association took action, which was a steep price as town popularity was crucial to promoting a town. Unfortunately, Since they couldn't stop the monsters approaching the town, they didn't need to continue to exhaust the guild's strength. Although Shifeng's decision confused Aqua Rose, she had no choice but to organize a retreat into the town. Due to the town's various buildings, the massive evil beasts would struggle to maneuver through it. As a result, they would become easier to deal with. Some players even used the buildings as cover. Unfortunately, although more players survived, their prowess had decreased as well. Has Zero Wing lost its mind? Why are they retreating just because of an extra 3,000 plus monsters? What is Zero Wing thinking? Aren't they afraid that these monsters will destroy the town's buildings? For a time, the spectating independent players and major powers were dumbfounded. By letting these monsters invade the town itself would take a lot of damage and its war weapons would be less effective. For example, if the magic tower attacked a target inside the city, not only would it damage the monsters, but it would also damage nearby buildings. What quick reactions! But so what if you switch to guerrilla tactics? Do you think this will change anything? Abandoned Wave sneered. What foolishness! Nobody in Starmoon Kingdom can stop my evil demon army. This will only lead to a quicker death. Following which, Zero Wing's members retreated to the town center, taking out far fewer evil beasts as they did so. If not for the 3 divine dragons pinning down the 3 evil earth dragons outside of Stone Forest Town, the streets of the town would have been devastated. Upon entering the town, the evil demons dashed through the streets, rushing to the town's core. All right, time for you to take action. After seeing the entire evil demon army enter Stone Forest Town, Shifeng smiled. He then clicked to approve the Adventurers Association's request to help defend the town. System. You have agreed to let the Adventurers Association assist in defending the town, calculating the number of monsters inside the town, system. Current number of monsters, 94,347. Strongest monster detected, level 70 Grand Lord, system. Current Adventurers Association is a 1-star association. A minimum of 500 NPCs must be dispatched. A maximum of 1,000 NPCs can be dispatched. Every additional NPC adventurer will decrease Stone Forest Town's popularity by 20 points. Please choose the number of NPC adventurers to mobilize. 20 points. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he saw the system notification. It didn't actually cost as much to mobilize these NPC adventurers as he had assumed. In the past, every additional NPC adventurer had cost 100 town reputation. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng found the situation reasonable. After all, Shadow's towns had been Tier 4, level 100 plus monsters. Naturally, that guild had been forced to dispatch more powerful NPC adventurers. As a result, they had cost more. Let's mobilize 1,000 NPCs. Shifeng then chose to mobilize the maximum number of NPCs. With the entire Stone Forest Town embroiled in the battle, many streets had already been destroyed. Is it finally starting? The corners of Singular Burial's mouth curled up when he saw the evil demons charging at Zero Wing's members. Slaughter them. Kill every Zero Wing member inside the town. Evil demons were different from evil beasts. The players killed by evil beasts would suffer only the normal death penalty. However, players killed by evil demons were not as fortunate. When killed by an evil demon, not only would players suffer double the death penalty, but their immortal souls would also be devoured, preventing them from logging into God's domain for a certain period. Such an outcome was a nightmare for guild elites and experts. Recovering from such a loss would be very difficult. Meanwhile, standing in front of a magic tower, Aqua Rose was currently commanding the Dark God's Legion members and a large number of NPC guards to prevent the evil beasts from destroying the magic tower behind them. At this time, a larger group of evil demons joined the fray as well. Sure enough, their targets are the magic towers. When Aqua Rose saw the evil demon army charging at her group, she hurriedly commanded, "Everyone, prioritize killing the evil demons. Activate your berserk skills as soon as the fight begins. Let the Tier 2 NPCs be the main attackers while you all assist from the sides." Seeing the evil demons entering their attack range one after another, The ranged classes of the Dark God's Legion promptly went on the offensive. Tier 1 spells and skills rained down on the evil demon army. However, aside from the special elite ranked evil demons, the other high-ranking evil demons dodged the attacks easily as if they were expert players. Moreover, they were also able to keep advancing as they avoided the attacks. Only when an attack was unavoidable would they retaliate. As for the Tier 2 NPC guards, although they held the advantage when going up against chieftain-ranked evil demons, the Lord-ranked ones easily overwhelmed them. If not for the healers at the rear line, it was only a matter of time before these NPCs got killed. Such high intellect. Are these things really monsters? How can there be such powerful monsters? Their combat standards are already on par with expert players. The players spectating the battle through the livestream could not help but gasp. They never thought that monsters were capable of achieving such a high combat standard as well. Even the weakest special elite-ranked evil demons had combat standards rivaling the current expert players of God's domain. Meanwhile, there were actually over 3,000 of such monsters. With this, Zero Wing really won't have any hope of a reversal. Even an army of 200,000 elite players would be no match for this army of evil demons. Everyone could not help but shake their heads and sigh as they watched Zero Wing's members continuously retreating. Currently, Zero Wing's experts were barely holding their own against the Lord-ranked evil demons. If the players had not activated their berserk skills, they would have been killed already. Not to mention, the Lords weren't the strongest evil demons present. There were still High Lord and Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Against these evil demons, even when the level 65, Tier 2 NPC guards worked together, they still did not have a chance to retaliate. The NPC Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights could not at all keep up with the high-ranking evil demons' attack speed, receiving blow after blow. If not for them having activated their life-saving skills and berserk skills, as well as rapid healing coming from the rear line, these NPCs would have long since met their makers. Once the duration of their berserk skills ended, the battle would also end entirely. Meanwhile, hidden at a corner a short distance away from the magic tower was a party of 6 cloaked players. Currently, these 6 players had their eyes focused on the entrance of the magic tower. Boss broken, should we take action now? Zero Wing's magic tower doesn't seem like it'll be able to hold on for much longer. If they complete the disassembly of the defensive tool and teleport away, we'll have wasted a trip here. A pale and slim level 37 assassin asked as he looked at Broken Flow standing beside him. No hurry. We have the Tier 3 Space Freeze magic scroll. Stopping them from teleporting away will be a piece of cake. Let these monsters whittle down Zero Wing's members further first. We'll then have an easier time snatching the tool later on. Broken Flow replied calmly. Speaking of which, has your skill locked on to that item yet? Boss, rest assured, I've already locked on to the item. No matter who picks up that tool, as long as we kill that person, we can get it to drop at a 100% success rate. The slim assassin said with confidence. He was originally a very inconspicuous member of Heaven's Burial. However, he had fortunately learned a special skill called Plunder. At Tier 0, this skill only allowed him to steal some money from players' bags. Moreover, it needed him to loot players within 5 seconds of their death. It had been a very useless skill. However, when the skill reached Tier 1, it had undergone a heaven-defying change. The skill now allowed him to lock on to a specific item, and if this item was placed in a player's bag, then after the said player was killed, the targeted item would drop with 100% certainty. Due to this godly skill, Heaven's Burial directly promoted him into a core member and invested resources into his development. Excellent. Broken Flow nodded. Listen to my commands later on. During the time Broken Flow was speaking, the Zero Wing members defending the magic tower kept retreating towards the defensive structure, the battle becoming increasingly disadvantageous for them. Numerous level 50+ one-horned humanoid evil demons could be seen easily dodging the spells and arrows sent by players. At the same time, a level 61 Great Lord-ranked evil demon leaped abruptly into the air, both its claws emitting gray fog that promptly transformed into a massive greatsword as it descended into a crowd of players. The frightening might exuded by the greatsword made even Aqua Rose feel the threat of death. Not good. It's a Tier 3 skill. Everyone, avoid it, Aqua Rose reminded hurriedly. However, Aqua Rose's warning was still a step too late. The players within the attack range of the Grey Greatsword could only watch as the massive weapon descended towards them. Just as the Greatsword was about to crash into the nearest player, a spear of light suddenly struck this Great Lord-ranked evil demon. The instant the spear of light came into contact with the Great Lord, it sent the latter flying 20 yards away, the evil demon's HP decreasing by over 1,600,000. Meanwhile, when this Great Lord hit the ground, the spear of light piercing its body suddenly transformed into golden chains that bound the Great Lord, preventing it from budging even an inch. Immediately after, hundreds of spells descended accurately on this Great Lord-ranked evil demon. In the blink of an eye, the level 61 Great Lord, which had 22 million HP, turned to dust. It died. Aqua Rose, who was prepared to make a last stand against the evil demon army, was momentarily stunned. She had fought evil demons before during the previous siege war. Although the evil demons back then were only at the Lord rank, if not for Anna and Kite's assistance, even a team of experts of the same level would most likely have been annihilated. Nevertheless, now, a Great Lord-ranked evil demon was actually killed almost instantly. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person stunned by this situation. Even Singular Burial and Abandoned Wave, who were watching the live stream of the battle, were stupefied, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. Nobody had a clearer understanding than they did of just how powerful a Great Lord-ranked evil demon was. Yet, such an existence was actually killed instantly, so suppressed that it did not even have the power to retaliate. Before anyone realized what was going on, a group of NPCs suddenly appeared behind the evil demon army. Unlike the town's NPC guards, these NPCs wore all sorts of attire. The classes they possessed were also diverse. The only thing these NPCs had in common with each other was that every one of them sported the adventurer emblem. In addition, these NPCs were all level 70, and even the weakest among them was Tier 2. Among these NPCs, there were even 10 Tier 3 NPCs. NPCs. Why are there so many NPCs here? Zero Wings members, who had been fending off the monster army, grew confused when they saw so many powerful NPCs appearing one after another. However, compared to the surprise Zero Wings members felt, the players and various major powers watching this scene through the livestream were even more shocked. What? There are actually Tier 3 classes among these NPCs. Tier 3 NPCs? How is this possible? Tier 3 NPCs are already considered overlords in minor NPC cities. Just how did Zero Wing manage to get these 10 Tier 3 NPCs to defend Stone Forest Town? The players on the forums were momentarily dumbfounded by the appearance of the 10 level 70 Tier 3 NPCs. As for the various major powers, they felt both confused and afraid when they saw this scene. Ordinary players might not understand how strong Tier 3 NPCs were, but they had a clear appreciation of this. Although only one tier separated Tier 3 and Tier 2 NPCs, this was a massive gap. Not only was there a huge disparity in basic attributes, but there was also a massive difference in combat standards. Even in a situation where both sides had equal basic attributes, a Tier 3 NPC could easily beat up a group of Tier 2 NPCs. This difference was the reason Tier 3 NPCs were usually tasked with ruling and safeguarding minor NPC cities. Yet now, Stone Forest Town actually had 10 Tier 3 NPCs guarding it. Moreover, NPCs were different from monsters. NPCs were capable of coordinating their movements to display superior combat power. Only their coordination was still not as good as players. If 10 Tier 3 NPCs worked together, not to mention dealing with a Grand Lord of the same level, even thrashing a mythic monster of the same level would be child's play. While everyone was shocked by the appearance of these NPCs, a large number of NPCs also turned up at the other two Magic Towers and Zero Wings residents. Although these NPC adventurers were not as numerous as the town's NPC guards, even the weakest among them was level 70 Tier 2. They were far stronger than the majority of Stone Forest Town's Tier 1 NPC guards. Moreover, every one of these locations was also graced by the presence of Tier 3 NPC adventurers. If one counted the Tier 3 NPC adventurers, one would discover a total of 30 of them in Stone Forest Town. They were even more numerous than the Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Damn it! Just where did Zero Wing find so many Tier 2 and Tier 3 NPCs from? Abandoned Wave felt his heart bleeding out when he saw the NPC adventurers assaulting his evil demons. These NPC adventurers were ridiculously strong. Their fights with Lord-ranked evil demons were no different from child's play. Although Lord-ranked evil demons could overwhelm Tier 2 NPCs in a one-on-one, there were simply too many Tier 2 NPCs. Moreover, the NPCs were skillfully cooperating with each other. As a result, a single Tier 2 party could easily finish off a Lord in just a few moves. However, this was still not the worst part. When those Tier 3 NPCs faced off against evil demons and evil beasts below Lord rank, they would almost always eliminate their opponents in a single move. Whenever the NPCs used a Tier 3 skill, the death of a large group of monsters would follow. The Tier 3 Great Mages were killing monsters below Lord rank as quickly as the magic towers were. One could practically hear explosions echoing throughout Stone Forest Town at every passing moment. As for the Great Lord-ranked evil demons, which were practically invincible, they were rendered utterly helpless under the coordination of just 2 or 3 Tier 3 NPCs. Meanwhile, whenever a Great Lord got pinned down, the other Tier 3 NPCs would use the opportunity to attack it together, bombarding it with Tier 3 skills and spells, one after another, and killing it in the blink of an eye. Seeing the evil beast armies and evil demon armies' numbers plummet, Abandoned Wave immediately commanded all the monsters to give up on attacking the magic towers and shift their focus towards Zero Wing's residence. Previously, Abandoned Wave had commanded his monsters to attack the magic towers merely to kill more Zero Wing members. However, the current situation no longer permitted such an action. If the battle continued, although he could inflict more losses on Zero Wing, the monster army he built up with great difficulty would also suffer annihilation. Now, the only thing he could do was destroy Zero Wing's residence. This way, he would have at least achieved his main goal. In the next moment, the evil beasts and evil demons inside Stone Forest Town began surging towards Zero Wing's residence in a frenzy. Black Flame, I admit that your guild's strength and foundations have greatly exceeded my expectations. Unfortunately, you are fated to lose Stone Forest Town in this war. Abandoned Wave smiled faintly when he saw his monster army surrounding Zero Wing's residence. His losses this time had indeed exceeded his initial estimates. However, with the destruction of Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would lose its foundations. Meanwhile, he could still obtain more evil beasts and evil demons. At most, he would have to spend a little more time doing so. They really are nuts. Do they plan on attacking the guild residence's magic array at all costs? When Shifeng saw the monster army focused on assaulting Zero Wing's residence, he immediately had everyone gather back at the residence. At this moment, aside from attacking the guild residence's defensive magic array, these evil beasts and evil demons were doing nothing else. They did not even bother defending against or avoiding the attacks sent at them. However, Shifeng also could not help but admit that these monsters' plan was working, as the guild residence's defensive magic array was rapidly weakening. Most likely, the magic array would shatter in less than a minute. At that time, these monsters would be able to charge into the guild hall and destroy the guild flag. A town siege carried out by monsters was different from that of players. Players needed to obtain the town token in order to capture the town. Meanwhile, monsters only needed to destroy the guild flag to do so. As long as the guild flag was destroyed, Stone Forest Town would be finished, becoming a town controlled by monsters. If that happened, all players within the town would be forcibly expelled from Stone Forest Town's vicinity. Meanwhile, Shifeng would also lose his authority over Stone Forest Town, and for the following 1 month, his guild would be barred from raiding Stone Forest Town. However, it would be a different story for other guilds. Instead of a month, they would only need to wait 15 days before they could start raiding Stone Forest Town. During this 15-day grace period, most likely, every guild in Starmoon Kingdom would attempt to raid Stone Forest Town. After all, as long as they succeeded, they would get a ready-made intermediate town. Kill. Go ahead and kill as many as you can. I want to see just how many of my monsters you all can kill. Abandoned Wave laughed involuntarily when he saw the cracks on the residence's magic barrier. At this moment, there were still 50,000 evil beasts and evil demons. more than enough to last until the monsters invaded Zero Wing's residence and destroyed its guild flag. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members were desperately trying to stop the monsters' attacks. Boom! When a level 70 Grand Lord bombarded the magic barrier with a Tier 3 skill, the guild residence's defensive magic array finally gave, crumbling upon itself. Everyone, move forward and block those monsters. Do not let them set foot in the guild hall no matter what, Aqua Rose shouted urgently. Zero Wing's members understood the severity of this matter. Immediately, all the MTs charged forward to block the advance of the monsters. At the same time, the magic array teams also activated one magic array after another to trap the approaching monsters. Very quickly, chaos fell upon the entire guild residence. Idiots! Do you think the entrance is the only way to enter? Abandoned Wave sneered. In the next moment, a Lord-ranked evil demon leaped high in the air and landed at the side of the guild hall. It then sent a fierce punch at the wall and opened a huge hole in it. Immediately after, over a dozen small, chieftain-ranked evil demons dashed into the breach. Not good. Aqua Rose also noticed this situation from the corners of her eyes. Although they were blocking the larger evil beasts, they couldn't stop the nimble and smaller evil demons. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild hall was also very large. It was simply impossible to defend all the sides completely. At this moment, Zero Wing's members also felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Ha ha ha! Everything's over. Abandoned Wave could not help laughing madly when he saw the evil demons surging into the guild hall. There might be a lot of players and NPC guards inside the guild hall, but the dozen or so evil demons were both agile and skillful. Their target, the guild flag, was also prominently displayed inside the guild hall. Destroying it would be a piece of cake for them. However, in the next moment, boom, 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 the dozen or so evil demons that charged into the guild hall actually went flying back out through the same hole they entered from. However, before these dozen or so chieftain-ranked and one lord-ranked evil demons could even land, their bodies had already transformed into ashes and disappeared from everyone's sight. How? Abandoned Wave's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also became slack-jawed at this scene, unable to comprehend what had just happened. When everyone turned to look at the hole in the wall, they could faintly make out a muscular man in black robes standing before the guild flag. With both hands, the man gripped a blood-red greatsword that was stabbed into the ground before him. Even when just looking at this man from afar, everyone could clearly feel their souls shuddering in fear. This man was none other than Gilbert, the hero Sherfong had summoned. Currently, Gilbert stood quietly inside the guild hall with both his eyes shut. His 3-meter-tall body was unmatched by the other NPCs. As he stood before the guild flag, he looked just like a god of war, preventing all enemies from approaching the guild flag. Is this the hero the guild leader was talking about? Aqua Rose was somewhat astonished as she looked at Gilbert. What a powerful aura! Although the Tier 3 NPCs she encountered before were terrifyingly strong, she had not felt suffocating pressure from them. As for Gilbert, rather than calling him an NPC, he was more like a prehistoric beast. Damn it! Why does Zero Wing still possess a Tier 3 NPC? Abandoned Wave's expression darkened considerably when he spotted Gilbert standing inside the guild hall. In order to prevent the Tier 3 adventurer NPCs from coming to assist in the defense, he had mobilized all the surviving Grand Lord-ranked evil beasts in a desperate effort to pin down those NPCs. He had even stationed several Great Lord-ranked evil demons nearby to find an opportunity to attack. Only with this did he manage to block all 30 Tier 3 NPC adventurers from reaching Zero Wing's residence. He never imagined that Zero Wing would still be hiding a trump card even at such a crucial moment, allowing Stone Forest Town to gain a moment of reprieve. One hit. He needed his monsters to land only one hit to destroy the guild flag. Once the guild flag was destroyed, Stone Forest Town would become a monster town. If it were 30 Tier 3 NPCs working together to defend the guild flag, I might really need to put in some more effort. However, Black Flame, you are overestimating yourself if you think one Tier 3 NPC is enough to defend the guild flag. Abandoned Wave sneered. He then manipulated the gray orb in his hand and started chanting an incantation. Suddenly, over a dozen figures hidden in the monster army leaped forward, leaving afterimages trailing behind them. By the time Zero Wing's members noticed these figures, the latter had already broken through the blockade and appeared in the guild residence's surroundings. They then smashed through its walls and dashed straight towards the guild hall. The true identity of these figures were evil demons. However, unlike the evil demons that attempted to assault the guild flag before, this group of evil demons was much stronger. Not good. There are Great Lord-ranked evil demons mixed in among them. We need to stop them. Aqua Rose, who was defending inside the guild hall, hurriedly activated the power of darkness and used the Tier 1 spell Shadow Vines. Suddenly, hundreds of blue vines emerged from around Aqua Rose's feet and slithered rapidly towards the approaching evil demons. A futile struggle. Abandoned Wave sneered upon seeing this. The 16 evil demons were the strongest force he had remaining, 11 High Lords and 5 Great Lords. Even a party of Tier 3 NPCs would have a hard time facing such a force, not to mention a measly Tier 1 cursemonster like Aqua Rose. In the next moment, the evil demons could be seen dodging all the oncoming shadow vines. What quick reaction speeds! Aqua Rose was surprised. She had aimed all her shadow vines at the blind spots of these evil demons. Yet, as if they had long since sensed her attack, not only did the evil demons perfectly avoid being bound, but they had even managed to close the distance between them and the guild flag even further. Finish it! Through the eyes of one of the evil demons, Abandoned Wave could see the guild flag that was just 30 yards away. In the next moment, the 16 evil demons charged at the guild flag from various directions. With this, even if 2 or 3 Tier 3 melee NPCs worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop every one of the evil demons. Are we going to lose? Just like this? Aqua Rose's eyes were filled with frustration as she looked at the evil demons approaching the guild flag. The town they had invested plenty of resources into was going to disappear. Just like that, the 16 evil demons could be seen rapidly closing in on the guild flag. 20 yards. 15 yards. At this moment, the evil demons had even stopped evading the attacks sent at them by the players inside the hall, focused solely on reaching and destroying the guild flag. Just when the evil demons were only 10 yards away from the guild flag, Gilbert, who had his eyes shut all this time, opened them and let loose a deafening roar. Even the people outside the guild hall heard his roar very clearly. In the next moment, the 16 evil demons involuntarily turned towards Gilbert, as if nothing but Gilbert existed in their world at this moment. The Barbarian class's Tier 3 legacy skill Barbaric Roar. The skill immediately enveloped a radius of 50 yards. Unlike other taunt skills, Barbaric Roar was more of a domain skill. All enemies caught within the range of the domain would find their minds filled with only Gilbert's existence. At the same time, due to the deterrent effect of Gilbert's voice, all enemies within range would have their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed reduced by 50%. Following the activation of Barbaric Roar, Gilbert pulled out his blood-red greatsword, which he had stabbed into the ground, and lightly swung it at the approaching evil demons. If one was watching from afar, one would think that Gilbert's attack speed at this moment was very slow. However, if one paid close attention, they would realize that Gilbert's attack speed was not slow at all. Instead, the extreme speed and fluidity of his attack had merely given rise to a misconception. Although the 16 evil demons tried to block the approaching crimson streak of light, they suddenly found their bodies unable to move. The only thing they could do was watch as the streak of light landed on their bodies. Tier 3 Legacy Skill Barbaric Blade. Although the skill executed an extremely normal slash, it rendered all the surrounding enemies immobile. Meanwhile, pitch-black spatial tears would appear one after another wherever the crimson light passed. The might of the attack was so powerful that it even sliced space itself. After the greatsword passed through the evil demons, all 16 evil demons left behind afterimages as they went flying out of the guild hall like cannonballs. The High Lord-ranked evil demons lost over 1/3 of their HPs on the spot. The destructive power of the attack made everyone present gasp. So strong. The power of this attack should be practically Tier 4 standard. Aqua Rose wore an incredulous look on her face as she stared at Gilbert. Even Tier 3 NPCs were just barely able to cope with a Great Lord-ranked evil demon in a one-on-one. At least 2 of such NPCs were needed to suppress a Great Lord. Yet, now, Gilbert had managed to send 5 Great Lord-ranked evil demons flying with a single blow. This was simply unbelievable. He stopped them? How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful Tier 3 NPC in existence? Abandoned Wave nearly fainted when he saw this scene. He had been watching through the eyes of one of the 16 evil demons, so he had clearly seen the speed and power of Gilbert's attack. Not to mention dodging the attack, even blocking it was utterly impossible. Gilbert was far stronger than the Tier 3 NPCs from before. They were on entirely different levels. Before Abandoned Wave could react, Gilbert took a step forward. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, he appeared in front of one of the Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Before anyone realized it, Gilbert had already thrust his greatsword through the Great Lord's body. Meanwhile, only after its body was stabbed did the evil demon realize it had been attacked. Gilbert's strength was simply overwhelming. As for the other evil demons, due to the effects of Barbaric Roar, they couldn't approach the guild flag at all without killing Gilbert first. As time passed, although many more monsters entered the guild hall, due to the effects of Barbaric Roar, these monsters had no choice but to fight Gilbert. However, not only was Gilbert himself frighteningly strong, but there was also a Tier 2 NPC cleric healing him from the side. The monsters failed to pose any threat to Gilbert whatsoever. In regard to this situation, Shifeng did not feel particularly surprised. There naturally was a reason why the various large guilds had coveted heroes in the past. Back then, towns and cities under a hero's protection had rarely fallen to enemy invasion. Although a Tier 3 hero could not compete with an archaic species of the same rank and tier in terms of basic attributes, in terms of combat standards, a Tier 3 hero was many times superior to the ordinary experts of God's domain. After taking into account the legacy skills they grasped, a hero was the most suitable kind of NPC to defend a guild residence. Over time, the number of evil beasts and evil demons could be seen decreasing continuously. Is this Zero Wing's true strength? This town's defenses are simply too strong. Such a powerful monster army actually failed to capture it. With this, which guild could possibly threaten Stone Forest Town? Everyone was filled with astonishment as they looked at the rapidly thinning monster army. After this war, most likely, no guild in Starmoon Kingdom would dare have designs on Stone Forest Town. At the same time, Stone Forest Town would also enter a new era of prosperity. We lost. Abandoned Wave's eyes were filled with mixed feelings as he looked at his servants decreasing precipitately in number. At this moment, whether it was the evil beast army or the evil demon army, the top combatants of both had already been annihilated. Right now, even without the presence of NPCs like Gilbert or the Tier 3 adventurers, Zero Wing's remaining members were more than enough to defend the guild flag. I'll give this win to you, Zero Wing. However, don't get excited too soon. Although I've lost my evil beasts and evil demons, I can still make more. You all, on the other hand, won't be as fortunate next time. Abandoned Wave knew that he had been thoroughly defeated this time. However, he was confident that with enough time, he could create a monster army that was several times stronger than the current one. Meanwhile, as long as Zero Wing lost Stone Forest Town, it would decline into a second-rate power. Flame Blood. I'm afraid Heaven's Burial will have to get busy for the upcoming period. Rest assured, although Starmoon City's resources have nearly dried up, there are still plenty of resources available in other cities and kingdoms. Flame Blood smiled and nodded. Although Zero Wing's performance today was indeed shocking, Heaven's Burial remained in the shadows while Zero Wing stood in the light. Heaven's Burial could easily help Abandoned Wave create more evil beasts and evil demons while Zero Wing could only wait for its impending doom. The reason for their loss this time was their lack of understanding of Zero Wing as well as their lack of preparation. However, it would be a different story next time. Following which, Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood turned around and left. Meanwhile, standing inside one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers, Shifeng was quietly observing the image displayed on the massive crystal ball before him. "I've finally found you. An evil god envoy," Shifeng muttered, his lips curling upwards as he looked at the image of the bandaged, abandoned wave. No. The evil energy surrounding him is too thin. An evil god envoy has received the blessing of the evil god. Even if he used a treasure to suppress the evil energy, it should not be this thin. Perhaps an evil god apostle developed by an envoy? Forget it. Let's just go and take a look. Saying so, Shurfeng locked in the coordinates and used space movement. Suddenly, he vanished from the top of the magic tower. With the death of the high-tiered evil beasts and evil demons, the war in Stone Forest Town gradually entered its final stage. Previously, Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers had celebrated this sudden war, but their expressions had turned solemn. Fear of Zero Wing filled their hearts. An army of 500,000-plus high-level, high-ranked monsters. Who in Star Moon Kingdom could possibly stop such a powerful force? Zero Wing had done just that. Moreover, Zero Wing had displayed horrific strength. Aside from the Tier 3 NPC army, the intermediate mana pulse cannons and miniature ballistas were more than enough to dishearten the kingdom's major powers. If these weapons were aimed at their guild towns, the consequences would be dire. Before this battle, the major powers had only felt a little threatened by Zero Wing's number of experts and high-quality items. However, those aspects couldn't threaten their lifeblood. If worse comes to worst, they would fight a war of attrition, competing with wealth and resources. But things had changed. Zero Wing had already revealed that it had the power to destroy any large guild's foundation in Star Moon Kingdom. A battle of attrition wasn't necessary. Zero Wing could simply cripple their guilds. Zero Wing, how much of your strength have you hidden? Singular Burial felt as if he had aged several years as he stared at the livestream, especially when the hero Gilbert had made his appearance in the war's final moments. Singular Burial admitted that Heaven's Burial's development was quite fast. However, compared to Zero Wing, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Now, the only thing worth celebrating was that Heaven's Burial had gained access into Evernight City before the other guild. There was also the fact that Abandoned Wave could continue to create monster armies. Only, now that they had revealed the threat of the evil beasts and evil demons, Abandoned Wave wouldn't be able to continue developing in the Star Moon City region. Meanwhile, across the street from Zero Wing's residence in White River City, Ghost Shadow and Daybreak Fog scouted the building from their seats in a restaurant's fifth-floor room. As the two watched Zero Wing's residence, they wore helpless expressions. The original plan had involved the Ghost Shadow Legion and the Third Legion working together to assault Zero Wing's residence, doing whatever it took to destroy the guild stable. However, due to the war over in Stone Forest Town, the Zero Wing members that had been grinding monsters and raiding dungeons had returned to the residence. As a result, the building was protected by more than 3 times the members they had expected. Hence, they could only watch the building, waiting for these guild members to leave for Stone Forest Town. However, since the war had started, the number of players in the residence had increased rather than decrease. Moreover, now that victory was in sight for Zero Wing, more players had swarmed to the guild to apply. Among them were plenty of famous adventurer teams that both Ghost Shadow and Daybreak Fog recognized. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside of Stone Forest Town, Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood quickly made their way towards the Dead Soul Forest atop their mounts. Brother Wave, you're saying that I qualify to join the evil god's temple? Flame Blood asked excitedly, his eyes practically glowing as he looked at Abandoned Wave. Of course, although it is very difficult for players to join the evil god's temple, and there are very few lost available, Beast Emperor has declared that players with sufficient strength and a powerful backer will have the opportunity to join. However, the final decision rests in Beast Emperor's hands. He only has a few slots remaining. Fortunately, since you are one of Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, you should have a high chance of getting one of those slots, Abandoned Wave said, nodding. I refuse to believe that we can't take Zero Wing down if we work together once you become an evil god apostle as well. Then I'll have to thank you for recommending me, Brother Wave. As long as I become an evil god apostle, the guild leader won't hesitate to give us his full support. We might even be able to take down the Black Dragon Empire, much less Star Moon Kingdom, Flameblood said excitedly. Before this, He hadn't been particularly interested in becoming an evil god apostle and joining the dark forces. After all, the cost to do so was high. Joining the dark forces meant joining humanity's enemy. Henceforth, it wouldn't be so easy to enter an NPC city. He'd also forsake the lifestyle ordinary players enjoyed. Moreover, if the various large guilds discovered him, they'd hunt him to the ends of God's domain. If he died, the consequences would be unimaginably severe as well. If he were caught, the result would be worse. His only option would be to delete his account and start over. However, after coming into contact with Abandoned Wave and witnessing the power of an evil god apostle, he had begun to reconsider his position. It might even help him achieve heights that were previously out of his reach. Unfortunately, Abandoned Wave had tactfully rejected his previous request to join the evil god's temple. He hadn't expected the man to change his mind. Relax. I now have a clear grasp of Heaven's Burial's foundations. Moreover, I just received a message from Beast Emperor requesting to meet you, stating that he has sent a subordinate to fetch you, Abandoned Wave said, chuckling. While Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood chatted, a spatial tear appeared above them. It quickly widened, forming a black hole, and a figure emerged. Black Flame. How is he here? Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood stared at the figure. They were extremely familiar with this player as he was their main target. I finally found you. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Shifeng asked as he softly landed on the grassy ground. He wore a smile as he pinned Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood with his gaze. Both wore black cloaks, so he couldn't get a clear view of their appearances and levels. However, he could sense their tension. This was especially true for the bandaged Abandoned Wave. He knew that the previous monster invasion had been the evil god's temple's doing, but even after using the magic tower, he hadn't been able to locate the person responsible. This time, however, he used the magic tower to search for the culprits during the entire battle. Thanks to the magic array that had summoned the evil demons, he had gained a general idea of the culprit's location. Honestly, Shifeng had been shocked to learn of the evil god's temple's appearance in Starmoon Kingdom. The evil god's temple might not be a threat early on, but if it were not exterminated in time, not even 2 or 3 super guilds would be able to take it down, much less Zero Wing. Now that he had found a clue leading to the evil god's temple, he couldn't ignore it. I had never expected the almighty guild leader, Black Flame, to grace us with his presence. To what do we owe the pleasure? Abandoned Wave asked, trying to look like a passerby. At the same time, he sent the Beast Emperor a message, notifying him of Shifeng's arrival and requesting reinforcements. Black Flame's strength was known throughout Starmoon Kingdom. He was the kingdom's bona fide #1 expert. Although Abandoned Wave was confident of his own strength, he knew that he was far from powerful enough to defeat someone on Black Flame's level. Working with Flame Blood wouldn't change that. Of course, were his high-tiered evil demons still alive, he'd have no reason to fear Black Flame. He'd even be confident of killing the man. Are you trying to suggest that you're not connected to the evil god's temple with how dense the evil energy surrounding you is? Shifeng demanded. Well, are you going to reveal the temple's headquarters? If not, I can simply drag you to the war god's temple. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you about the consequences of being captured. Although the evil god's temple's followers had far more power than any ordinary player, they had to pay a corresponding price. One death was enough to drive these followers mad. If the war god's temple captured them, their life would be hell. Abandoned Wave's heart sank as he listened to Shifeng. He hadn't expected this man to know evil god's temple players' true fear. It's over. It's over. What should I do? Sweat dripped down Abandoned Wave's forehead as he watched Shifeng's gradual approach. Neither keeping silent nor exposing the location of the evil god's temple's main headquarters was an option. Abandoned Wave had never expected that some minor character he had once looked down on would force him into such a situation. When Shifeng was less than 30 yards away from Abandoned Wave, a spatial tear formed before the bandaged player. Suddenly, someone emerged from the tear. It was none other than the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave's leader. Beast Emperor! Abandoned Wave grew ecstatic as the towering figure appeared before him. As per usual, Beast Emperor wore a black cloak and bandages that covered his entire body. However, Beast Emperor's aura and radiating evil energy were much stronger than the last time Abandoned Wave had met the man. Despite the lack of malice, Abandoned Wave couldn't help but feel an indescribable fear as he stared at Beast Emperor's back. Of course, he was also relieved. Now that Beast Emperor had arrived, he was safe from Sherfong. This is Beast Emperor? Meanwhile, Flame Blood, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, stared at the man before them with a dumbfounded look. Although Abandoned Wave had told him that Beast Emperor was strong, Flame Blood hadn't realized just how strong. The man's aura was on par with that of a great lord. The instant Beast Emperor had arrived, he had felt his body grow heavy. This was the first time he met a player that didn't feel like a human, but some kind of terrifying creature. Beast Emperor's arrival had also halted Sherfeng's steps. With such dense and powerful evil energy surrounding him, is he an evil god envoy? The cloaked man shocked Sherfeng. The instant Beast Emperor had appeared, the evil energy he exuded tainted the surrounding area. If normal players spent too much time in this pollution, they would undoubtedly become demonkin. Even Great Lord-ranked evil beasts and evil demons could only pollute an area of 20 to 30 yards, yet Beast Emperor polluted a radius of over 50 yards. With the evil god's blessing, his evil energy was also denser than normal. If evil beasts and evil demons' evil energy were akin to air, then the Beast Emperor's evil energy was like liquid. Zero Wings Guild Leader, Black Flame? Beast Emperor asked Sherfeng in a gravelly voice. Sure enough, you're as strong as the rumors say. No wonder those old fellows are talking about you. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Beast Emperor. I am also the apostle that activated the evil god's temple in Starmoon Kingdom. May I know if Guild Leader Black Flame would be so kind as to pardon my two friends? I can assure you that the beasts and demons will not bother Stone Forest Town again. If I let them go, those evil beasts and evil demons will leave Stone Forest Town alone? Is this some kind of humble threat? Sherfeng asked. You can think of it that way, Beast Emperor acknowledged. In his opinion, God's domain had fewer threats to offer as time went on. A measly kingdom's #1 guild was not one of them. Abandoned Wave was one of the basic evil god apostles under him. Abandoned Wave could only control a maximum of 600,000 evil beasts, which couldn't be more than 30 levels higher than his own. The strongest evil beast he could control was only Tier 4 lower rank, and he could only control up to 10 at a time. As for evil demons, Abandoned Wave could only control a maximum of 5,000, and they could not be more than 20 levels higher than him. The strongest evil demon Abandoned Wave could control was only Tier 3 middle rank, and his maximum was 20 at a time. If Abandoned Wave could push Zero Wing to the brink of destruction with a half-baked army, what could an evil god envoy such as himself accomplish? If I say no? Sherfeng asked, smiling. He then vanished. You're rejecting my goodwill? Beast Emperor's gaze turned frosty when he heard Sherfeng's reply. Immediately, he searched his surroundings for the enemy player. As if Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood faced a powerful foe, one focused on their surroundings, while the other activated Truth Shield to protect himself. However, before any of the three could react, Sherfeng appeared beside Abandoned Wave, turning both Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray against the man. Sherfeng could easily cross 30 yards with a few steps. By the time Abandoned Wave realized what was happening and attempted to use Vanish, the seemingly slow swords had passed through his body. Only after he had been hit did his body begin to disappear. However, the two attacks had devoured over 35,000 HP, dropping it into the red. He had nearly been thrown over the river Styx. How are his reactions so fast? Flame Blood was stupefied. Sherfeng's slashes were not indefensible. Only Sherfeng's reaction speed was simply too quick. He had executed the two slashes as if he had moved on instinct. The instant Abandoned Wave disappeared, Sherfeng retrieved a dark blue crystal ball from his bag and shattered it. No, you can't do that. From stealth, Abandoned Wave practically screamed when he saw the shattered crystal ball. The crystal ball Sherfeng had shattered was a mobile jail specifically designed to capture dark and red players. If a dark or red player had less than 10% of their HP, the capture would be successful. Mobile jails had the same effects as jails in NPC cities. This wasn't an item that ordinary players could afford. The War God's Temple sold mobile jails that could hold a single player for 50 gold each. Mobile jails that could hold up to 10 players cost 300 gold. Even wealthy players wouldn't purchase such an expensive tool without a specific reason. Although Abandoned Wave had considered using a skill to resist capture, once the mobile jail activated, it would capture any player within 15 yards that fit the requirements and stop them from using skills or tools. They wouldn't even be able to move. Not even an invulnerable state could save them. In the blink of an eye, a black hole devoured Abandoned Wave, and he vanished as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, the crystal ball Sherfong had recovered, but instead of dark blue, the crystal ball was now black. Black flame. You bastard! Beast Emperor glared at Sherfong, evil energy overflowing from his body. His aura also began to increase. Release him now. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this place alive. Although he was an evil god envoy, someone who enjoyed a high position in the evil god's temple, he was only granted 5 apostles. Even if one of his apostles died, he wouldn't get another. Hence, he was extremely careful when selecting apostles. After all, players without enough strength and resources weren't likely to be of much help. Although Abandoned Wave had lost the Blackwater Corporation support, he had already given Abandoned Wave one of his 5 apostle slots. Losing Abandoned Wave was the equivalent of losing 600,000 evil beasts and 5,000 evil demons. Leave here alive? Sherfong turned to Beast Emperor. Chuckling, he said, "Are you joking? Or do you think I can't tell that you're just a mirror image? You saw through it?" Beast Emperor was stunned. He did not have any skills that allowed long-distance teleportation, but he could dispatch a mirror image, sending it to command his own army and that of his apostles. Not only did this skill guarantee his safety, but it also allowed him to keep his subordinates in check. Although his mirror image was invulnerable, it couldn't attack either. The mirror image was only a replica that lasted 30 minutes. A doppelganger? Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor in confusion. Both Beast Emperor's aura and evil energy far exceeded Abandoned Wave's. At the end of the day, a doppelganger was only a doppelganger. Everyone knew that, although they looked like the real deal, doppelgangers didn't have the aura of the original player. Yet, no matter how he looked at Beast Emperor, the man should be real. But what Beast Emperor and Flame Blood didn't know was that Sherfong had activated omniscient eyes. He could see the truth of everything within 100 yards of himself. The instant Beast Emperor had appeared, Sherfong had activated omniscient eyes to avoid an ambush. After all, if one enemy appeared suddenly, others were likely nearby. If Beast Emperor really wore a black cloak, though even omniscient eyes wouldn't reveal his identity. However, as this Beast Emperor was only a mirror image, the black cloak could only hide his appearance. It did nothing to hide the mirror image's data from omniscient eyes. Moreover, as the mirror image was invulnerable, it couldn't attack. It was similar to his divine steps. Despite his ruse failing, Beast Emperor showed no signs of panic or worry. On the contrary, he laughed and said, "As expected of the player, the secret pavilion dubbed the Sword King. Ordinary peak experts are no match for your strength and insight. However, did you think I've spent so much time talking to you just for fun?" As soon as Beast Emperor had said so, a black figure descended from above. The figure hovered above Beast Emperor as it gazed down at Sherfong. Evil Demon, Dark Creature, Grand Lord, Level 70, HP 35, 000, 000/35, 000, 000. As the evil demon appeared, the area's atmosphere changed. Dense evil energy polluted the area, and shadows clustered around the evil demon. However, the more frightening aspect was the evil demon's aura. Even an expert like Flame Blood could not help but shudder, his movements becoming sluggish. So, this is a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon? Flame Blood was both shocked and afraid as he stared at the hovering evil demon. His fear wasn't due to the demon's aura. Rather, the evil demon before him felt almost human. Its condescending gaze and sneer made it look like a player in an evil demon's skin. Flame Blood had never realized that there was such a massive difference between a Great Lord and a Grand Lord ranked evil demon. To upgrade an evil demon to the Great Lord rank, Abandoned Wave had to devour many players' souls. Of course, the demon had to have enough potential to evolve. Otherwise, absorbing souls would only increase its level, not its tier. Every time an evil demon was promoted, it would require several times more souls to reach the next rank. One could just imagine how difficult it was to produce a Grand Lord ranked evil demon. Yet, Beast Emperor intended to use such a creature to lead the way. If they had had the help of a Grand Lord during their siege against Stone Forest Town, the battle might have ended in their favor. Black Flame, I have given you your one chance. Since you've refused, I'll show you what it feels like for a demon to devour your soul. Beast Emperor smirked at Shurfeng. If an expert like you turns into an evil demon, I'm sure it will have a lot of potential. Peak experts' corpses were very valuable to Evil God's temple players. Such corpses had a much greater chance of becoming evil demons with high growth potential. The evil demon created would have a better chance of becoming a high-tiered creature. As Beast Emperor finished speaking, the evil demon above him vanished as it dashed towards Shurfeng with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the evil demon arrived before its target, slashing at Shurfeng's head with claws wrapped in dark gray fog. However, mid-swing, the evil demon abruptly changed its attack trajectory, creating a silver arc that split away from the gray fog and moved towards Shurfeng's neck. Meanwhile, the gray fog retained its form as it continued towards Shurfeng's head. Rapid switch. Shurfeng could not help his surprise. He hadn't expected the evil demon to have grasped such a superb technique. Moreover, the transition was so smooth and sudden that even a Void Realm expert like himself had failed to detect warning signs. It was as if the demon's cells had altered from attacking his head to swiping at his neck. In this crucial moment, one of Shurfeng's blades, which he had employed to counter the fog-shrouded claws, changed directions. While the abyssal blade continued to block the descending claws of gray fog, Killing Ray turned to block the evil demon's real claws. Boom! Boom! As the blades and claws met, the collision scattered dazzling sparks. The ground beneath Shurfeng's feet sunk slightly. The impact then threw Shurfeng, and he landed over 20 yards away. He instantly lost over 10,000 HP. Is this a Grand Lord ranked evil demon's strength? When Shurfeng struck the ground, both of his hands were numb. His blades vibrated, releasing a low hum. Sure enough, its strength and speed far exceed an ordinary Grand Lord. If not for his quick reaction and diverting Killing Ray, he would have likely died. Even so, since he had pulled Killing Ray away from his parry, he hadn't been able to mitigate the damage completely, causing him to lose 1/6 of his total HP. At this rate, even if he blocked every one of the demon's attacks, he would only last 6 attacks. He had only been saved due to his Tier 2 Sword Masterclass, one of the 10 Great Saint classes, and his excellent equipment. If a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level had received that last attack, they'd most likely lose a minimum of 20,000 HP. He's not dead. Beast Emperor was momentarily stunned when he saw Shurfeng stand up with most of his HP intact. He knew just how powerful a Grand Lord ranked evil demon was. Even the current strongest MT in God's domain would die instantly if they didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. Upon reaching the Grand Lord rank, Evil Demon's combat standards underwent a qualitative transformation. Players had no hope against these Grand Lords' transition speed. After factoring in the Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power, any player that attempted to solo such a creature would die instantly. He even blocked that attack. Sure enough, Black Flame's strength has improved significantly yet again. Flame Blood was also surprised to see Shurfeng so lively. Even against a Great Lord-ranked evil demon of the same level, an MT would be forced to activate a life-saving skill to survive, not to mention against a level 70 Grand Lord. If not for the NPC guards and various magic arrays, Zero Wing would have been easily annihilated during the siege. Yet, even without any support, Shurfeng blocked the Grand Lord's attack. This was simply inconceivable. Sure enough, you are quite impressive. But how many attacks do you think you can block? Although Shifeng had surprised Beast Emperor, the situation hadn't changed. As he said so, the evil demon darted forward once more. This time, the gray fog around its claws transformed into a dark gray greatsword. It brandished the weapon at Shifeng, sending 5 streaks of gray light towards the swordsman's blind spots. Just as the 5 streaks of gray light were about to devour Shifeng, golden dragon scales and divine runes began to envelop his body. His aura transformed as well, resembling that of a prehistoric beast. A stream of blue energy flowed from Killing Ray and into Shifeng's palm. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. Suddenly, Shifeng looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Tier 2 Blade Liberation. This was the first time Shifeng had used twofold Berserk after completing his Tier 2 promotion. Even against the King of Darkness, Shifeng had only used Heavenly Dragon's Power. However, against the Grand Lord-ranked Evil Demon, Shifeng did not dare to be careless, as even the slightest mistake could end his life. Following which, Shifeng lightly swung Killing Ray towards the evil demon. Shadow Blade. Immediately, 1 streak of blue light and 9 streaks of black light sliced at the evil demon. The instant Shifeng's sacred sword and the evil demon's great sword collided, the ground they stood on shattered from the resulting impact. Even Flame Blood, who stood 30 yards away, nearly lost his footing. The 5 streaks of gray light were repelled back, carving several long grooves into the dirt. After repelling the evil demon's attacks, all 10 of Shifeng's attacks landed. The streaks of light easily bit into the evil demon's steel-like body, green blood spewing from its wounds as the impact threw the creature over a dozen yards backward. At the same time, the evil demon's HP plummeted. Minus 161,267. Minus 323,497. Minus 160,916. Since Killing Ray dealt double damage against dark creatures, the evil demon's HP dropped by over 2 million in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, it revealed the 3-meter-tall evil demon half-kneeling on the ground. Cracks broke the dirt for over a dozen yards beneath the demon. What? Flame Blood's eyes nearly fell from his sockets when he saw the injured evil demon. A Tier 3 NPC would barely be a match for a Great Lord-ranked evil demon, yet Shifeng had sent the creature flying. Beside Flame Blood, Beast Emperor stared at the demon with a solemn expression. He found it inconceivable that Shifeng could contest and surpass a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon's strength. You heal the evil demon. I'll have it protect you. Black Flame's Berserk skill won't last long. Once it ends, he will die. Beast Emperor roared at Flame Blood. He had lost his previously complacent expression. We just have to buy enough time for the reinforcements I've sent to arrive. Although he thought that it was almost impossible for Shifeng to kill the demon, he instructed Flame Blood to heal the creature as a precaution. Even if Shifeng could suppress the evil demon, he wouldn't kill it. He had only ordered the fastest Great Lord-ranked evil demon to separate from the main contingent to save Abandoned Wave. It would take some time before the rest of his forces arrived. Once the follow-up forces arrived, Shifeng would lose any hope of escape or survival. Flame Blood nodded and immediately went into action. First, he cast Recover on the evil demon, healing it for over 2,300 HP every 1.5 seconds. He followed up with a Truth Shield, which could absorb over minus 11,000 damage. Although these spells were almost negligible compared to the evil demon's HP, the Truth Shield and Recover would heal the creature's injuries. At the very least, it would be able to fight at peak condition. Flame Blood began to chant an incantation. As Heaven's Burial's best cleric, Flame Blood had double cast right off the bat. He had chosen to cast the Tier 1 spell, Life Recovery, and the Tier 0 spell, Healing Light. Not only was Flame Blood's chanting very fast, but he was also accurate. He was only slightly less efficient than Violet Cloud. Of course, there was a massive gap between his brain activity and hers. Shifeng didn't sit idly by while Flame Blood healed the evil demon. Without hesitation, he activated the Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, vanishing and reappearing before the demon in an instant. Sword's orbit. Suddenly, a glittering galaxy formed around Shi Feng's body. Dazzling stars bombarded the evil demon, one after another. Both Flame Blood and Beast Emperor were shocked. Despite the stars appearing slow, in reality, they moved so quickly that they could barely react to the attacks. The stars they saw were simply residual images their brains had created. Fortunately, the evil demon possessed godlike reaction speed. With a physique that surpassed that of ordinary players, it reacted immediately and blocked the incoming attacks with its claws. However, as Shi Feng had activated twofold Berserk and Instant Strike, both his strength and attack speed exceeded the evil demon's. The Grand Lord couldn't keep up. The brilliant stars continued to bombard the monster, each collision ripping pained screams from the evil demon's throat. The evil demon's agonizing screams echoed across the grassland, causing all who heard it to shudder. If other players saw this, they'd likely confuse Shi Feng for the monster, while assuming that the evil demon was some innocent player. Each star that penetrated the evil demon's body dealt devastating damage. Minus 431,571. Minus 435,197. Minus 871,054. For a moment, Flame Blood had even forgotten to chant his spells as he stared at the screaming demon with a dumbfounded expression. Is he a monster? Flame Blood had intended to mitigate some of Shi Feng's damage with his heals, but after seeing the swordsman's devastating power, he realized that his efforts would be utterly futile. Only now did Flame Blood understand why Shi Feng hadn't prioritized killing him. A healer. It wasn't because Shi Feng didn't want to kill him. Rather, he didn't need to. Since he was negligible, the swordsman didn't need to waste time on him. After all, Berserk skills durations were extremely limited. The evil demon's HP bar continued to plummet. Every hit Shi Feng landed reduced it by 1%, 2% with a critical hit. The demon's HP rapidly decreased from 93%, 90%, 80%, 70%, by the time Instant Strike's 3-second duration ended, the evil demon had only 64% HP remaining. However, as soon as Instant Strike's effects wore out, Shi Feng's attack speed and damage dramatically decreased. Seeing this, Beast Emperor released a sigh of relief. Had Shi Feng continued dealing such horrific damage, the evil demon would have lost all of its 35 million HP and died in less than 20 seconds. Now that Shi Feng's attack speed had decreased, the evil demon could finally keep up with the attacks, blocking them. In fact, the demon launched powerful counter-attacks with the dark fog it had summoned, forcing Shi Feng to dodge and waste time. It was only a matter of time before Shi Feng's Berserk skill ended. Sure enough, one person's strength isn't enough, Shi Feng thought as he was forced into a corner. The Grand Lord ranked evil demon's superb physique was even more powerful than a Tier 3 player's. Players of the same tier might have some difficulty blocking his slashes, but to the evil demon, doing so wasn't difficult in the least. Reacting quickly, Shi Feng retrieved 2 summon guard scrolls from his bag. Although he was strong enough to suppress a Grand Lord for a short time, whether it was an evil demon or a normal monster, players had one disadvantage: HP. This was why it was so difficult to solo monsters of the same or a higher tier as players progressed in the game. When Shi Feng finished chanting, 2 golden magic arrays appeared beside him. Kite and Anna emerged from the arrays. Although it hadn't been long since Shi Feng last saw his personal guards, the 2 NPCs had leveled up considerably. After completing his Tier 2 promotion quest and returning to White River City, Shi Feng hadn't immediately resummoned his personal guards. Instead, he left them in the Dark Canyon to continue leveling. Compared to the time flow in God's domain, time passed 5 times faster in the Dark Canyon. Moreover, the canyon's environment was far more suitable for training. The last time Shi Feng had seen Kite, the NPC was level 70. Now Kite had reached level 74. As for Anna, she was already level 75. She was undoubtedly the highest level personal guard in the game right now. The instant these 2 NPCs appeared, Kite swung his greatsword down. Countless wind blades surrounded the evil demon, sealing its movements completely. As for Anna, she waved her staff and chanted an incantation, summoning 4th 10 level 75, Lord-ranked Rock Guardians, and a Great Lord-ranked Golden Giant. Under Anna's control, the Rock Guardians positioned themselves to form a magic array, lowering the evil demon's basic attributes by 15%. Unless one of the Rock Guardians died, the array would remain active. Without wasting time, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. At the moment, his doppelganger's attributes were even higher than Kite's. Each Abyssal Blade Phantom also dealt as much damage as the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians. With his doppelganger and Kite's support, Shifeng overwhelmed the evil demon. Although Kite's and Anna's damage output was no match for Shifeng's individually, when combined, they dealt even more damage than their master. Time passed gradually. Although Shifeng's berserk skills were running out, the evil demon's HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. 60%, 45%, 30%. When the evil demon's HP fell below 20%, it finally went berserk as it shrank and its skin turned crimson. Its entire body began to release more gray fog. Evil Energy Outbreak was a desperate skill that only Grand Lord-ranked demons and above could use. When activated, the skill would increase the user's strength, movement speed, and attack speed by 30% and physique by 15%. However, the skill was a double-edged sword that would also decrease the user's maximum HP by 30%. Only 2 seconds remained of Shifeng's 24-second, twofold berserk state. His aura had already begun to weaken. As if it had realized that Shifeng couldn't hold out much longer, the evil demon's lips curled up as it formed a sharp spear with the gray fog surrounding its body. With the slightest movement, the spearhead sliced space itself and created a spatial tear. The evil demon then threw the weapon at Shifeng. As the spear flew through the air towards Shifeng, a loud boom shook the area. Responding quickly, Anna directed the Golden Giant to block the attack. Surprisingly, however, the dark gray spear passed through the giant without causing any harm. As the spear was about to find its target, Shifeng instinctively used Divine Steps, summoning 10 invulnerable doppelgangers around the evil demon, switching positions with one of these doppelgangers. Instinctively, Shifeng turned his blades on the evil demon. Flame Burst, Divine Providence. At this time, his Phantom Kill doppelganger activated Flame Burst and attacked the evil demon in tandem. Although the evil demon responded very quickly, Shifeng switched positions with another doppelganger after every slash, not giving the demon a chance to block his attacks. By the time Shifeng landed his 15th hit, his sword's scorching flames had devoured the demon's last strand of HP. When the Grand Lord collapsed, it transformed into innumerable light particles like shattered glass and disappeared. Shifeng's experience bar rose madly, his level instantly increasing from 53 to 54. He had earned even more EXP from killing the evil demon than from soloing an archaic species. It had given him nearly as much EXP as a level 70 mythic monster. Shifeng was astonished. If he could kill a few more of these evil demons, his level would skyrocket. This is an evil god crystal. As the evil demon disappeared, the gray fog condensed to a single point. The gray fog then formed a crimson crystal that hovered quietly in the air, releasing an intensely mighty aura. It died. Flame blood froze when he saw the evil demon inside the magic array disappear. Even a Great Lord-ranked evil demon of the same level would require a team of hundreds of elite players, led by dozens of experts, to take down. They had learned this lesson during their experiments in the Frozen Scar. In the end, the Great Lord had more than 2/3 of its HP remaining after wiping out the entire elite team. Yet, Shifeng killed a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon by himself. Beast Emperor wore an indescribably grim expression. Not only had Abandoned Wave been captured, but he had also lost a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. It had taken a lot of effort to nurture 5 evil demons. Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were not easy to produce. It all depended on an evil demon's potential. He had killed many peak experts to obtain 5 evil demons capable of reaching the Great Lord rank. After his momentary rage, the Crimson Crystal, which had formed after the evil demon's death, drew Beast Emperor's attention. How is this possible? How could a mere Grand Lord possibly drop an evil god crystal? Shock, excitement, and greed flashed in Beast Emperor's eyes as he stared at the crystal. It was highly unlikely that players outside of the Evil God's Temple would understand how valuable the item was. However, to Evil God's Temple players, the Evil God Crystal was an absolute treasure. It was even too valuable to trade for a mythic-ranked evil demon. Shifeng grabbed the Evil God Crystal and shoved it in his bag before Beast Emperor could get a closer look. His eyes became bloodshot with fury as he wanted nothing more than to kill Shifeng with his own hands. Unfortunately, he was only here as a mirror image. He could not touch Shifeng. Beast Emperor quickly calmed himself. Turning to the somewhat feeble Shifeng, he smiled and praised, "Guild Leader Black Flame, you're truly capable. Even the strongest evil demon under my command wouldn't be a match for you." As expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. "What? Trying to persuade me with sweet words after failing with brute force?" Shifeng sneered as he glanced at Beast Emperor. Although he suffered a weakened state, decreasing his attributes by 70%, he was easily strong enough to kill Flame Blood and drag Abandoned Wave back to the War God's Temple. He knew that an Evil God Envoy could only create a limited number of Evil God Apostles. Losing even one apostle would undoubtedly weaken Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He was the Evil God's Temple's sole Evil God Envoy. He was fated to become an overlord, establishing the Evil God's empire in God's domain. Yet a guild leader from a measly kingdom stood before him, ridiculing his failure. If only he were here physically, he would give Shifeng a taste of despair. "Black Flame, let's not waste time talking. Why don't we make a trade?" Beast Emperor said after suppressing his rage. "You'll gain at most some merit points for handing an Evil God Apostle over to the War God's Temple, but I can offer your guild resources others dream of and access to dark cities. Zero Wing desperately needs these." The Evil God's Temple was one of God's domain's strongest dark forces. It had branches throughout numerous kingdoms and empires. He couldn't help Zero Wing gain access to every NPC dark city, but getting access to a few shouldn't be a problem. This was also why Heaven's Burial was willing to help Abandoned Wave gather so many evil beasts and evil demons in such a short time. "Sure, I might get some measly merit points for handing over an Evil God Apostle, but ridding God's domain of an apostle is just as good," Shifeng said, chuckling. Although he was interested in access to multiple dark cities, getting rid of an Evil God Apostle that had been persistent in picking fights was a better option. If not for the Adventurers Association's assistance in Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing might have failed to protect it. Shifeng would have been forced to accept mutual destruction, using a method to prevent anyone from claiming the town. Beast Emperor nearly popped a vein when he heard Shifeng's refusal. Taking a deep breath, he tried again. "How about this? I have an auction house design in my possession. I also have a secret land key that can open the secret land door, allowing you to send 1,000 players through at a time. Aside from the resources the secret land has to offer, you can gain far more magic crystals there than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. I will also help Zero Wing gain access to 5 dark cities. In return, you just need to hand over the mobile jail and the Crimson Crystal." The auction house design might not be useful for a basic town, but it was a different story for Stone Forest Town. Once a player town had an auction house, it would lure more players, and the ruling guild would make a profit from the handling fees. Of course, the secret land key was obviously quite valuable. If a guild periodically harvested the resources from the secret land, it wouldn't need to fight other guilds for resources. With these items, Zero Wing wouldn't need much time to improve by leaps and bounds. A measly 10 or 20,000 War God's Temple merit points couldn't compare to these benefits. Beast Emperor's offer stunned Shifeng for a moment. The auction house design was extremely rare in God's domain. It was any less rare than the teleportation magic array design. However, while the teleportation magic array design could be used multiple times, the auction house design was a one-time use item. He had never expected Beast Emperor to offer up such an item. The secret land key was also extremely valuable. It was only slightly less valuable than mineral veins that produced magic crystals. Shifeng had to admit that Beast Emperor's offer was incredibly tempting. Meanwhile, Flame Blood, who overheard the offer, was also dumbfounded. Heaven's Burial dreamed of obtaining both items, especially the secret land key. He would never have dreamed that Beast Emperor would offer such items and access to 5 dark cities in exchange for Abandoned Wave and the Crimson Crystal. Not even super guilds would refuse such an offer. How tempting! But I still refuse. Shifeng responded, smiling. I'm not in the habit of breeding troublemakers. If an evil god apostle had only attacked his town by chance, he might consider letting them go. However, the apostle in his hands had intentionally picked a fight. Truth be told, even if he released this troublemaking apostle, he wouldn't be afraid for his future. After all, once Zero Wing reinforced its foundations, its development speed would only continue to increase. Furthermore, an evil god apostle required a large amount of resources to create evil beasts and evil demons. If Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds were cautious, creating more underlings wouldn't be easy. However, he had no interest in fighting siege wars for no good reason. Moreover, he still had plenty of things he needed to attend to. He did not have enough time to waste in Starmoon Kingdom. Again, Beast Emperor was stunned. However, he demanded in a chilly voice, "Do you really intend to fight me to the bitter end?" Beast Emperor's deep voice echoed throughout the grassy plains. The surrounding temperature dropped. Flame Blood couldn't help but shudder. This Beast Emperor was only a mirror image. It didn't have any offensive ability. Beast Emperor wasn't even backed by a superpower. However, no guild would dare to underestimate his strength. The various superpowers were no exception. Although Flame Blood didn't know how much power Beast Emperor truly wielded, he had learned that Beast Emperor still had 2 other evil god apostles. They had been apostles much longer than Abandoned Wave and had considerably powerful backers. Unlike Abandoned Wave, the other 2 apostles operated in secret in other kingdoms. They weren't like Abandoned Wave, acting boldly in the open in Starmoon Kingdom. Abandoned Wave's actions were part of the reason he had gathered such a large army of evil beasts and evil demons so quickly. After a moment of silence, Shifeng shook his head and laughed. "Do you really believe that I'm afraid of your evil beasts and evil demons?" Shifeng asked calmly. He didn't know much about the evil god's temple, but he knew that evil beasts and evil demons weren't easy to produce. Unlike evil beasts, evil demons couldn't be summoned. Evil beasts could only travel on foot as well. This was also why evil god's temple players paid more attention to evil demons. It was practically impossible for the evil god's temple to amass another army of that size with Abandoned Wave's army annihilated and the resources around Starmoon City mostly exhausted. If it were possible to create evil beasts and evil demons without limit, evil god's temple players would have long since become invincible. Of course, Beast Emperor might summon his own evil demons against Stone Forest Town. But with how rare they were, sending an army of demons to capture the town would be a waste. When Flame Blood heard Shifeng's reply, he thought he had heard wrong for a moment. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Flame Blood stared at Shifeng incredulously. He simply could not figure out what was going through Shifeng's mind. Not only had Shifeng refused a profitable business proposition, but he had also gone out of his way to provoke someone who shouldn't be pushed. He was a lunatic. Good. Very good. I had thought you were an intelligent man, Black Flame. But it would seem that you're just a frog in a well with no idea of how vast heaven and earth are. Beast Emperor's expression darkened as several veins popped across his forehead. Since you want war, I'll give it to you. Saying so, Beast Emperor disappeared, his voice echoing across the grassy plains for a long time. He left. Flame Blood was stupefied. He had assumed that Beast Emperor had been trying to buy time while waiting for his forces to arrive. However, it would seem he had been wrong. What Flame Blood did not know was that, although Beast Emperor had considered buying time, he had dispelled the thought after Shifeng had summoned Kite and Anna. After all, of the evil demons he had sent to fetch Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood, only 3 great lords remained. If those great lords had worked together with the demon that had died, they could suppress Shifeng and wear him down until he died. Unfortunately, now that the Grand Lord was dead, he knew that he had lost his chance of defeating Shifeng with the 2 personal guards by his side. The 10 Rock Guardians' magic array alone could suppress his 3 Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Shifeng could even kill Flame Blood before his eyes. If Zero Wing had sent reinforcements, they might even claim the Great Lord's lives. Hence, there was no reason to linger. While Flame Blood was dazed, Kite appeared before him, the NPC's greatsword forming a blue arc as it sliced the cleric's throat. Before Flame Blood had realized what had happened, he died and dropped a piece of equipment. Start a war. Shifeng could not help but chuckle as he stared at the Beast Emperor's previous location. He then picked up the equipment Flame Blood had dropped before returning to Stone Forest Town. In reality, Shifeng looked forward to Beast Emperor's war. He had already activated Starmoon Kingdom's epic-ranked main storyline quest and was required to extract the Evil God's Temple from the kingdom. Since Beast Emperor was the Evil God envoy that had activated the Evil God's Temple in Starmoon Kingdom, their fight was only a matter of time. Rather than let the Evil God's Temple quietly develop in Starmoon Kingdom, it was more beneficial to incite Beast Emperor to increase the temple's activity in the kingdom. This way, he could locate the Evil God's Temple's base of operations faster and complete his quest. Moreover, it was thanks to Beast Emperor that he had thought of a plan to develop Stone Forest Town while earning a lot of money. Others might not know where to obtain the auction house design, but he recalled a certain location that would guarantee the acquisition. The neutral map, Morning Battlefield. Once the ancient Orc Empire's capital, the area hid plenty of treasure. This was especially true for the Imperial Palace's hidden treasury. The treasury contained rare items that the Empire had obtained by conquering other nations. The auction house design was one of those treasures. Moreover, it wasn't just any ordinary design. It was a Grandmaster's advanced auction house design. Ouroboros had obtained the design in the past. In the end, the guild had constructed the most gorgeous auction house in Starmoon Kingdom. It had caused quite a commotion. Even after 10 years, it had still been the #1 auction house in the kingdom. Beast Emperor's appearance had also given Shifeng a massive windfall. The Evil God Crystal. Ordinary players might disregard the Evil God Crystal, throwing it away. The item's introduction only stated that it contained a horrific amount of evil energy. After all, and those who carried it would be cursed to encounter disaster and misfortune. While this introduction was correct, it did fail to mention a particular aspect. The evil energy the Evil God Crystal radiated had a corrosive effect on normal players. It had a similar effect to residing in areas polluted with evil energy for too long. However, the evil energy within Evil God Crystals was also incredibly pure. It could help evil demons or beasts to evolve. Doing so would also increase the monster's growth potential. This was why Beast Emperor had wanted it so badly. It had another, more frightening purpose as well. It could become a power core for a city's magic array. Although the Evil God Crystal wasn't as effective as the Titan's Heart, it was still an extremely precious power core. If used to power a city's magic array, it would upgrade the array to a whole new level. Both the city's defenses and its mana density would increase significantly. Various large guilds had desperately sought after the crystal in the past. Shifeng hadn't expected a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon to drop the item. Normally, only mythic-ranked evil demons and above had a small drop rate. In the past, the super guild ruling the Lionheart Empire had annihilated the Evil God's Temple, which had destroyed nearly half of the empire in the process. It had only obtained two Evil God crystals after slaughtering dozens of mythic-ranked and above evil demons. In the end, the guild had used the 2 crystals to power 2 of its cities. Both cities had eventually grown to become the #1 and #2 guild cities in the empire. After seeing the Evil God Crystal's wonderful potential, God's Domain's various large guilds had searched for and hunted down the temple's evil demons to obtain Evil God Crystals of their own. When Shifeng saw the crystal drop from the Grand Lord, he even wondered if his eyes had played a trick on him. In Stone Forest Town, the evil beast and evil demon army gradually scattered. As a result, the intense battle had become a good opportunity to grind EXP. It was not very often that one came across chieftain rank and above monsters. Even when they did, fights between players might ensue. On average, both the evil beasts and evil demons provided more EXP than monsters of the same rank and level. Although more than 1/3 of the Zero Wing members had died in this siege war, the surviving members' levels had increased significantly. Most of them had leveled up at least once, while some had even gained 2 levels. As the siege war ended, Zero Wing had obtained a large number of level 40+ elite members. This is just too scary. Even those powerful monsters failed to conquer Stone Forest Town. With this, Zero Wing's position in Starmoon Kingdom is as stable as a mountain. Both the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial have lost their chance to become the kingdom's #1 guild. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined Zero Wing sooner. I might have been a core member by now. TCH, you think becoming core member in Zero Wing is that easy? I've heard that the first condition to become a core member is to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Although everyone's combat standards have improved significantly since the game's launch, those capable of reaching the 6th floor are still considered experts in first-rate guilds. On the other hand, you're stuck on the 5th floor. How could you possibly have a chance of becoming a core member? If Zero Wing can protect Stone Forest Town from such a large army of monsters, setting up our headquarters there might not be a bad idea after all. Tomorrow, we'll head to Stone Forest Town and purchase a private house. You want to get a private house with your standards? Don't make me laugh. One of my brothers is an upper echelon in a small guild. He's told me that several small guilds have decided to purchase the town's houses. Your adventurer team only has 100 or so members. Do you think you can compete with small guilds that have several thousand players? Stone Forest Town's victory over the Evil Beast and Evil Demon army was a hot topic among many players on the official forums. The strength Zero Wing displayed flabbergasted everyone. After this battle, no one in Starmoon Kingdom would dare challenge Zero Wing's position. Many of the previously hesitant independent players changed their minds, determined to join the guild. Many of these independent players hadn't considered applying to Zero Wing due to the guild's extremely high recruitment standards. If they joined other first-rate guilds, they would also receive far more benefits than if they joined Zero Wing. However, now that Zero Wing had proven how much stronger than other first-rate guilds its high requirements made sense. Is this Zero Wing's true strength? Blue Phoenix, who had remained in White River City, was surprised to see peace returning to Stone Forest Town as she watched the livestream. Despite facing an army of 500,000+ monsters, not only had Zero Wing annihilated their enemy, but it had also only suffered a little over 10,000 casualties. However, although Blue Phoenix was shocked by the large number of high-tiered NPCs defending Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's revelation of its intermediate mana pulse cannons and fleet of miniature ballistas frightened her. After all, while NPCs could not be dispatched outside of the town or city they belonged to, it was a different story for the intermediate mana pulse cannons and miniature ballistas. These war weapons could be employed against cities or to defend strategic locations. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could compare to Zero Wing's firepower. Blue Phoenix had been prepared to lend Zero Wing the gnome cannons and special ammunition she had brought with her as a backup, but she was grateful that she hadn't. Both she and Phoenix Rain would have been laughingstocks. It seems I need to report this to Big Sis Rain. After giving the matter some thought, Blue Phoenix decided to report this situation immediately. Back in Stone Forest Town, Shurfeng discovered a long line of independent players outside of the guild residence after using a guild transfer scroll to return. These players were all considerably high-leveled. Even the weakest among them was level 38, while some had reached as level 41. Their equipment was equally impressive, with the most inferior being Secret Silver rank. With a quick glance, Shurfeng estimated that at least 200 such players waited outside the residence. Shurfeng also spotted quite a few level 20+ players in line. "Guild leader, you're finally back," Aqua Rose said, smiling when she saw Shurfeng emerge from the residence's teleportation hall. "Has something happened?" Shurfeng asked curiously when he saw Aqua Rose's excited expression. "After we finished clearing out the monsters close to the residence, some of the players that bought Stone Forest Town's private houses teleported to the town and offered to cooperate with our guild. After a quick search, we discovered that most were representatives of well-known adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires. There were also quite a few adventurer team representatives from Starmoon Kingdom and merchant players. Now that they feel certain of Stone Forest Town's security, they want to cooperate. Those adventurer teams have also stated that they're willing to sell us their rare materials for 70% market price in the future. However, They've requested that Zero Wing build more private houses suitable for adventurer teams. As for the merchant players, they'd like to see us sell a few shops in town. Of course, they're willing to pay for these structures. As she spoke, Aqua Rose gestured to the various adventurer team representatives and merchant players. In God's domain, adventurer teams and merchant players generally didn't invest in smaller guilds towns. There were two reasons for this. First, guild towns had a lack of player traffic. Second, these independent players were concerned about a town's safety. In guild wars, there were no guarantees that rival guilds wouldn't capture or destroy a guild town. A few adventurer teams had only decided to purchase Stone Forest Town's private houses because of the tempting benefits the town offered. Several hundred gold coins might be astronomical to ordinary players, but it was affordable to the kingdom's top adventurer teams. However, setting up a main base of operations in a guild town was a different story. To adventurer teams with hundreds of players, it was clear that private houses, which could only accommodate a small number of players, were not suitable. Such teams needed the ruling guild to construct houses that catered to their activities, but guilds generally refused to construct such massive structures for no good reason. Moreover, purchasing such a large house would cost more than just a few hundred gold coins. Hence, both sides needed to compromise. But no adventurer team would risk such an investment until a guild town was stable. After the siege war, Stone Forest Town had proven that it was just as secure as an NPC town, allowing players to develop in the area without worry. Because of this, many well-known adventurer teams and merchant players hurried to Stone Forest Town, afraid that their competition would steal their opportunity. Not even Aqua Rose could make the decision to allow so many players into Stone Forest Town. She had to wait for Feng to return. "Guild leader, would you like to meet with them?" Aqua Rose asked. God's domain had plenty of adventurer teams. Aside from a few lone rangers, independent players with similar goals usually formed teams that were exempt from guild restrictions. Some of the top adventurer teams in the game were even as strong as some of the game's guilds. Take the Midnight Tea Party, for example. It explored various dangerous locations in God's domain, constantly challenging its limits. The adventurer team was little more than a power group of lunatics. When these people gathered, even super guilds feared their prowess. Owl was another well-known adventurer team, just as famous as the Midnight Tea Party. However, Owl had more members than the Midnight Tea Party, and they weren't as addicted to battle. Rather, Owl consisted of players that enjoyed challenging all kinds of quests. In the past, Owl had even completed a few quests that super guilds had failed. Due to these top adventurer teams' fame, the guild towns and cities they occupied would become instantly popular as countless like-minded players swarmed to these locations. However, the Midnight Tea Party had been an exception in the past. The adventurer team had never set up a fixed base, and the team members' whereabouts had been a mystery, making the team nearly impossible to locate intentionally. Meanwhile, when a large number of adventurer teams occupied a guild town, the ruling guild would rake in considerable profit long-term, and these teams would help defend the town if it were attacked. Other guilds typically avoided targeting guild towns and cities that had multiple top adventurer teams. After all, not only would these guilds make an enemy of the defending guild by attacking the town, but they'd also make enemies of the adventurer teams. It simply wasn't a wise decision. Adventurer teams setting up in a guild town always benefited the ruling guild. They sure moved quickly. Feng was slightly confused as he watched the various adventurer team representatives outside of the residence. He had assumed that it would take some more time before these teams made a decision. After all, the battle in Stone Forest Town had just ended, and investing in a guild town was an incredibly important decision that would affect the team's development. They needed to consider their options carefully. When I first saw them, I had assumed that they were experts some guild had sent to snatch the town token, Aqua Rose said, giggling. However, after listening to what they had to say, it seems that they were already interested in setting up in Stone Forest Town. Only, they were hesitant due to concerns over the town's safety. After seeing Zero Wing's foundations, they rushed over. "Tell them that Stone Forest Town still needs repairs, so we won't be selling any adventurer houses just yet. Once we've repaired the town, we'll construct 5 adventurer houses. When the time comes, The houses will be available in the candlelight auction and will go to the highest bidder. Shifeng decided after giving the matter some thought. This? Aqua Rose was at a loss for words when she stared at Shifeng's serious expression. Normally, guilds hope to house as many adventurer teams as possible in their towns to increase the town's overall strength. Some large guilds even sold their adventurer teams for a low price to attract these teams. Yet, not only had Shifeng decided to sell a limited number of these adventurer houses, but he also intended to sell them off to the highest bidders. Such a bold decision was likely to chase away these adventurer teams. Just convey my decision. A town's development is never dependent on how many adventurer teams it has. As long as they are strong enough, 2 or 3 teams will be enough, Shifeng said. A town's land was limited, and adventurer houses easily took up enough space for 20 private houses. Rather than increasing the town's security with a few measly adventurer teams, they'd benefit from more independent players visiting the town for rest and relaxation. Understood. I'll let them know. Aqua Rose could not help but sigh. Although she understood Shifeng's reasoning, not even powerful adventurer teams were likely to pay a high price to occupy a guild town. After all, these teams would serve as free guards after investing in the town. Although Stone Forest Town offered considerable benefits, these benefits meant little to powerful adventurer teams. At most, they'd buy 1 or 2 private houses over competing for an adventurer house. Sure enough, once Aqua Rose informed the various teams of Shifeng's decision, it caused a commotion among the various players. This incident immediately hit the kingdom's official forums, dissuading a few well-known adventurer teams from occupying Stone Forest Town. They're only selling 5 adventurer houses. Do they want us to pay to sever as the town's bodyguards? Zero Wing is dreaming. There are tons of guild towns that want us. Only an idiot would compete for those 5 slots. Zero Wing is too arrogant. Do they think that our only option is to set up in Stone Forest Town? Zero Wing's announcement came as a shock to ordinary players. They had never expected such a boastful stance from the guild. Of course, these players had never considered setting up a base in the town. After all, they could only afford a private house in Stone Forest Town in their dreams, much less an adventurer house. To Starmoon Kingdom's various adventurer teams, however, Zero Wing was just trying to scam them. Meanwhile, inside an ancient ruin in the Apocalypse Empire, a 20-man team rested in its temple. Corpses of level 55+ monsters littered the ground around them. The weakest of their enemies had been a chieftain, while the strongest had been a great lord. Yet this 20-man team had slaughtered them. Moreover, not one member of the team had died. Ha ha ha! Black Flame, you really are an interesting man. Endless Scars laughed when she heard about Zero Wing's announcement. Big Sis Endless? Cloud Yarn, the cleric sitting beside her, was confused by Endless Scars' smile. Cloud Yarn wasn't the only one. The other team members also turned to look at their leader. Even the other members of the team could not help but turn to look at Endless Scars. Endless Scars had actually laughed. They could count the number of times they've seen her laugh since they had joined the team on their fingers. It's nothing. Zero Wing intends to auction off adventurer houses, and they're only selling a handful, Endless Scars explained. They're auctioning houses in limited quantities? What powerful adventurer team would be foolish enough to garrison in Stone Forest Town? Everyone was surprised to hear about Zero Wing's latest announcement. No matter how excellent Stone Forest Town's conditions were, the Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon with a level cap of 50. Many adventurer teams had already begun to purchase mounts for their members, and it wouldn't be long before they were over level 50. There weren't any other high-level and high-resource maps near Stone Forest Town. Powerful adventurer teams' priority was to level up and upgrade their weapons and equipment. Everything else was secondary. Even with the town's high mana density, there was no point to occupying Stone Forest Town. What sane adventurer team would possibly be willing to pay a huge price to set up a base in the town? Foolish, is it? As Endless Scars read the report about the siege war in Stone Forest Town, her interest in Zero Wing grew. After all, the guild had abandoned the opportunity to strengthen its town and used a completely different approach than the other guilds. Endless Scars found the guild's actions both confusing and intriguing. While Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers discussed the matter, Surefoam, the perpetrator of this commotion, returned to White River City. After leaving the teleportation hall, he took an advanced horse carriage to the War God's Temple. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. After the battle in Stone Forest Town, many merchant players from neighboring kingdoms and empires gathered in the city. 3 out of 10 players that arrived in the teleportation hall were low-leveled merchant players in ordinary equipment. Normally, such a scene could only be found in imperial capitals. Upon arriving at Starmoon City, the merchant players teleported to the closest NPC town to Stone Forest Town. The long line at one of the departure teleportation arrays stupefied players. Why are all these merchant players heading to Stone Forest Town? Isn't it just a measly guild town? Why make such a huge fuss over it? Don't you know? When Zero Wing announced that it would auction adventure houses, it had also declared that it would sell all kinds of shops to outsiders. These merchant players are heading to Stone Forest Town to get a better idea of the town's situation. The shops in NPC cities are too expensive. There's also a lot of competition with the various large guild shops on top of the high property tax every month. It's simply impossible for ordinary merchant players to afford. The shops in guild towns, on the other hand, are much cheaper. The monthly property tax is also much lower. Most importantly, Stone Forest Town's player traffic rivals and NPC cities. Due to the battle arena, expert players have gathered there, and they generally have plenty of precious resources. Merchant players will be able to buy and sell their items more conveniently if they had a shop in Stone Forest Town. Everyone knows that Stone Forest Town has near impeccable security now. Naturally, merchant players are eager to move into Stone Forest Town. In that case, wouldn't it be amazing if we developed in Stone Forest Town? Independent players quickly started making preparations to shift their base of operations to Stone Forest Town. Originally, the Candlelight trading firm's presence already made Stone Forest Town a good place to develop. Unfortunately, NPC cities sold a much more diverse selection of items than the Candlelight trading firm. Now that so many merchant players were planning to invest into Stone Forest Town, with some even coming from other kingdoms and empires, Stone Forest Town would sell a greater variety of items. Stone Forest Town's variety of merchandise might rival, or even surpass, Starmoon cities. Unlike shops in NPC cities, players could construct simple teleportation arrays in guild town shops. Merchant players could teleport directly to their shops without passing through Starmoon City or spending hours traveling by carriage. This encouraged merchant players to sell more products in Stone Forest Town, facilitating the transfer of merchandise. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room. The meeting room was silent as everyone stared at Singular Burial, who wore a solemn expression. Despite foolishly throwing away the opportunity to invite famous adventurer teams to occupy Stone Forest Town, even more independent players were attracted by the mass of merchant players. Both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing would develop rapidly. As a result, the gap between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing would expand. Our only hope is to take down the Frost King as soon as possible. Although the rewards won't help us overtake Zero Wing, we can put up a fight, Singular Burial said helplessly. Not only was Zero Wing undamaged by abandoned waves, but it had helped increase Stone Forest Town's fame. He wouldn't have let Abandoned Wave take action so soon if he'd known this would happen. To make things worse, Abandoned Wave had been captured. With Abandoned Wave finished, there was no guild in Starmoon Kingdom capable of stopping Zero Wing from becoming the kingdom's overlord. Guild leader, I just received good news, Daybreak Fog said. Good news? Singular Burial inquired. What kind of good news could there be at a time like this? Didn't Black Flame kill Flame Blood? Broken Flow had brought his team to resurrect Flame Blood after failing at his task. Although Flame Blood had suffered grievous losses, he got to meet Abandoned Wave's leader, Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor had even secretly added Flame Blood as a friend, Daybreak Fog explained. Beast Emperor took the initiative to contact Flame Blood, stating that he wishes to have a personal chat with you. Beast Emperor also said that he's willing to help Heaven's Burial annihilate Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's leader, is it? Singular Burial smiled. All right, tell Flame Blood to send Beast Emperor a reply. Say that I'm willing to have a proper discussion with him. Daybreak Fog conveyed Singular Burial's response to Flame Blood. Shurfeng alighted from the advanced horse carriage and came face to face with White River City's War God's Temple. The War God's Temple served as a waypoint for teleporting to the Abyss battlefield. There were more players entering and leaving the War God's Temple now than the Adventurers Association. Players would visit the War God's Temple at least once a day. If the Adventurers Association was a good place for individual players to earn money, then the War God's Temple was a good place for players to level up and improve their foundational strength. If the Abyss battlefield didn't limit players to just one life per day, every player in the game would likely stay cooped up there and refuse to leave. Although the Abyss battlefield's monsters didn't drop coins, they dropped weapons and equipment as well as gave honor points. Honor points could be used to purchase tools, top-tier weapons, and equipment from the War God's Temple. It was extremely difficult to survive inside the Abyss battlefield. Moreover, the higher level one reached, the more difficult the monsters would be. Expert players below level 50 could stay in the Abyss battlefield for an entire day as long as they didn't go anywhere too dangerous. Though their income would be lower if they didn't take risks after a few days of grinding, they could still accumulate enough points to purchase good equipment. The weapons and equipment for sale at the War God's Temple were more suited towards PvP. The item's effects and basic attributes would be inferior to the items dropped by field bosses and team dungeons. Even so, the Abyss battlefield was still a paradise for solo players. After level 50, however, surviving in less dangerous maps would be even more difficult for expert players. Level 50 plus weapons and equipment cost substantially more honor points. Eventually, rather than a place for farming items, the Abyss battlefield became a training ground for expert players and a place for ordinary players to grind for the double EXP potion. When Shurfeng arrived at the War God's Temple's third-floor hall, a level 150, Tier 3 Great Mage greeted him. "Sir, how may I help you?" Casting a glance at the NPC, Shurfeng noticed that it was a senior administrator at the War God's Temple named Roland. "I've captured an evil god apostle, so I'm here to claim the bounty." The first-floor hall of the War God's Temple dealt with all matters relating to the Abyss battlefield. The second floor was the War God's Temple's quest area, where players could accept quests or turn in their completed quests. Players were awarded merit points for completing War God's Temple quests. Similarly, players could spend merit points on items here. Players were allowed to freely enter the War God's Temple's first two floors. The third floor was different, as it was a place that specifically dealt with matters relating to the Dark Forces. Players wouldn't be allowed to set foot onto the third floor if they didn't have any related matters. "An evil god apostle?" Roland's old face twitched. With a slightly suspicious look on his face, he looked at Shurfeng and said, "Can you allow me to confirm your claim's validity?" "Sure." Shurfeng took out the mobile jail and handed it to Roland. After Roland received the mobile jail, he chanted an incantation and tapped his finger on the crystal ball. An image appeared above the mobile jail. The image displayed Abandoned Wave trapped inside a dark space. Abandoned Wave was continuously hurling attacks at the surrounding space. He radiated evil energy, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had already fallen into madness. "It really is an evil god apostle." Shock flashed in Roland's eyes. The War God's Temple and the Evil God's Temple had a hostile relationship. Meanwhile, evil god apostles had received the evil god's blessing. They were rare in God's domain. Roland returned the mobile jail to Shurfeng and said respectfully, "Esteemed adventurer, please follow me. I'll bring you to meet with the Vice Temple Lord. I believe the Vice Temple Lord will be very happy to meet you." In the triumphant hall on the War God's Temple's fourth floor, Senior Administrator Roland led Shurfeng to one of the hall's astrology rooms. The astrology room was as dark as night, while the circular ceiling glittered like the night sky. From time to time, shooting stars streaked by. The room's beauty was mesmerizing. As Shurfeng entered the room, Roland closed the doors from the outside. Instantly, Shurfeng felt an indescribably pleasant sensation run through him. With the fascinating scenery, he couldn't help his desire to remain in this room for the rest of his life. Why is the mana density in here so high? Feng was curious about the incredibly dense mana surrounding him. This was the first time he had ever set foot in an astrology room. The War God's Temple's astrology rooms were forbidden to players. If not for having captured an evil god apostle, Roland wouldn't have led him here. Before entering the room, Feng hadn't sensed any usual mana density from inside. Yet, as soon as Roland left and shut the doors, mana started pouring filled the space. It was 3 times as dense as Stone Forest Town's mana, which had the support of 3 magic towers. If players could duel other experts or practice their skills and spells in such an environment, their growth would be astonishing. Young adventurer, you've arrived. A deep voice echoed throughout the entire astrology room. Feng could not help but turn to the voice's origin. He spotted an old man in dark blue mage robes and wielding a staff. The old man manipulated a magic water ball as if he were searching for some kind of new spell. This old man was none other than Capra, one of the 3 Vice Temple Lords in White River City's War God's Temple. He was a level 180 Tier 3 Great Mage. He could be considered the oldest NPC in White River City. Not even Magistrate Weissman was as old. Capra should be the most knowledgeable NPC in White River City. After all, not only was Capra a Tier 3 Great Mage, but he was also a magic array master. However, due to Charlin's occupation of White River City's library, he ranked 2nd. I hear that you've captured an evil god apostle? Yes, Lord Capra. Feng immediately retrieved the mobile jail from his bag. As soon as he revealed the crystal ball out, it vanished and reappeared in Capra's hand. Not bad. This is indeed an evil god apostle. Capra nodded lightly. Suddenly, the mobile jail began to crumble, following which a cloaked, bandaged figure appeared before the old man. The moment Abandoned Wave appeared, the black cloak and bandages covering him were destroyed, exposing his true appearance. Abandoned Wave? Feng was slightly surprised to see this man. Although his appearance had changed significantly, Feng easily recognized him. Feng hadn't expected Abandoned Wave to be the evil god apostle that attacked Stone Forest Town. However, after considering the matter, it seemed reasonable. The Blackwater Corporation had given up on Abandoned Wave. With his connection to the evil god's temple, becoming an evil god apostle was a matter of course if he wanted vengeance against Feng. I'm free. Abandoned Wave was ecstatic when he realized that he had emerged from the mobile jail. But after looking around him, his mood plummeted. Not only did Feng, disguised as Black Flame, stand before him, but a level 180, Tier 3 NPC also stared at him. Abandoned Wave's first thought was of escape. Immediately, Abandoned Wave ruffled through his bag space, trying to retrieve a Tier 1, instantaneous movement magic scroll. Feng had caught him off guard earlier, so he hadn't had the opportunity to use it. As long as he could reach the scroll, he could flee. The instant Abandoned Wave got his hands the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll, he glanced at Feng with a sinister smile. Black Flame, just you wait. I'll give you a taste of despair the next time we meet. Following which, Abandoned Wave unfurled the magic scroll and activated it. Abandoned Wave's elated expression returned the instant the scroll activated. It was as if he could already see Feng's tragic ending. However, after a few seconds, Abandoned Wave realized that he hadn't moved. And since he had activated the scroll, the instantaneous movement magic scroll faded from his hands. Despair. Feng could not help but laugh and shake his head when he saw the confusion on Abandoned Wave's face. Don't you realize that you're in the War God's Temple? In God's domain, all teleportation tools and skills were useless inside a War God's Temple. Players could only use these items after leaving the building. This was basic knowledge to God's domain's players. Hearing the words War God's Temple, fear twisted Abandoned Wave's expression. He was fully aware of the consequences should the War God's Temple capture him. Beast Emperor had warned him about this. When the War God's Temple captured an evil God's Temple player, it signified the end for said player. The captured player's only option would be starting a new account. Moreover, they wouldn't be allowed to rejoin the game immediately. They would have to wait 1 month before they could create the new account. After experiencing the joy God's domain had to offer, being unable to play for an entire month would be unbearable for players. Moreover, by the time Abandoned Wave rejoined the game, God's domain would be a different world with how fast it was developing. Black Flame. Abandoned Wave practically screamed Shurfeng's name. Although he wanted to say more, Capra had already begun to chant an incantation. In the next moment, dozens of golden chains appeared around Abandoned Wave, piercing his body. He screamed in pain as he started to burn. Eventually, he turned to ash and vanished from the astrology room. Abandoned Wave's hatred for him hadn't particularly surprised Shurfeng. Even a peak expert would struggle to catch up if they were banned from the game for a month and had to start from scratch. The Blackwater Corporation had also given up on Abandoned Wave long ago. With Abandoned Wave standards, they were not likely to meet again. Furthermore, Beast Emperor had lost an evil god apostle slot, following which, a series of system notifications reached Shurfeng's ears. System. Congratulations! You have captured an evil god apostle. Rewarding 10,000 War Gods Temple merit points, reputation with the War Gods Temple increased by 500 points, 100 million EXP, 50 free mastery points, and 5 legacy skill points. System. Congratulations. You are the first person to have eliminated an evil god apostle. Rewarding War Gods Warrior title. System. Capra's favorability has increased by 300 points. What an abundant reward. Shurfeng's excitement grew as he read the notifications. This was especially true when he saw the War Gods Warrior title and his increased favorability with Capra. He had only heard of the War Gods Warrior title in the past. He didn't know much about it. Although this title wouldn't benefit a player's strength, it elevated players to 1 rank below the temple's vice-temple lords. With this benefit, he could easily purchase items that required extremely high reputation in the War Gods Temple's exchange center. He wouldn't need to complete numerous high-difficulty quests, slowing increasing his reputation. However, the title was slightly less valuable than his favorability with Capra. Capra was a magic array master. If he could earn enough favorability with Capra, he would gain access to all sorts of magic arrays. He might even get to purchase the rumored advanced mana gathering magic array, which could double the mana density in a 500-yard radius. Not only was this array's effective area vast, but it also increased the mana density by so much. One could just imagine how much it could benefit a guild. Countless players had tried all sorts of methods to gain favorability with this NPC. Unfortunately, doing so was extremely difficult and would become even more so after every 100-point increment. Very few players had gained 100 points of the Elder's favorability in the past. Only a handful had ever earned 200 points. Shurfeng had never even heard of any players earning 300 points. With such high favorability and merit point rewards, it's no wonder why those guilds had hunted Evil Gods Temple players in the past. Shurfeng couldn't help his growing elation as he looked at his rewards. Although the 10,000 merit points was a lot, without the corresponding reputation and favorability, they were useless. Even after challenging the 12 trials, he had only been awarded 6,800 merit points. The items he could purchase were extremely limited. With 10,000 merit points, he had a greater variety available to him. Moreover, he could purchase items from Capra. Lord Capra, I've heard that you are a magic array master. I have always been very interested in magic arrays. May I know if I can purchase a few from you? Shurfeng asked. Purchasing items from Capra required a minimum of 100 favorability. Although 300 points were far from the maximum favorability one could earn with Capra, Shurfeng had never heard of a single player with such high favorability in the past. You are interested in magic arrays? Capra's elderly eyes shone with an excited light when he heard the words, magic array. He continued, Of course you can. Very few youngsters are so studious. Come here. This magic water ball holds all of my records on magic arrays. If you wish to learn one, you can use this. However, the War Gods Temple rules still apply. To learn a magic array, you'll need to pay the corresponding merit points. Learn them from the magic water ball? Shurfeng was slightly confused. though he nodded and approached the magic water ball. He had come to purchase magic arrays from Capra in the past as well, but the old man had been in a workshop instead of an astrology room. All of his magic arrays had been displayed on a bookshelf. He hadn't expected that he would get to choose an array from a magic water ball. Magic arrays were not as easy to learn as most players assumed. The process was extremely complex. Learning a magic array from a book was troublesome and difficult. Learning from a magic water ball was much easier. Players could practice the production steps through the water ball without wasting precious materials. This would greatly help improve one's learning speed. As Shifeng tapped on the floating water ball, an exchange list appeared before him. Amazing! There are so many advanced magic arrays available. Shifeng's eyes glowed as he read the exchange list. If one had to point out the most difficult item to obtain in God's domain, it would definitely be magic arrays. Magic arrays also provided the most assistance. For example, there were suppression magic arrays, summoning magic arrays, defensive magic arrays, and many more. Unfortunately, obtaining a basic magic array was incredibly challenging for the various large guilds, not to mention intermediate and advanced rank. Shifeng now had access to more than 30 basic magic arrays, 8 intermediate magic arrays, and 3 advanced magic arrays. In the past, Capra had only given Shifeng one advanced magic array option, the advanced mana gathering magic array. Now, however, there were 3. Of course, they were also frighteningly expensive. Basic magic arrays only cost between 500 and 1,500 merit points, while intermediate magic arrays cost between 3,000 and 5,000 merit points, and the 3 advanced magic arrays cost between 8,000 to 15,000 merit points. Among the advanced magic arrays, the cheapest was the advanced mana gathering magic array. It was worth as much as the 7 luminaries ring he had purchased long ago. These are celestial magic arrays. Glancing at the 3 advanced magic arrays, Shifeng was stunned. Celestial magic arrays weren't like the arrays players commonly stumbled upon. These had survived since ancient times, lost in God's domain for many years. Every celestial magic array was incredibly powerful, and because they borrowed power from the stars, they didn't consume as much mana as ordinary magic arrays. Celestial magic arrays had been very popular in God's domina, but for some unknown reason, they had vanished. Yet, those magic arrays had appeared before Shifeng. Shifeng found it hard to imagine that he could actually purchase celestial magic arrays from Capra. He had only ever heard rumors of such a thing. In his previous life, very few guilds had possessed celestial magic arrays. Purgatory Star Magic Array, Advanced Celestial Magic Array. Suppress all enemies within a 200-yard radius, weakening their basic attributes by 70% if they are Tier 3, 50% if they are Tier 4, and 20% if they are Tier 5. Required merit points, 15,000. Starlight Gathering Magic Array, Advanced Celestial Magic Array. Creates an enclosed space with a 500-yard radius, increasing the mana density within the enclosed space by 300%. Required merit points, 12,000. Although the introductions were brief, Shifeng read them with bated breath. The Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array could only increase the mana density in a 500-yard radius by 200%, but the Starlight Gathering Magic Array increased the density by 300%. Although there was only a 50% boost to players' performance, it was a qualitative difference. As for the Purgatory Star Magic Array, even challenging Tier 4 mythic monsters would become easier with its power. After all, the majority of the advanced magic arrays available in God's domain could only suppress Tier 4 mythic monsters by 30%. For a time, Shifeng was fraught with indecision. He had initially planned to purchase the Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array, saving his remaining points for special tools that could aid him in the morning battlefield. However, the Starlight Gathering Magic Array just too tempting. He had experienced such a powerful array in a super guild's main city in the past, and he had to admit that the magic array had been wonderfully effective. When he had practiced his combat techniques inside the magic array, his training efficiency had risen by leaps and bounds. Even the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower could not compare to that magic array's effects. Only the Holy City of Titan could surpass it. However, to reach locations such as the Holy City, one's status needed to be extremely high, and they needed to pay an exorbitant price. Very few large guilds could afford such a price. Forget it. Let's just pick it. Shurfeng gritted his teeth and chose the Starlight Gathering Magic Array. It was extremely difficult to obtain War God's Temple merit points. If he purchased the Advanced Mana Gathering Array, it would be a long time before he gathered enough points to purchase the Starlight Gathering Magic Array. Now that Stone Forest Town had stabilized, and he had begun his city's construction, setting up the Starlight Gathering Array in both locations would further reinforce their popularity. System. The Starlight Gathering Magic Array requires 12,000 merit points. You have 3,500 War God's Temple reputation points. You may pay 20% of the merit point cost in coins. Do you wish to use coins? System. Based on the system's analysis of the current market, each merit point is worth 2 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed? Purchase. Shurfeng agreed to the transaction without hesitation. 4,800 gold for 2,400 merit points wasn't particularly expensive. Fortunately, the required currency wasn't magic crystals. He wouldn't have been able to fork over a single crystal. Shurfeng wasn't particularly surprised that the cost of merit points had increased. In the future, he would likely have to part with an exorbitant amount of gold coins in exchange for merit points. After all, as players reached higher levels, their income would continue to increase. The game's player population was also increasing. As a result, more coins would become available in God's domain. It was only natural for their value to depreciate. Of course, the main God system constantly worked to lower inflation by reducing the number of coins in the market. Suddenly, Capra asked curiously, "Young adventurer, you have chosen a celestial magic array?" "Yes. I am very interested in learning the magic arrays that have been passed down since ancient times," Shurfeng confirmed, nodding. Practically every God's domain player had been interested in celestial magic arrays in the past. "I won't stop you from purchasing it. However, I need to remind you that celestial magic arrays aren't like your conventional magic arrays. Producing them requires extremely rare materials. They are impossible to mass-produce," Capra reminded. "Thank you for the information, Lord Capra," Shurfeng responded respectfully. He had already been aware of the celestial magic array's flaws. However, even the advanced mana gathering magic arrays materials were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Since both arrays materials were challenging to collect, it was wiser to choose the more powerful array. Following which, Capra chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a palm-sized water ball separated from its massive counterpart. The ball of water then landed in Shurfeng's hands. After obtaining the Starlight Gathering Magic Array and leaving the War God's Temple, Shurfeng received a communication request from Aqua Rose. "What's the rush? Has something happened?" Shurfeng asked when he saw the woman's anxiety. "Guild leader. Check the official forums. Some time ago, Heaven's Burial signed an agreement with several top adventurer teams and dozens of well-known adventurer teams. These adventurer teams have officially occupied Heaven's Burial's town. News of this has already reached the various large guilds," Aqua Rose hurriedly reported. "Top adventurer teams have occupied Heaven's Burial's town?" The report confused Shurfeng. In God's domain, adventurer teams fell into various ranks, just like guilds. When referring to Starmoon Kingdom's adventurer teams, the well-known team's overall strength could compare to a first-rate guild's elite teams. As for the kingdom's top adventurer teams, every one possessed several dozens of experts. Among these expert players, a small portion could rival first-rate guilds' peak experts. When it came to raiding team dungeons, they were even stronger than some large guilds' main forces. Normally, these top adventurer teams ventured to dangerous maps that even guild elite teams avoided. Their leveling speed was no slower than guild elite players that occupied high-resource maps. This was also why these top adventurer teams paid no attention to the benefits most guild towns offered, so much so that they even ignored invitations from large guilds. Based on Aqua Rose's report, however, it seemed that more than one top adventurer team had set up a base in Heaven's Burial's town. Why wouldn't Shurfeng be surprised? He immediately checked the official forums, getting a detailed idea of the situation. Heaven's Burial and 3 top adventurer teams have reached an agreement. These adventurer teams will occupy Red Iron Town and will explore the Frozen Scar alongside the guild's forces. Good news! Red Iron Town will soon open the Red Iron Mine to the public. Players will gain access to the mine for a 30% harvesting fee. These two messages caused an uproar on the Starmoon Kingdom forums as everyone talked about the town. This is going to be awesome. I've heard that the Red Iron Mine is a small-scale regional dungeon. Not only do the mine's monsters have higher drop rates, but you can also harvest all sorts of ores. We'll make a killing. Why is Heaven's Burial being so generous? 3 of Starmoon Kingdom's top adventurer teams and many well-known teams have garrisoned in Red Iron Town. The town's security will likely only be second to Stone Forest Town. And there are so many high-resource maps nearby. There is even a teleportation array very close to the town. Developing in Red Iron Town might not be a bad idea. It seems Heaven's Burial has finally gotten serious. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which town will take the position of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild town? Stone Forest Town or Red Iron Town? Stone Forest Town is definitely the #1 town right now, but it might not stay that way. After all, Heaven's Burial is quite powerful. With the assistance of 3 top adventurer teams, it won't be long before they explore the Frozen Scar's entire map. Red Iron Town's players will be able to teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's towns from Evernight City. Transportation to and from Red Iron Town will become far more convenient than traveling to and from Stone Forest Town. I guess that's true. There really aren't any level 50+ high-resource maps near Stone Forest Town, either. It's only suitable to players below level 50. Considering long-term development, Red Iron Town is the better option. Moreover, with 3 top adventurer teams based in the town, it'll be easier for adventurer teams to contact each other in the future. The new changes in Red Iron Town tempted many players. While it was important to increase one's individual strength, leveling and upgrading equipment was more so. More players were reaching level 40. Yet despite having met the level requirement to gain a mount, most were too poor to purchase one and had to continue their travels on foot. Red Iron Town was also attractive due to how easy it would be to earn coins. Heaven's Burial is even willing to part with such a gold mine? Shurfeng was astonished as he read the forum posts. It was not easy to open a mine. First, a team needed to defeat the mine's boss. Otherwise, the monsters inside would continue to respawn quickly. The monsters would also scale to the highest level player that entered the mine. As the boss respawned periodically, players were also required to defeat it each time they encountered it. Furthermore, the mines or deposits were limited and would only respawn when the boss did. When a guild occupied a mine, they generally only allowed their own people inside. Yet, Heaven's Burial was generous enough to open the mine to the general public after clearing its monsters and boss. Although iron ore wasn't particularly valuable, not many towns in God's domain had access to N or vein. Hence, the various large guilds would prioritize towns with the most common ore veins as they offered a plethora of riches. Guild Leader. Once it secured the adventurer team's assistance, Heaven's Burial dispatched a 1,000-man elite team to pioneer the Frozen Scar. They also sent their 100-man main force. Even the main force's weakest player is level 42. They'll clear the map much faster than their previous exploration, Aqua Rose said helplessly. On the other hand, we just survived a massive war. Although we didn't have many casualties, we had lost many of our experts and main force members. During the final stand at the guild residence, in particular, we lost a significant number of our main force members and core members. While weapons and equipment aren't a problem, the players who were killed by evil demons suffered double the usual penalty. Our main force and core members that had died lost 2 levels apiece. This has significantly slowed our progress in the Blizzard Fortress and with the Frost King. Moreover, the dark guilds around White River City are growing bolder. We've had to dispatch our experts to deal with them from time to time. Guild Leader. Should we recall Snow's forces and prioritize killing the Frost King? It had never been wise to underestimate Heaven's Burial's main force. And now that so many top and well-known adventurer teams had joined Heaven's Burial's exploration team, the team's overall strength had increased. In contrast, Zero Wing had been forced to dispatch its main force and experts to various locations to expand the guild's influence. As a result, their exploration team's strength had fallen. If they let Heaven's Burial get the Frost King's first kill, Heaven's Burial's position in Evernight City would become unshakable. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would lose the best opportunity to gain access to Evernight City. If that happened, Stone Forest Town's popularity would plummet by the time mainstream players reached level 50. In fact, Red Iron Town had nearly caught up to Stone Forest Town. Forget it. We can't recall Snow. If we don't have a team of experts there to defend the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, the Empire's large guilds will take the opportunity to strike, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. This was why he had refused to ask Gentle Snow for help to protect Stone Forest Town. He then said, "This is a golden opportunity. It's been a while since Zero Wing had a large-scale guild operation. Aqua, see to the necessary preparations. Round up 1,000 people. Aside from the main force members and core members, do not select any elite players below level 40. After you've finished, have them gather in Dark Lake Town. We're going to pioneer the ancient Orc Empire. Guild leader, you're going to lead the operation?" Aqua Rose's excitement grew as her guild leader issued orders. Normally, the guild leader would organize guild operations as their main purpose was to increase the guild's prestige and motivation. However, Shurfeng was usually too busy. Normally, he was impossible to find. Hence, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders, such as herself and Gentle Snow, organized these events. Although nobody in the guild had complained, practically every player that joined Zero Wing knew of Black Flame, and they were all dying to meet him. The guild's main force and core members were particularly eager to quest and raid dungeons with their guild leader. I'll take command this time." Shurfeng nodded. He had initially intended to head to the Frozen Scar, but the environment was simply too harsh. Without sufficient preparation, the Frost King was impossible to raid. Moreover, his current goal was to help his people level up. Naturally, they had to travel to a higher-level map. "The guild members will go crazy when they hear this," Aqua Rose responded, smiling. She immediately disconnected the call and began to address the necessary arrangements. White River City, Zero Wing's residence. After disconnecting her call with Shurfeng, Aqua Rose published an announcement in the guild chat. The guild leader will be leading a guild operation personally. All main force members and core members in Starmoon Kingdom gather in White River City immediately. Elite members level 40 and above may apply to join by contacting me. Priority will be given to those with guild mounts. The instant the announcement published, the guild chat exploded with comments. "Vice Guild Leader, this isn't a trick, right? Boss Black Flame is really going to lead us? What? The guild leader is leading a guild op himself. Are we going after some guild? This is awesome. I need to apply. Big Sis Aqua, can't you relax the requirements a little bit? I've just reached level 40 after many difficulties. I can't afford a guild mount right now. Ha ha ha. This is great. I've been saving up and bought a guild mount as soon as they were available." For a time, Zero Wing's members were frenzied. This was especially true for the main force and core members. They were all fully aware of what benefits a guild leader-led operation would offer. Not only could they level up incredibly fast, but they'd also get to see the guild leader in action up close as they gained combat experience. Less than a minute after the announcement, Aqua Rose received over 1,000 applications. At the same time, plenty of members were disappointed. After all, despite such a rare opportunity to join a large-scale operation, led by their guild leader himself, they didn't qualify to join because they had already spent their GCP and coins on upgrading their weapons and equipment. They did not have any money to purchase a guild mount. While Aqua Rose selected participants from her elite members, the various guild experts scattered across Starmoon Kingdom returned to the residence in White River City. Very quickly, the overall mood in the residence lifted considerably as the guild members' excitement grew. Meanwhile, the players lined up outside the residence's entrance hoping to join Zero Wing were stunned as they watched Zero Wing's experts return. Not only were these experts above level 40, but they were also ridiculously well-geared, with even the most inferior piece of equipment being level 40 fine gold rank. Many of these experts even wielded level 40 dark gold weapons. Meanwhile, the number of such experts returning continued to increase. The most incredible sight was the tall, mighty thunder wolves traveling next to these experts. After entering the guild residence, these experts lined up outside of the guild hall. Yet despite their quiet stances, they all radiated an indescribably heavy pressure. What's Zero Wing planning? Their guild mounts are so cool. Why do I get the feeling that I couldn't even defeat one of those guild mounts in a fight? Everyone was utterly stupefied. Although many players had already reached level 40, very few had mounts, yet hundreds of thunder wolves stood before them. Players who didn't know any better might assume that this was an NPC army. Moreover, everyone could see around 50 different types of mounts aside from the thunder wolves. Every mount was bronze rank or above. Not everyone had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's power, but after this display, they finally understood why Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. While other guilds struggled to get common mounts, Zero Wing had already popularized the Thunder Wolf. Shortly after Zero Wing's 1,000-man legion had gathered, with Aqua Rose in the lead, the legion departed for White River City's teleportation hall. As the 1,000-man legion rode their mounts across White River City, players unconsciously made way as the legion's imposing momentum swept over them. When Zero Wing's legion stopped in front of the teleportation hall, the adventurer teams and guild teams visiting from other kingdoms, confused and curious about what was happening. 1,000 mounted players stood before the teleportation hall's entrance. The various guild teams, who had stopped in White River City on their way to the Twin Towers Kingdom to level, were afraid of leaving the teleportation hall, concerned that their lives might be at stake if they did. Which guild are these players from? A burly man with silver hair in the teleportation hall asked in shock. You don't know? Are you new to God's domain? A level 31, simple-looking swordsman asked. I am new, actually. I've just reached level 10 today and came to White River City. The silver-haired man nodded. No wonder, the swordsman said as he took a look at the level of the silver-haired man and his companions. Indeed, they were all level 10 players. They are all Zero Wing members. Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's bona fide #1 guild. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I joined Zero Wing as well. Zero Wing. The name was somewhat familiar to this silver-haired. Big Brother Tianji, isn't Zero Wing the guild that Hall Master Jiang wanted to work with? A bald man asked quietly. What? That's the guild that kind belonged to? Tianji was stunned. How is that possible? Before he led the White Tiger Dojo's disciples into God's domain, he had to establish a firm understanding of the game. After all, they had learned that competent fighters would have an edge in God's domain. To fighting experts like himself, combat was commonplace. Hence, battles in a virtual world would be trivial. However, as he encountered the game's virtual combat, he quickly realized that the combat in God's domain wasn't very different from combat in reality. Although he and his subordinates had an advantage, there were some slight differences between virtual combat and real-life combat. Their advantage was limited. After playing the game for some time, he also gained a general understanding of various NPC towns' guilds. Surprisingly, these guilds were far more impressive than he had assumed. At one point, he had dueled an expert from a small guild. Even with his skills, the expert had defeated him. The experience had taught him how impressive God's domain truly was. Of course, he was confident of surpassing these small guild experts sooner or later. After all, he had only begun playing the game a few days ago. With the White Tiger Dojo's strength and enough disciples, he was confident that they could establish a guild and raise it to third-rate status quickly. If they wanted to contest with second-rate guilds, the dojo would be required to invest a large amount of resources and time. As for contesting against first-rate guilds, it was too soon for the dojo to aim so high. After all, first-rate guilds were backed by major corporations. They also had dozens of years' worth of history in the virtual gaming world and had long since established their own training systems. The White Tiger Dojo had no hope of catching up to first-rate guilds in a short time unless they annexed second-rate guilds or purchased shares of a particular first-rate guild. Investing in a first-rate guild would depend on whether or not the guild was willing to sell shares. After all, these guilds didn't lack willing investors. Tianji never thought that Shifeng, some no-name dojo's head instructor, directed such a power. Meanwhile, as Zero Wings members left White River City through the teleportation arrays, news of the Legion's mobilization reached Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers. Why is Zero Wing dispatching such a massive force? With so many experts, has Zero Wing targeted some guild? Could Zero Wing be planning to exterminate the Dark Guilds? Normally, these major powers ignored a 1,000-man elite team. However, they couldn't ignore such a legion from Zero Wing. After all, every one of those players was an expert. If Zero Wing had targeted a particular guild, even a 10,000-man elite army would not be able to stop this legion. For a time, the various major powers discussed their guesses about Zero Wing's intentions. They also recalled their own members to their respective cities.